Hey guys, Dark Humility here. You can always catch me at twitch.tv/Dark Humility for 6 to 7 days a week of Diablo 2 action, D2R, PD2, all manners of builds, all manners of challenges, all manners of fun. If you guys want to check out all of my awesome D2R and PD2 guides, you can check them out on my YouTube and some of the finest written guides at d2.maxroll.gg, including other Rags to Riches guides, of which we now have 3. We have a 1-part sorceress guided playthrough, all the way from going from nothing to being capable of farming for those riches. Of course, we have a paladin that's in 2 parts, does the same thing, and has a lot of different methods, including uber killing, and assassin, which also has a lot of different methods, including some fledgling uber killing demos where she's not yet quite ready to completely stomp them because she's not high enough level. But all in all,
already tell that I'll be your best friend in this.
A lot of awesome guides, and today we have Necromancer, Rags to Riches Part 1. We're going to start off with a Necromancer. This one is a widely requested one. A lot of people would like to see what it would be like to start a Necromancer solo BattleNet P1 from scratch, no help. That's how I do these, so that any player can go from nothing to potentially getting some of the most insane items in the game on each of these classes. That is the goal. And so the Necromancer is very much requested. We're going to do it today. He's not necessarily, I would say, compared to the Assassin, the Paladin, and the Sorceress, necessarily one of the most efficient paths from Rags to Riches. However, he's a ton of fun. He's got a ton of good options indeed as well. Summon and Bone are very prominent in the endgame. We are going to level up as Bone, though, which will be overall a lot less troublesome if you're doing it solo. However, Summon is definitely 100% viable for leveling from even the very beginning. And we'll go through as many things as we possibly can. We'll try to pack this guide chock full of info all the way throughout. And of course, people can ask questions and anything else as we undergo this journey. So, Necromancer is my second favorite class. I love this class. Thank you so much for the follow, by the way. Welcome to the Cult of Xana and Drew Stay. Imp PJ or MPJ3. What's up, Scoob? How you doing? Necro activated.
No.
Yes, sir. So as you can see, there are no items. No items. Too much gold, but that's okay. We'll keep the gold in this shared stash here. But as you can see, there's nothing whatsoever on this character. However, very soon he will have some things. So we're going to start, of course, in Act 1 normal here. We'll be on our way to finding those beautiful, beautiful items. But it all starts with nothing, of course. Into the blood more.
Beware.
Follow this path to the Den of Evil and to the Cold Plains waypoint. I think, by the way, we need to get my controls. Yeah, make sure you have your controls set up however you like them. And then one thing you can do, even from the very beginning, is you can go pick up, knock some chests and open some chests. Make a skeleton with your starting wand. Set your hotkeys as you have them. Good stuff. Alright, so where the path splits off is usually in the beginning where the Den of Evil will be. We're actually going to make a TP right on top of the Den of Evil, and we're actually going to continue. Actually, it looks like we have... Alright, there we go. Make sure that we can walk and run at will. His stamina is going to be a bit of a problem. Basically, at this point in the game, you want to click a bunch of chests, kill a couple monsters on the way to the Cold Plains, and pick up everything. Absolutely everything. So that's what we're doing. And just continue along the path up to the cold plains at this point. Alright. You can go to town and sell some things for some potions before you enter the Den of Evil if you'd like. But you don't always have enough gold or anything to really do that. I don't think we're going to bother doing that too much here, as we have enough power to get through the Den of Evil just fine. Thank you so much for the 100 small gems. The Neon, not quite. It's actually a guided playthrough all the way through the game, where we also show you guys the best farming strategies to not just get through the game, but to build a strong foundation of a character that is capable of getting riches as fast as possible. You could do this in the beginning on a ladder start, and that's kind of the idea. There's no player count like in single player. Like right now, you'd already want to change the player count so the monsters are tougher, but would give us a lot more experience, which could allow us to level a lot faster. But we're not going to do that.
Some gold, a small gem.
Thank you, though, for the support,
in exchange for the equipment you need on whatever quest you might undertake.
Do it Players 8.
Don't be shy.
We actually don't want to do it Players 8 because you're not able to change your player count on Bnet. There's a lot of players that don't buy more than one copy of the game, so they have no way of increasing the player count. You're going to want to keep that Strangling Gas Potion. That can be great for AoE damage later on. It's going to require level 6, though. My favorite class is the Sorceress, but the Necromancer is one of my favorite classes, 100%. I really love the Poison Nova Necromancer build. I think that shows because I have that build guide on max roll as well. So when you level your first level, you just put a point into Teeth, and so that's what you can do. And then you put your first set of points into Energy. Now we can use Teeth as well. We have one mana potion that we can kind of put down here. We can actually start putting some other potions down here as well. You have to clear every monster in the Den of Evil, so try to be thorough as you progress. Alright. Ow. Try to be as thorough as possible. Pick up a lot of items. Anything you can sell would be good. Armors are going to be worth more than a lot of other crap items, though. Picking up potions when you find them is useful, so you don't have to go back to town and get more potions. And, you know, picking up certain things like Strangling Gas Potions will be good as well. Always pick up charms. Always pick up chip gems. And make your way through. I'm trying to be pretty thorough, though. Like that chip gem there, you're going to want to keep that.
I am overburdened.
Unless you absolutely have to sell that. Another Strangling Gas Potion. Wow, okay. That can be a little lucky. What's up, gem activated? How you doing? So we're kind of just going to go over what we do at every moment in this playthrough. Yeah, we're going to pick up all the potions. When we get back to town, there's some things we can buy, and then we sell pretty much as many things as we can. Always pick up jewelry as well. And then items with any class-specific items like Druid Helms, Barb Helms, Necromancer Shields, Necromancer Wands, Paladin Scepters, all those types of things, Sorceress Orbs, Sorceress Staves, can all have plus skills, and those are going to be the items that sell the best. The higher level the skills are, the more gold they will sell for. Alright, so we just got to level 3. It's another 5 points into energy. And another couple points into teeth. Another point into teeth. Another couple points into teeth. It's a skill! No. Let's go, plus teeth. That's right. Alright, so these cracked boots aren't really going to sell very good anyway. Throw them on the ground, pick up some things that are a little bit better. Alright. One thing you can do is to make sure you keybind either throw. Oh wait, oops. throw or force move so that when you move around, you're not casting a spell, you're swinging your wand, which can get you stuck.
Is that enough?
So that's going to be something you want to do as well. And there you have it. We were pretty thorough, right? Cleared them all. Didn't find another Scroll of Town portal, so we're actually just going to re-enter the game. We have the Cold Plains waypoint, which is why we made the TP in front of the Den of Evil, so we can go right back into it from the Cold Plains waypoint and continue on. You know, I think that would have been simpler, Gorilla Gains, if they had some kind of just like left-click move instead of like a force move necessarily, but I don't know. Alright, so yeah, you don't need any arrows, bolts, javelins. You could use javelins if you want in the beginning of the game, but teeth is pretty strong, does magic damage. Ethereal items don't tend to sell very well. You can get some rares as well. And it looks like we have a lot of Strangling Gas potions. I'd actually keep that for a bit. It's going to be nice for increasing our AoE damage once we start farming things like the tower. Around when we're level 6. It does require level 6, as you see there. Keeping jewels might be nice, but in the very beginning, it's not a bad idea to sell them because you need gold. And everything else. We don't really have a lot of gold on this first back, which is fine. And what we can do is just get a couple of scrolls, pick up some stamina potions, some thawing potions you can use in case you get frozen, stamina potions in case you run out of stamina, and then mostly just mana potions from here. If you don't already have a sash, what you can do is you can buy one from Charcy real quick. And we can do that as well.
Hi.
Sash can allow us to put more things into our belt, more potions, which will definitely help and make things a lot easier in general. And so you can more easily access your potions, and then you can check for some like 2-socketed helms or whatnot. You can actually get one right there, which is kind of nice. 2-socketed helms, 2-socketed armors are going to be good as well. I'll actually take that one and sell that one, and then the rest of this crap is just kind of garbage, honestly. You don't really need your buckler in the beginning either. As a matter of fact, that can actually cause you to block a lot where you don't want to block, so if you want more smooth animations, you can just take out the buckler, throw it on the ground. You don't even have to sell it, as it doesn't sell for anything. And so then everything else, you're going to put these two in the stashes. Those might come in handy later. And that's pretty much it. And then we're out of gold for the time being. Once you have around 3,000 gold, you're going to want to look at getting a Necromancer wand with plus teeth, and then eventually an Iron Maiden wand for the first boss, Andariel. But we're not going to worry about that just yet. Alright, so we just got another skill point. We're going to also put that into teeth. And now our teeth is pretty strong. Now once you leave the Den of Evil, you're no longer killing every monster. You want to focus mainly on killing elite packs like this one here. Demon Hunters, as you see there's a elite here, Puke, Weaver, the Shade. Those minions in the elite packs give 500% more experience. I just realized we actually don't even have the music on properly. Well, we can fix that. Bone Weave the Shade, and all of those monsters there, including the minions, give you 500% more experience than the rest of the monsters, so it's like basically 4 times more experience. Pretty insane. 4 or 5 times, I forget how exactly that works, but yeah. At any rate, champions give 300% experience, which are also quite a bit higher than regular monsters. So you follow the path to the Stony Field from the Cold Plains. One thing to note is that the path will split off into 2 directions, and will also split off into the Burial Grounds, where you can get an Act 1 Mercenary if you want. You don't have to, though, and we're not going to be demoing that here, but that path will be hugging the wall, whereas the path that goes to the Stony Field will be somewhere in the middle. It will not be hugging the outer edge of the map of the Cold Plains. Alright, so we just found another elite pack. We're going to put another point into teeth, and we're actually going to start putting some points into vitality. Ow. There, a blue sash. That could have something on it. I don't know. Probably not. Oh, 1 life versus nothing. Sweet. Sashes won't sell very much back, so don't worry about that. Then we just found Rock and Niju. He's going to be really juicy for experience. And you can see with a Bone Necro, you can kill him very easily from afar. Just don't melee him, and you won't die. Necromancer's pretty squishy. He doesn't have a lot of health. So you definitely want to be careful of archers and lightning enchanted monsters very early on, especially if you're on hardcore. One thing to note about the stones where Tristram is, and we're going to save Cain and get the Wurt's Leg for cows later and whatnot, is that it's always hugging the path somewhere, so this is always going to be near the path. Since we're going to want to go into Tristram and save Cain, that's an experience shrine, which is kind of cool. What we could do is you can put a TP next to that, so that we can get that for elites as we go through the underground passage after we find the Stony Field waypoint. So we're going to find the Stony waypoint.
Impossible.
Oh, there's a key right here, actually.
I can't carry anymore. I can't.
Ah! Stony Field waypoint is nice. We're gonna want that so we can go back into Tristram as we continue on to the Darkwood and the Black Marsh, which is gonna be the underground passage, which is gonna take us there. Is at the end of this path, right there. We'll see where the waypoint is, though. Looking these chests is always a good idea. There's always a lot of good items you can typically get from those. I don't need any boot. No, we don't really need just regular gloves like that, but you never know, they can have some decent stats on them. Overall, though,
I can't.
Items that you find in normal aren't going to be super important unless they have plus skills on them. And that's especially the case in normal Act 1. Or unless they're rune words, which we're going to work on making here in a moment. Did I forget to press something? No, that's okay.
Impossible.
How's more of a dry run? Oh, are you talking about yesterday? Yeah, we did kind of a test yesterday. We didn't really have enough time to complete it anyway. This is going to be the full-length feature. There you go. There's a Stony Field. We can actually go through that TP there where the Experience Shrine is. Oh, wow. 5,000. So that's why you pick up items like that right there. Picking up a scepter can have paladin skills, as I mentioned, in the Den of Evil. Those types of items can be worth a lot, especially if they have a lot of plus skills. So we got pretty lucky on that right there, which is kind of cool. So you're going to want items with sockets, so you can either put gems or runes in them, and of course, maybe resistances or life. And you're going to want to find jewelry with faster cast rate as fast as possible. But now that we have gold, you actually can look for something that can actually make you a little bit stronger if you want. Like right here, we have a 1 to teeth wand, which is not too bad. You can also get like an FCR wand if you want temporarily. I don't see anything too good here though. We might actually wait just a little bit and see if we can get like a +2 or a +3 teeth wand, which would be even better. And for the time being, let's continue on. I can also buy some of this stuff as well if I want. A couple more mana potions and whatnot. Always make sure you have enough mana potions for sure. Alright, so what I can do here is I can put a TP here and continue forward. And maybe use that Experience Shrine when it's going to matter. I can use that for maybe leveling up a bit in Tristram. Experience Shrines in general are the best shrine you can get for progressing through the game quickly. And then skill shrines are pretty good, mana regen shrines, and stamina shrines help a bit too. So you're not bleeding stamina. Gonna make a lot of dying sounds, but that's totally okay. Alright, in the dark, in the underground passage, that whole area here is kind of pointing this way. You're going to want to go in that general direction because that is usually where the entrance to the Dark Wood is.
I can't. Impossible. I can't.
It's going to be, the exit area is going to be facing the same direction that is. So usually it's going to be roughly in the same direction. So we just kind of follow that. We should get to the end here. Scroll of Town Portal. You never know. We might need to do that. We're going to need a waypoint of some kind to go back. We also hit level 5, which is around where you probably should be by this point. And then we're going to put some more points into Vitality. And we're going to put another point to Teeth. Teeth Wand is going to be nice if we can find it, though. Ooh. Emerald, that's nice. Lock chests have slightly better odds of dropping good items than regular chests, which is something to be aware of.
I can't.
Did he die? No, it's just... If you're talking about the other Necromancer, we were just testing some things mostly. Also, we didn't really have enough time to finish it anyway. We're making a new one. Alright. So, once again, you'll notice that when we're killing monsters, unless the monsters are directly in our way, directly in our path, we're mainly focusing on killing only the elites and the champions and the minion monsters. Those are the monsters that are going to be worth our time to kill. Will actually give us a significant amount of experience. Now, one thing I can do here, I could continue on to the Black Marsh and get the Black Marsh waypoint. And that's going to be very key for our first farm, which is normal Countess, which is going to give us a lot of those essential runes, making those rune roots that are going to be very key to our smooth progression through the rest of the game. I was just kind of scuffed. I didn't have enough time to do it anyway, man. So I was testing kind of an experimental build anyway, so
I can't.
It was mostly a test run. It's okay. You get the full thing this time. All right, the tower will be somewhere on the outside in the Black Marsh, or the Forgotten Tower for Countess. We're not going to worry about that just yet, though. Mainly looking for the waypoint. We're also going to need the Scroll of Benefice to actually enter Tristram, which is in the Dark Wood. So as we continue to progress, we're mainly just looking for things that can help us out here. Perfect, okay, that's good. So, and apparently we've got a really good tower in this first map. That doesn't always happen. If you're on Battle.net with random map generation, you're not going to be able to count on the tower or anything else, including an elite pack being in the same spot every time. So, that is why we're going to go over map generation and whatnot, so you guys always feel confident you can advance through the game without too much trouble. Strangling gas potions will sell decently well. One socketed cap is garbage. Quilted armor can sell maybe for something. Gonna go now back to the Dark Wood now that we have the Black Marsh waypoint and look for Treehead Woodfist, who can also give us a lot of experience, in the Scroll of Benefice, which is going to help us enter Tristram. Tristram will be good for experience, and will also give us a free ring for saving Cain, and then Cain can ID our items so we don't always have to use scrolls, which is just nice for progression in general.
I need a key.
We're out of keys, rip. Remember, when you find items like a wolf head, like this wolf head could be good. It would have been better if it wasn't a Thuriel. A Thuriel can significantly decrease the value of an item, including items with plus skills. But if you have enough good plus skills or whatever, it might still be worth something. At this point in the game, you're still being pretty loose with what you pick up because you need gold as much as possible to get those key wands to progress through the game as easily as possible. One thing to note is even if the wand says low quality, it can still have Necro skills on it and it can still sell good. So even low quality type wands, like crude ones and whatnot. I also found a Black Wood waypoint next to Treated Wood. Ow! He does a lot of damage. I just want to kite and throw out a teeth every once in a while. If they kill you, it's okay. Especially that we have waypoints, but in general, that's how she's done. Javelins can be nice just to throw in the beginning on any character because they can do a lot of damage, but for the Necromancer, teeth is pretty effective as like a ranged ability, so I would actually say they're probably least effective on the Necromancer overall. So we're just gonna sell them. Don't necessarily need them at all for any reason. Like we have amplified damage.
This truly shines with inner spirits.
Let's see if this has anything on it. Okay, it has something on it. Let's see here. Inventory Tetris. Always a fun time. Alright, then everything we have that's decent we're gonna sell. We're gonna go back to sell it. We're gonna give the scroll to Akara. Gonna be ready for continuing to level up here. We also made it to level 6, which is kind of where you want to be before you enter like Tristram or Travancore, or not Travancore, Tristram or the Forgotten Tower anyway, to start leveling and getting those Countess runes. And we're going to continue to level up Vitality. We really need that HP, especially once we get to the tower. Another thing we're going to definitely want to need to really improve our ability to tank and kite and just overall deal damage to monsters safely at this point in the game on a very fragile Necromancer here. It's going to be 1 point to Clay Golem. So Clay Golem is ridiculously tanky for this point in the game. As a matter of fact, he has more health than you do, so it's going to prove to be very useful. You can also just keep recasting him if he dies, so he's going to be really, really good. It's worth not putting yet another point to teeth just for that. You might think 9 fire would be nice, but honestly it doesn't really do all that much at this point in the game. Like I said, for the most part, kind of just want to sell a bunch of stuff. We're level 6 now, so we can use a Strangling Gas Potion. We even have another one in the stash, so we aren't even going to have to sell and rebuy the potions if we want to refill the quantity, just because we have so much. That's actually kind of nice. Chip skulls are more valuable than other chip gems, but they're usually not as useful. You can sell them for money if you want. On that first back, you'll remember we bought our tomes, we bought some potions. You always want to make sure we're kind of stocked up in general. One thing to note is before you get a 3-slot belt where you can have 3 slots with a 2-slot belt, it's actually easier just to left-click the potions in Legacy mode currently. That could change in future patches. But potion buying is currently very fast this way. Don't ask me why, that's just how it is. You'll also notice that we have 6,000 gold, so at this point you can definitely check for a teeth wand. Oh my goodness. If we could somehow buy that, that would be amazing. This one's also pretty decent too though. 1 to teeth, 10% faster cast rate. We need slightly more gold, so what are we gonna do to get that gold here? Might have to sell our chip gems. Alright, we'll sell some chip gems. Let's see what we can do here. I don't know if we have enough gold though, to be honest. We might not. I don't know if we have enough of anything. Let's see. 8,600 versus 7,900. Okay, so yeah, 500. Might even want to sacrifice the potions here, unfortunately, for some extra AoE, just because we can do pretty well if we get a nice wand here. So I guess we can get... Looks like we have enough gold to maybe squeak it out slightly. Oh dear. I need to sell the rejuve too. Let's see what we got here. 1, 2. Yeah, just sell everything you got. You can buy this stuff back later. 8,600, huh? Man, that is an amazing wand for this point in the game. It's so good. It's so good that I don't mind selling pretty much everything to get it. We'll even sell the juice, F it. Not both of the juice. We can sell a few of these. Are we able to buy it yet? Yeah, we're able to buy it. There it is. 3 to teeth, 2 to bone armor. That's actually super good. So if you can get one of those at this point in the game, that's really good. Not only does it have teeth, the other reason I sacrificed everything for it is that it also has 2 to bone armor, which at this point in the game is going to really improve your tankiness as well. So honestly, the rest of everything else wasn't really helping us that much. We can rebuy that stuff from Charcy. It's not a big deal. It's really important in the beginning of the game if you want a smoother progression to get more plus skills to teeth. And we still have 1 rejuve. We don't have any more strangling gas potions, which is kind of sad. But we do have the potions that can still get us through Tristram or the tower. We might just find another strangling gas potion, but it's not that big of a deal if you find a wand this good anyway. Not that big of a deal. Not that big of a deal. That's actually really cool. So we found a really sick wand. That's not a wand you're always going to find, by the way.
Impossible.
You can settle for a +2 to teeth wand. You know, 1 to teeth, 10 FCR. At this point, we're really poor, so I'll pick up anything that's worth some gold. Let's pick up the leather armor. Body armors are nice, and the higher tier of body armor, the more they're going to be worth as we progress through the game. Same thing with the higher level of skill on any item with plus skills. So let's keep going.
All that's left of proud Tristram are ghosts and
We
ashes.
fire sailed everything. Alright, so one thing to note is if you go kind of around the outside of Tristram, you can find a lot of elite packs, which is good. We're going to level us up. We also hit that experience shrine we saved for this point, so we can actually level up a little bit faster even, which is kind of nice. Smart use of those experience shrines will really go a long way. Oh yeah, I also forgot to get the golem out.
I can't.
That's right, we do have a golem. We still target the elite packs if possible. Let's see if there's any more elites on the outside here. Maybe not, maybe so. Oh wow, +2 teeth and +2 CE. +3 teeth and +2 bone armor, actually. It's really good. And one thing to mention is that if we find any Necromancer shields, always pick those up for sure. They can give us +2 teeth, +2 bone spear, +2 Iron Maiden. There's a lot of skills that you can get on those that can help you out. Bone armor. Just a lot of skills in general. Alright, so we just saved him.
Deckard Cain.
He's good to go.
If you value your life, leave here immediately.
And it doesn't look like there's any more elite packs. So we're gonna go back to town. And we're actually gonna start pushing through the tower. This is gonna be the first important farm as you progress your fledgling Necromancer. Fledgling Necromancer. So we just got a free ring. That ring's not very good for anything, so we're just gonna sell it for gold. You mainly just want faster cast rate or resistances on a ring this early on anyway. Otherwise, you can sell it. That could have been used on an Act 1 mercenary if you happen to get one. One thing to note is that at this point in the game, what are we doing? Okay, we do have some gold now, which is nice. We're gonna put the word slig away as well. At this point in the game, you can definitely start with a summon Necromancer, so you can put points into skeleton mastery and whatnot if you want from the very beginning. However, you're gonna have a lot of trouble with certain bosses and certain areas like the maggot lairs, so that's why we're doing bone to begin with. So of course you can check Akara for gear if you want. As you can see, she sells 2 socketed armors and whatnot pretty often, so you know we can actually just get some new ones here, and we'll be ready to go for both our most important rumored stealth with this one, and then this one we could put some gems into, which is nice. That's crazy that we ended up having to sell everything for that long though. It's actually really funny. Alright, so let's continue to put points into vitality. And then at level 7, you're going to go right back to putting points into teeth. So, as this actually goes, And as you can see, our teeth does quite a bit of damage now, and there's quite a bit of teeth. One thing to mention about this skill is that it does magic damage, so physical resistance on monsters won't prevent it from doing damage, which is nice. Also, it does not shotgun, so when you hit a monster with a set of teeth, only one of the teeth will actually hit. You can hit them with waves of teeth, of course, but in a single wave of teeth, though, only one will actually hit. So it's mostly good for like AoE damage, and it does a lot of damage against those low HP monsters early on. At any rate, it's time to start farming Countess. So if you might recall, I did mention that the Black Marsh, the Forgotten Tower here, is always going to be on the edge of the Black Marsh map. And then once you enter the tower,
This place reeks.
even if you're not on the single player, there's a predictable way to know where to go. So, all maps in Diablo 2 have patterns based on the entrance block or where the waypoint is, and a lot of those things in that nature. So, for instance, this entrance area here, you can call this whole area the entrance block. This entrance block is forcing me to go this way. It's kind of like pointed in this direction. This whole block is pointed this way. What that means is that in order to get to Tower Cellar at level 2, and every Tower Cellar level, including a lot of other maps in the game, most maps work like this, the exit will be a west or a left-facing tile relative to the entrance block. So this is going to go this way, which means we're going to want to go this way. So it's going to be somewhere in this direction. So because it is in that direction, most of the time you just want to go in that direction. Sometimes it might be around to the back, and it's a block facing to the left or west, and it's behind you. That's what's called a backwards map. It can also be really far in front and to the left, but in general, you kind of just want to make your way to the left most of the time, because that's what's going to be most effective, so that's what we're going to do. And voila, there it is. Voila! Alright, sweet. The other thing to note is that you don't have to necessarily only go towards the exit. You can also check near it and see if there's any elite packs, which can also be very useful. We're in a really good position so far this run with a wand this powerful, though. Those plus skills make a big difference. Unlike tiny stats like defense, which do pretty much nothing at this stage in the game. Some replenished life. Even a tiny bit of life is nothing in comparison to something like this. But yeah, as you can see though, if you go immediately and find a left-facing tile immediately to the left when this whole area here is facing this way, it's going to be up there. So this is facing this way, so we're going to go to the west or left of it, so we're going to follow this area. Throwing knives actually still pretty decent. We will kill the champions and elites along the way because they're worth a lot of experience. By the time we leave the tower, we want to be somewhere around level 10 to level 12 at minimum. Ah, there we go. So we ended up finding some more strangling gas potions anyway. What do you know? Just in time for the Countess. And see, notice that this whole area is facing to the left relative to how this is facing. It's going to be the same thing every time. This area is facing the way we're currently running, so I'm going to go over to that. Ooh. Alright, so one thing to note is that you can recast the golem in front of you. And it will be able to tank the archer fire. It's a very good strategy. It's recasting the golem in front of you. And it's got a chip gem. Light healing potions are better than what you can buy. Pick up all the mana potions for sure, and at least the light healing potions. If you never need to play inventory Tetris and put some valuable items in your stash, it's okay to drink some potions. But yeah, as you can see, this whole area here is pointing this way, so that means we're finding a left-facing tile. So you just go to the left every single time. Strangling Gas Potion will be good for AoE. We can throw that and use it against elite packs this early on, when we're still kind of weak. And we could also use it against the Countess, if your teeth level is still lower because you didn't buy a teeth wand yet, something like a Strangling Gas Potion might be even more important. But in general, that's what's going on. Ooh. No, no, no. Okay, so we have a rare shield here. We also have a jawbone cap. Jawbone Cap has no plus skills. Rare Shield could sell maybe for something. Okay, we do have 2 socketed armors already. And that's just a quilted armor, which is the lowest type of armor. Won't sell that well, honestly. Not anymore. We're getting to the point now where we don't really need that as much. Resummon the golem. Right in front of you. You can even throw Strangling Gas Potion if you want. And she's gonna drop some runes. So she always drops anywhere from like 0 to 3 runes from her standard rune table. She can drop up to Rao rune in normal. So any rune from L through Rao. The main runes we're going to want to be looking for are Tal and F for the rune word Stealth, which is very important in normal and for progressing once we hit level 17. But in general, we have the Black Marsh Warp, we have everything else. We could just leave the game, but since we know where the path to the Outer Cloister waypoint is, we're going to want to take that first. And then we're going to just start farming the Countess. Someone's looking for someone to do some Chaos runs with them. They want... As you can see, that sold for 700, so those throwing knives sell very well. All these other chip gems, if possible, we're going to want to keep them for later. They can help us cube up runes that we're going to need later. They can also help us repair items with charges once we get some Ort runes, which will become important later. But in general, chip gems are the easiest to find in normal Act 1. So it's actually just a good idea just to hold on to them for now. And we're just going to keep putting points into Vitality and keep putting points into Teeth for now. Alright. How we doing, chat? Farming from 0 to endgame? Yeah, pretty much. Well, the point is to show you how to go from nothing to being able to farm for the best items in the game without anything too crazy. Reasonable items that you can expect to farm yourself. You won't require any help or any trading or single player player count or anything like that to get through these runs. And that's kind of the point of this, is to show what you can do if you just start Necromancer. Brand new ladder. And do it yourself on single player. With single player actually makes it a little bit easier because you have saved maps, so you can like farm like an elite boss over and over, like Beetle Burst, to get levels, and you don't actually have to like kill elites along the way as much. You can have like areas where you just kind of power farm a lot more often, and you can also set the player count so you can get a lot more experience as you kill the elites and whatnot. And you can also set it back to players 1 when it's convenient as well. Of course, this is just players 1 solo BattleNet playthrough. 100%. So as you can see there, that golem there is doing very good tanking for us. And the reason we're killing those monsters is because they're blocking the door. They're in our way. Alright, so as you can see, the path ends here. This is where the path ends, Outer Cloister. And from here is the barracks. We're only level 8 though, and that's pretty under-leveled for pushing through the barracks. We also don't have key runes for our starting rune words like Stealth. We do have we have Tau runes though, and we have a Tur. The Tur could be nice for pushing through the game, and it can be nice quality of life, so that's nice. And Tal is half of Stealth. Stealth is Tal Eth, so Tal is good. But we also need an Eth rune, and maybe we can even get some Rao runes or some Tur runes in general as we continue to push through, which can be nice for our survivability. Now, since we already did the Countess in this game and everything else, we're going to want to continue to farm the Countess. So we're going to make a new game. And now we're level 8. Okay.
Not in town.
So this wand is really good. So, as you might be able to tell though, we're actually getting some decent amount of gold. By the way, if you get like random elemental damage, like 1 defense, things like that on charms, just sell them. If they have life or resistances, kind of like most items that are worth wearing at this point in this game, keep them. So those will be good to sell. And what we're going to want to start doing, since as we get more gold, is we're going to want to look for an Iron Maiden wand if we can find one. And an Iron Maiden wand will be very key for a cheese strat that the Necromancer uses to kill bosses. Killing bosses for the Necromancer can be very difficult unless you use Iron Maiden and Golem respawning. And believe it or not, it's extremely effective at killing bosses. So that's what we're going to want to do, just in general. We could also buy a wand like this as well at some point if we continue to get more gold, just to have some faster cast rate. But we're not going to worry about it right now. I'm going to gather some gold in preparation for that Iron Maiden wand, which we weren't able to find there. But check a car for that Iron Maiden wand at this point after you buy your Teeth wand.
Good day.
You're going to want to try to do that if possible as you continue to gather items that are worth something for gold. Alright, well, that's not bad, actually. Oh, that's gonna take all my gold, though. I like half restoration, but at the end of the day, it's probably worth just saving your gold for the wand. I was mainly just checking for socketed shields there. A 3-socketed shield would also be nice, because that could set us up for Ancient's Pledge, which we can make at the end of normal. I wouldn't worry about that too much yet, but you can check Charsty for that as well, in addition to the stealth armors, which are 2-socketed white armors, 2-socketed helms as well for lore later on, and for chip gems as well.
Impossible.
One thing to keep in mind is that you have to have a white or a gray base to make a rune word out of. Do not try to make a rune word ever out of a magic base. Unless you want to be the laughing stock of a forum where you complain on. That's pretty much all you're going to accomplish with that. Don't do it! Why didn't it work? It cannot be a magic item. It cannot have blue lettering where it says quilted armor. It has to say quilted armor in gray. If it's in white, you can put sockets in it potentially, depending on what the rune word is, if it's worth doing it. But yeah, you can't do that. Alright, so looking for the tower. It's going to be on the edge of the map somewhere typically. It's going to be next to one of the walls. Okay, so it ended up being pretty close to the waypoint. I just went in the wrong direction. Definitely check around the waypoint if you want first. You don't want to go all the way around like I did. True. That's literally what happens. Like, I think a very large amount of complaint posts I see on forums or like Facebook and whatnot, people making rune words and things that they can't make rune words in, making something in the wrong base, putting them in the wrong order, accidentally putting runes in. Yeah, rune words are very strict in Diablo 2. They have to be exact. Rune word calls for 2 runes. Then the base has to have 2 sockets. If it calls for it to be in a scepter or a mace type weapon, it literally has to be that class of weapon. And when it comes to Hodo, it's actually confusing because there's a lot of things that will say mace class, but they're actually technically a hammer that you can't make the Heart of the Oak in. So yeah, it's just confusing in general. So anyway, we're literally just navigating the map. As you can notice, this is a brand new map, and we're navigating it the exact same way. Go straight from the entrance area, and then go left. Aha! Ooh, a preserved head. That could have Necromancer skills. Don't miss those. Also found a ruby, which can be nice for early game. We're gonna just stick that in there, give us a little bit more health. Why not? We found a chipped sapphire. We can do the same thing.
I can't.
Which is really good because the Necromancer often has mana problems. Okay. Burr as jaw, yeah. So you can see that this one is pointing this way, so we are in general still going to the left. Now you can use your Strangling Gas Potion against some of the elite packs. The Ghost pack, though, Ghosts tend to be pretty resistant to poison. I think they even have poison resistance in normal.
I need mana.
So that's probably not going to help us very much there. It's going to do some negative damage. 0 DPS. Pay your 5 jaws on my Ed Giant Thresher. Do I win the game now? Sure, if you're on Hero Editor. Alright, so at level 9 we're still putting points into Teeth. Still putting points into Vitality. If you want, you can put some extra points into Energy. Don't worry about putting points into Strength until a few levels from now, though.
Impossible.
We will want that so we can wear a 3-slot belt, but we're not worried about that just yet.
Can't carry anymore.
If we were a Paladin, we want that Juicy Targe. Those definitely came in handy on the Paladin run. We don't have many Strangled Gas Potions. We can revive if we want, though. How? Ral if. Okay. Interesting.
Can't carry anymore.
So Ral is really nice. Can give us some bonus fire res in Act 3 and Act 4. Oh dang, I didn't want to drink the light mana potion, whatever. Alright, so we killed the Countess, GG. We literally could just reload at this point. And we're gonna pick up every single rune she drops. Even if there isn't a rune word that you don't think you're gonna need later, you might need these runes later for different rune words in general. Of course, you can also trade them. Runes are very valuable. And you can also use them to cube up to other runes. So, if for some reason we have trouble maybe getting an Eth rune, maybe we could use 4 Nefs to cube up to the Eth rune. For stealth and so on. Now one thing to note is that once we get to like level... If we ever get like close to level 15 in Act 1, we really don't want to focus on leveling, we just kind of want to get to the end of the act at that point because we're over leveled. If you still don't have all your runes by that point, you can try to get them in Act 2, but by the time that you should be wearing that rune word, you might have to go back and farm some normal Countess. Maximum stamina, next level useless charm there. Once again, we can sell the Strangling Gas Potion back to the vendor if we want. And now it's refilled. And we can check now again for a wand with Iron Maiden. It doesn't matter what kind of wand in this case, just has to have something into Iron Maiden. We don't have a lot of gold though, so need to continue to use our gold sparingly. Also, it looks like we just have way too many healing potions. Okay. What I know when ladder reset is? I don't. They're likely to announce it within the next week and a half, though.
Good to see you.
Ladder Season 2 is going to be super hype. You see us all there. 2-socketed large shield. Oh, this is the preserved head we picked up. So as you can see, this one has nothing on it. No plus skills. That's unfortunate. We could buy this 2-socketed shield in case it becomes useful, in case we don't get a decent Necromancer head. And now we got a 2-socketed helm again. Sweet. That's kind of cool. One thing we can do is also get that for some poison res against Andy, but that's not very important. Once again, it does have some resistances though. Resistances is always a decent stat. Alright, let's continue though. Let's continue farming the Countess. Have every rune we probably could ever want at this point, except for maybe a second Ral rune, maybe another Tur rune.
Impossible.
And then the F rune. The F rune is definitely the most important one that we're still missing. And we're only level 9, so we're definitely still not going to want to push through the barracks, even if we had all our runes at this point. Leveling up a bit more is definitely going to be nice here. Set this Tuesday. No. Don't get trolled that easily, man. Make it harder for them to troll you. You're making it too easy for chat to troll you, my man. You're just giving it to them. What the heck? By the way, a lot of you guys asking when the ladder reset is, even if I had special information, which I might, I can't give it to you. If you Google it or you check the Blizzard launcher and there's no information on the Blizzard launcher, or by Googling it, then the only people that know are probably the people that are Blizzard themselves, or the people or the content creators that have special NDA contracts with them. So that's about it. Since I'm a part of Maxwell, I might know when it is. I've told people that I have a pretty decent idea as to when their target is because they've already said something about it. But once again, they will be announcing it soon. For the rest of you guys, not a big deal. It's coming. That's all you gotta know. It's coming. Be prepared for another Diablo 2 ladder reset ASAP. Man, I'm not checking enough around the waypoint. That's the issue here. Well, I guess we didn't go all the way around. Still kind of lame though. Alright, so keeping up your bone armor. Your bone armor absorbs physical damage only, and it will deplete if it runs out of how much physical damage it can absorb maximum. But like the golem, you can always recast it. It only blocks physical damage though.
I can't carry
So it will not block like an elemental component of the physical damage or anything else, any other type of damage. But honestly, bone armor is probably the only reason that necromancers can get any level of tankiness at all. Besides, of course, their posse, which can protect them, golems and whatnot. The thing to note is if you reach level 11 and somehow you just have a ton of gold on the hand, you can try to gamble for a gold dagger, which can prove extremely helpful for farming items later just by boosting your magic find. We won't demo that in this run, but if you do want to go from rags to riches on any character, gambling a gold dagger using about somewhere between 2 and 3 million gold, which is the average, is not a bad strategy.
I can't carry anymore.
Get unlucky, it's going to take more than that. That's a lot of gold though. If you just made a brand new character at the start of ladder, probably not going to have the gold to do that. But if you make a second character, it's definitely pretty easy. Farm up a little bit on the first character, make a second character, and then Zan. Alright. Oh, we hit the pillar grip. So those archers hit really hard. We haven't been taking a lot of damage from them though because I have bone armor early in the game from my wand, but also because we have the clay golem. Putting the clay golem in front of you before you engage them is always going to be a sick strategy. Now you might be wondering, why are we picking up all these hard leather armors? Chip sapphire, even better. Here we go. Ooh, first amulet, nice. So the chip sapphire just gave us some mana as well. That's really nice. Those are the kinds of things you want to put in your socketed items early on. And since they are not rune words, your item could be blue, but we don't need to. The hard leather armors, though, sell the best, though, at this point in the game, so if you're looking for an armor that sells really good, those are going to be nice. Wow, you see all that damage we just took? Just used a flying potion because I just got frozen. Just got frozen again, but now that I have 50 cold res, I'm not frozen as long. One thing to note is the length that you're frozen is based on whether you have half freeze duration. Cannot be frozen, which means you're not frozen at all unless the monster has holy freeze. And then, of course, your cold resistance will also influence the length that you're frozen. Alright, we're still putting points into vitality. And then we're going to put 1 point to teeth. And now, after this, we're going to hold points in case you want to put a point to Iron Maiden, because we are not sure if we'll have to do that or not. We might.
Impossible.
Throw that potion! A second turret, okay. Interesting. So, we could actually use those 2 turrets if we wanted to. Let's Let's get some magic ones. Okay, let's go. Don't worry about like selling every little thing and going back multiple times to town. Just like pick up what you can. Go to town once per run. So Turunes are nice. We might even make a helm with like 2 Turunes or something and get some mana per kill. That'll definitely help with their mana situation as we progress. At least up through Act 4. Ah, fire resistance. Wow. Useful amulet. Sweet. That's kind of cool. Alright, yeah, you see that? It's like 1,400 there. That's almost 1,000. That's decent for a mercenary armor. We might keep that for our mercenaries, so when we get to Act 4, he has something to wear. Anything that has like res on it might help the mercenary, like light res would be nice. We're not really going to want to focus on wearing something like this ourselves. Because something as simple as this, it just gives us some life and mana in general, is going to be a lot more effective. But for the mercenary that also needs some defense and stuff, it's kind of nice. So yeah. Also, we do have some more gold, so we could sell that if we need to, just to buy an Iron Maiden wand. One thing to note is Iron Maiden is a level 12 skill. Ooh. It is an Iron Maiden wand, but it's a magic wand, which automatically made it more expensive. It's 18,000. That's probably too much. Yeah, we're not going to want to sell all our crap again. Nah, I think we're okay. If we really want to, we can just farm for that wand as well. Once we hit a level 11, though, I'm not going to put any skill points in, just in case it's not easy for us to find an easy Iron Maiden wand. But Iron Maiden's going to be very, very essential to our boss killing capabilities, so no matter what. We're going to want that pretty soon. And also look to Charcy for another 2-socketed helm. We already have enough 2-socketed armors. And... oh, okay, that's a really cheap boots for poison res. Nice, whatever. Something! Yeah, don't feel concerned you don't have belts and every slot filled full of something, because in normal Act 1, it's mostly the plus skills that are going to carry you, and the skills that you put in and your stat allocation. Armors and stuff, like things like gems, can definitely help like that.
Impossible.
But the skills are so much more important than anything else. Don't get too caught up on that. Just waste a lot of time usually.
I can't.
So notice that we're still killing elite packs. Nothing really changes in that regard if you're just doing a solo BattleNet playthrough. You're pretty much always going to want to kill elite packs and minions. And champions most of the time if you can. Clicking clickables as you run by them. They can drop really nice items. Well, I don't think they're gonna make them that hard. But you never know. Maybe they'll make them a bit more terrorizing. I don't know. Talking about terror zones, the new feature, which allows you to farm areas that are higher level than they normally can be based on your level. What's interesting is we could use that. I think we're okay though. Dude, I'm just going in the wrong direction every time. Alright, go in this direction. Alright, let's go to the left. That 2-socket. It is. Nice. Now we have 2-socket helms. The only thing Charcy can really give us now is a 3-socket large shield if she has one. Kara, we can still look for that Iron Maiden wand that is affordable. Might be difficult. Oh, always pick up that jewelry. 10% faster cast rate would be amazing to get on any piece of jewelry at this point in the game. Let's see what we got here. 5 life. Well, alright, I mean, that's something, I guess. Not super useful, but it's okay. Is it worth? Well, it's up to you. What is your goal? I mean, you can farm endgame items fairly quickly as long as you know how to progress, which is the whole point of Rags to Riches for any of the characters. However, if you want to really get to those endgame items as fast as possible, the Sorceress, because of teleport early on, is going to be the most efficient typically. You can also go for torches on a Paladin, which is also a very efficient strat. And if you invest in your Assassin, it's efficient. Necromancer could be solid though, you just gotta know where to farm, so it just depends on what you want to do. It also depends on whether you like playing the Sorceress, you know, play what you enjoy, don't get burnt out doing something just because it's meta or efficient. Remember, it's a game. Unless your goal is to become rich using the economy, you don't even necessarily have to go from rags to riches, you can just play the game, right? Whatever you want to do. Of course, a lot of people are interested in that, so yeah. Alright, let's see, an amulet. That could be a 10 FCR amulet, which would be better than fire resistance. Faster cast rate is definitely a priority. As soon as we can get it, really. We're gonna want it in some form. All these rings. Okay.
I can't carry anymore.
Yeah, I don't have any room for nothing.
I can't.
There it is, the F rune and another 2 rune even. And a Rao rune. Honestly, that last drop was perfect. It's like every rune that I still could have possibly had a use for. All in one drop. Alright. Excellent. You know what? Actually, I'm gonna go back and pick some of this stuff up because there's a lot of it. Diablo clone walks next season? Oh, you mean am I gonna host them on hardcore? Yeah, probably. Certainly, I'll try to host them in hardcore as soon as we can gather the SOJs, right? 1 dexterity, that's pretty nasty. Oh wow, that's probably the best possible ring you can find at level 3. I think that's the maximum single res you can find. That's also 10 FCR. Wow. That's really crazy. The fuck? I know. Isn't that nutty? Alright, well that is pretty nutty. Very cool. Alright. Well, that's going to give us some more teeth. We're also level 11, which means now we kind of are high enough to push the barracks. So I think we will. We have all the runes we could possibly want. We have the Tal Eth for... ready to go for our stealth, which is going to be an insane rune word. Once we make it, you'll see how good it is. We even have the 2 runes at level 13 as well, which... We have so many 2 runes that I think what we're going to do is we're going to put 2 of the 2 runes here into the skull cap, and we're going to use them to get 4 mana per kill, which will vastly help our mana regen situation. So we're actually going to put them in there just to get ready for it. And that's actually a really cool helm you can make this early in the game, which can really help you out. That is insane RNG, yeah, for sure. This is an insane level 3 ring. Yeah, but it's not too insane to get 10 FCR in general. As a matter of fact, by the time you finish Countess farming, I think on average you have 1 10 FCR jewelry piece. You might not at this point, but on average you have 1. You might have multiple of them already. I've seen that. You can get even luckier. The fact that it even has fire res on top of that is pretty insane. Alright. And we don't have Iron Maiden yet, so I'm still holding my skill points. I will put these points into Vitality, though, at level 11. Especially since we're going to start pushing the barracks. Come on, baby. Give me an affordable Iron Maiden wand. That is not affordable. 72,000. No. There's another one, 54,000. Yeah, sometimes it's rough, man. Oh, we'll see. Oh, dinner was pretty good, my man. Yo, that's a sick ring, though. You could use this ring all the way to endgame because it has res and faster cast rate. This ring can be used all the way throughout this guide, and you never know, it might be. Depends on what we find. Wouldn't mind it at all. Could buy this belt in preparation for getting enough strength to wear this belt. We're gonna actually start putting points into strength very, very soon. That's about it. GSJD, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Cult of Xanander's Day. Baiting for a free glug didn't work. No! Alright, so now we're gonna start pushing the rest of the game and get to the end of Act 1 and kill Andariel. So, if you want to know where the barracks is from the outer cloister, if you have the fountain in the middle here, that waypoint there on the left side, if the waypoint's on the left side, the barracks is on the right side, so in this case the barracks is on the right side. If the waypoint's on the right side of the fountain, it's to the left. If there's no fountain at all and there's there's like a garden in the middle, there's like a cross garden in the middle, you go straight ahead. But in this case, the waypoint is to the left, which means that the barracks is going to be to the right.
I can already tell that I'll be your best friend in this forsaken camp.
Sun God, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Cult of Xanander's Day. And notice this is red. We can't use this until level 13, so we're going to continue, of course, killing the elite packs, as we're only level 11, so we're still going to want more experience before we finish Act 1. Typically, you want to finish Act 1 somewhere between like level 12 and level 15. Level 13 is a really good place to be. Now, the jail and the smith, where the hammer is, which you want to return to Charcy to get an imbue quest for later, will be at the end of the barracks map, typically. Oh wow, we're amped. Ah! Studded leather, that's going to sell even better than hard leather armor. Getting some better items as we continue to progress through the game. Just don't get hit, that's right. Alright, in this case it looks like the hammer was all at the top and to the end. Smith isn't really worth killing. You can if you want, but just kind of a waste of time. He doesn't usually drop. He drops something useful very rarely, so it takes a little bit to kill, especially with Teeth. Teeth has 17 damage now, though, which isn't bad. Oculus should scare you in hardcore, however... Oh, it looks like the jail might actually be to the right side this time. That's pretty rare, actually.
Impossible.
It's gonna be like a right or a east-facing tile. Could be open. Good enough. Remember, if there's some dangerous monsters in front of you, always respawn the Iron Golem. Make sure you have your bone armor up as well. These extra fast guys aren't nearly as scary as long as you have your golem in front of you, and you're good to go. That's why we did that in the first place. The golem is going to serve as a very useful distraction for a very long time, even when he dies extremely fast. Of course, he will get a buff just by existing once we enter nightmares, so that will be kind of cool. A nice health buff. Oh wow. It's a gnarled staff and there's no skills on it. It's gonna sell for nothing!
The slow torture of caged starvation.
Ah yes, the Necromancer has some of the best things. Lord Diablo, I have bested you. Necromancer has some good ones. Alright, so from the jail, definitely had a weird map there at the barracks, but in general, going to the end of the map is usually going to be pretty close to where it's at.
Enough mana.
What do we have here? Looks like we got a topaz. That's kind of nice. We still don't have a necromancer head with any useful skills, which is a little unfortunate. But in the jail waypoint is to the left or to the west of the entrance tile, but jail 2 is going to be facing in the same direction. So generally, you want to kind of go straight ahead, as straight as you possibly can. Might have to go slightly to the left until straight ahead, but still, that's how it works. That's a really cool ring, though. Jeez. Already have a res FCR ring. It's pretty good. Yo! YOLO gameplay on hardcore is fun, but it also means that you might not make it to the end successfully. Okay. As you can see there, whenever you have a lot of dark ones clustered around champions, you actually get a huge amount of experience because the random monsters around them are bugged and they actually count as minions, which is kind of cool. Around the champion monsters.
I can't carry anymore.
So we just got a lot of experience there. That's only the case in the jail. You might know this if you've watched a speedrun. You ever see any random dark ones surrounded champions? Surrounding a bunch of champions, those random ones will also give you 500% experience. Just kind of weird. Or whatever it is, like 300%. They'll take on the qualities of like either the elite or the champion monsters, basically. It's pretty broken.
I can't.
Yeah.
Hi.
Okay, so we're in jail 2. It's literally the same thing. This whole area is pointing this way, so we're going straight ahead if possible. You could also find pit spawn foul dogs somewhere on the side, typically in jail 2. If you want to kill him for fun, like we can go look for him if you want. We did find jail 3 though. Alright, level 12, we're actually going to put points into strength now. Our goal is to be putting our next 2 levels, including this one, into strength, so that we have enough strength to wear a 3-slot belt. Oh, wait, what? I thought I was... I guess I can't go through there. Nightmaring so much for the follow. Welcome to the Cold Xander's Stay. No. Right, and we're also holding 2 skill points in case we need to put one into Amp and into Iron Maiden. These monsters do a ton of damage. Be careful if you're on hardcore. Cold enchanted monsters that shoot lightning, they also have Amp, so yeah, they just do a lot of damage. Each lightning bolt also does cold damage if it's cold enchanted. It's just lightning and cold at the same time. They're just very dangerous. Keep that in mind. Didn't end up dropping anything cool, so whatever. We're just gonna get out of here and continue on our way. Yeah, I can't get punished for it though. And the Necromancer is very fragile, so if we die in normal in any run, it will be on the Necromancer Rags to Riches for sure. I'm gonna try to be fairly aggressive, but I'll also try to show you guys, you know, what reasonable aggressiveness looks like, but that's not always easy to determine, so it is what it is. Jail 3, we're actually looking for a west or a left-facing tile to get out. Oh, we have a champion here. Oh, that's going to sell very good. Definitely still want to buy that Iron Maiden wand if possible. They don't have any gloves at all. Let's see. Do these have anything good on them? No, they don't. Golem is dead. As you can see, the exit to the inner cloister is indeed... This whole area here is facing left or west relative to the entrance area, which is pointing this way. So, that's why we went to the left. It's gonna get us there pretty fast in most cases. I did restart the run, yeah. It's like we're dropping some frames. That's not good.
I can't carry anymore. I need mana.
That wouldn't affect the recording then.
I can't carry anymore.
Alright, Sacred Globe, here we go. Yeah, we're dropping some frames for sure. Big time. I don't know what's going on with that. Well, hopefully it recovers. Alright, rare mace, here we go. ISP, no. Yeah, no. Alright, so just have to go to the end there. We can kill Bone Ash if we want, which we did. Now we continue on into the Catacombs. And the Catacombs, there's no telltale sign for how to actually leave Catacombs 1 or 3. In Catacombs 2, if you find the waypoint or you find the exit first, you can find the other one. So we just kind of have to go to the edge of the map and look at the edge of the map. There's certain blocks that look a certain way that are exits, but that's pretty much it. You kind of have to get used to it. Wow, that's some unstable crap, man. Holy moly. Okay, well. Alright, now it's extra FCR ring. If we find another FCR ring, that could be really good too. Having another one already for later in the game can be nice. No skills on the Sacred Globe. Unluckers. At this point, strangling gas potions aren't going to do anything for you. You can just sell them. I'm going to return that to Charcy. Keeping the chip gems is good. Yeah, I think it's recovered. I think it just recovered. We're in the green again. I don't know what's going on. My ISP also dropped some frames a little bit earlier too. Alright, so as you can see there, we even have one into Iron Maiden. We could buy that one. Could. That's a lot of gold though, and I mean a lot of gold. But we could do it. Screaming Wand of the Leech. It's not ideal. Oh, it's 10 FCR with some 6 fire res on that one. You could do that one. You could definitely do that one if you want. Speedy Teeth? Oh, I got 3 teeth wand here. I'm good. Nah, we don't need that for teeth. It'd be like for like Bone Spear later on. Alright, remember to get your mana potions. We're getting close to Andes, so you can get some antidotes, which not only will they make you not poison, but give you 50 poison res for 30 seconds apiece. And those would be very, very nice just in general for tanking Andy. We don't have to tank Andy too hard though. Our Golem's going to do most of the work, so it's not going to be as important as you might think. Alright. Mr. Gaze Breach summon. Alright. Turn in the mouse.
Oh.
Does she have the shield? No. Are we going to buy the Iron Maiden wand? I feel like becoming poor. Yeah, I guess it's okay. I mean, allow us to put more points into teeth at the moment. That's not really ideal though. So we're gonna do that is we're gonna put that on our swap, and we're gonna have Iron Maiden there. And that's gonna allow us to kill Andariel. So there we go, we finally bought it. can also get some thawing potions, which apparently I don't have anymore. Get some stamina potions. Now we have that, honestly, you can just keep putting points into teeth. And our teeth is actually pretty strong now. We have 20 damage, we got that +3 there. You can even find up to a 3 teeth preserved head or a necro head of some kind. We haven't found any kind of necro head that is useful, which is a little unfortunate, but we can still find it through Act 2 and through the end of Act 1. And of course, as we continue through the game. Haven't even found one with anything useful on it. No bone armor, no teeth. No Iron Maiden. Nothing! That's alright, so we're gonna click those. So at this point, we're looking pretty good. We even have 10% faster cast rate, we have plus teeth. We can have a couple of socketed items, and one more level I'll be able to have more sustain. So I'm not constantly running out of mana when I use my teeth. No. Hopefully my ISP is nice to me. It won't affect the recording, of course, but will affect the stream. You guys like to watch these live, right? Alright, so Catacombs 2, we're looking for either the exit or the waypoint. I just saw it in Catacombs 1, we kind of just found it on the outside of the map.
Impossible.
And we're gonna kill elite packs if we see them. You know, I knew how to play a Necro. I've played the crap out of every class in the game. I do get rusty sometimes in classes when I don't play them for a while, but I know in general like what every skill is used for and what it can be used for, so there's always some very good things you can use them for sure. That's where I give you guys the knowledge. I help you guys out with what I do know. I don't know everything, and when it comes to any particular class, there might be people that know more than me, because some people only play like one class, so they know like everything about that class, you know. Alright, so we're gonna put a TP there actually. And we're gonna go look for the waypoint, or rather you can if you want to farm normal Andy. The waypoint will always be to the left of the entrance, so it'll be a left facing tile relative to the entrance. Remember to keep picking up rejuves, by the way. Always pick up rejuves. Don't use them unless you need them. Save them in your stash. You will need them later. That's definitely another item you're going to want to save. And we're going to want to go down here because, like I said, we're going to try to find a west or a left facing tile relative to the exit there. And of course, compared to the waypoint, it's actually east or right facing, so you'll see that, and it's always the same way. So Catacombs 2 always has this kind of map. It's going to be east or right facing compared to this entrance, but of course compared to the exit itself, it's going to be west facing. So notice that you can use that information to go in that general direction and find the area fairly reliably. Light radius. Sell that for gold. See, picking up rare items can sometimes sell for a lot of gold, like that did right there. Alright, honestly, I'm just, one trick you can use to refill your quantity, kind of like the strangling gas potion, just to sell them and then buy them back. Can we get a 3-socketed large shield yet? Answer is no. Okay, rip. And let's continue. We have a lot of juves here that we don't need. I'm gonna put those away so they don't clog up our inventory. And we're gonna continue. Catacombs 3, there's no way to find Catacombs 4 and Andariel. Once again, this is just like Catacombs 1. But there's certain like exit area looking tiles you can look for on the edge of the map that will indicate that you're in the right place or in the wrong place. And That's just something that you can learn if you want more advanced information. I do recommend checking out the map reading guide on Max Roll if you want some really advanced map reading information that isn't just general. There's more advanced stuff on there. Some people have also made some stuff in general. Did not find the Griffins. This is Rags to Riches Necromancer. Griffins is on my... I don't have it on my girl yet, no. We'll have to continue farming for it. I think I'm going to re-roll my maps. I'll look for it again. Cast the golem in front of you. These monsters do a ton of damage. Any kind of lightning type damage monster or archers, like I said in Act 1, are going to kill you very fast. Even throughout the rest of the game, that is the case to a large extent. Looks like we have another elite pack here. Wow.
I need mana. Not enough mana.
Very cool. Alright. And we're level 13. Since we now know we have a source of Iron Maiden, you can just literally keep putting points in the teeth. You're good to go. Next level, we're actually going to want to put a point somewhere else, though, so that we can get some synergies that will help us not just with teeth and bone spear, but also with bone armor itself to make us a little bit tankier. Alright, and so now we got to put 5 more stat points into strength, like I said before, because we're going to want to wear one of those 3-slot belts. We already can now.
I need mana.
Put that on after Andariel. Okay, sweet.
I can't carry anymore.
Booties. Anything on the booties? 1 to dexterity. That's garbage. Won't even sell for anything. Let's continue. First Shaco from Mephisto. Yeah, anytime you get like a 1 stat or a 2 stat, those are totally useless. Just sell them for gold, drop them on the ground. Unless they're armor. Body armor. Yeah, we're getting lost in this catacombs. So this is gonna be a bit.
I can't.
That might be it up there. Right, that whole area. Ow. Oh, what am I doing? Help! We can also wear a 2-socketed small shield too, and since we don't have a Necromancer shield, that might be what we do, depending on if we find it pretty soon. We can put some gems in it and get maybe some lightning res for Act 2, which can be a very good strat, especially on hardcore as well. Malice, 3-socketed spear or polearm is a good strat for keeping the Merc alive and having the Merc do good things early game. Yes, that is true. Any kind of you can also just put gems in a 3-socketed spear too, not necessarily the runes. Alright, so yeah, so this tile here, you know, might look like this. This is a pretty common exit tile here. We pretty much explore the entire area though, except for that, and that's because there's just no indicator. You really don't know. You can get lost in there. There's no map telltale sign in there. Alright, so this is when things get interesting. So now there's a boss, and any character, any class that has a fire damage skill, or just a skill that in general does a lot of damage at this point in the game, like Static Field on a Sorceress or something, will never have too much issues with a boss, but
Impossible.
whether you're going Summon or Teeth, your single target damage isn't really incredible at this point in the game. And of course you can kill your summons if you're using summons at this point. However, if we use Iron Maiden, and then we just keep casting, she's missing the golem. You can notice that she's hurting herself and doing a lot of damage. We'll also notice that her teeth is doing very little damage to her, so caster ability does not work. Only her melee attack is going to hurt herself. You can notice just how much easier it is if you just keep respawning the golem right in front of her. And she killed herself. This is going to become so essential for Andariel especially. So Andariel, you could just use Teeth if you wanted to. It's going to take a long time, but for Andariel, practically mandatory. Ooh, oh, you won. Nice. Sweet. Alright, so right there is some pretty awesome stuff. Kill Andariel. I recommend picking up all of the items she drops and selling them if possible, especially if they're rare or above. Trying to see if there's an elite pack here. There's another one that can have my Necromancer skills. Alright, let's go to Act 2. So yeah, as you can see, Iron Maiden made that so much easier. And when it comes to Andariel, Andariel is... I'm not going to say Andariel... For a newer player, Andariel might feel impossible starting out on a Necro unless you use the Iron Maiden strat. For a lot of new players, it might feel nearly impossible. You'll kill your skeletons in one shot, even if you go into Summon. And if you're using Bone, you just do so little single target, because once again, you can't shotgun the Teeth. The Teeth, only one will hit him. This isn't that much damage against the boss. Bosses typically have magic res on top of that, which is going to make it even tougher. 11 MF, that's not bad actually. Resocketed Kite Shield. Yeah, we might buy that for Ancient's Pledge later on. As you can see though now, we can just wear our 3-slot belt. Get rid of all of your potions that are from normal, any minor healing potions. You don't want our light mana potions if possible. We're going to continue here. 1 to bone armor. Believe it or not, we already have one with 2 bone armor here, so this doesn't really give us anything. It's good to sell though. You notice that picking up all those items, you can get a pretty good amount to sell here. You could even sell the 5 life one if you wanted to. I mean, that's not really that good. This one is very good though. Once we reach stealth, we're even going to be able to hit the 27 faster cast rate breakpoint, just because we have at least one source of faster cast rate. So that's going to be good. Light belt's only a 2-slot belt. Not going to want that. Aw, man. No plus skills. Ooh. There we go. We're just upgrading that fire res on the amulet. Nice. We will have enough fire res to go through Act 3 without dying, so we can just use this through Act 3. Because that mana per kill is really nice. And then... I didn't even end up using the antidote potions. Kind of just wanted to show you what you could do. If you drink antidotes, it's 50 poison res, 10 maximum poison res. And the thawing potions is 50 cold res. And that's going to be very important for Andariel, especially if you plan on getting hit. You could kill Andariel without getting hit on this build, which is actually really cool. Just using the method that I'm going to show you guys. So in some ways, he actually has the safest Andariel, but only if you use Iron Maiden. And only if you have the boss kill itself using its own attacks to kill itself with Iron Maiden, which is really cool. Alright, at any rate, you can just buy everything else, and then now that we have a 3-slot belt, shift right-clicking the potions and picking up the belt, believe it or not, is going to be more effective than doing anything else. And we can just fill our whole inventory full of potions if we want, or most of the inventory, whatever. We still have 1 thawing potion and some stamina potions. I might get some more stamina potions as well. One thing we can do is we don't have a Necromancer shield, so if you want to increase your resistances, you can actually just do that by putting in some of these gems here. You can use one of the chipped topazes, which can help increase our lightning res. You don't have any. That can be kind of dangerous in Act 2, so if you want, you can just put the chipped topaz in there, which can be really nice. Or you could even put this full-on topaz in there, which can be really cool. Heck, you could even put MF in there with that. Or you can use it on your mercenary for extra lightning damage. Either way, I think a really good use of it could just be tossing it in the shield. You might just toss it in the shield here for fun, and just give us 22 light rays. If we find a diamond, we can get all resistances as well in the shield for now, which can be very nice. So lots of uses for gems. That's why I tell you guys in the beginning to pick them up, and there's even more uses for gems later on. Also, once you get to Act 2, you can also buy an Act 2 Mercenary. One of the reasons why I kept this rare armor earlier. And just getting any of them with prayer. Let's see, Zanarhi. Let's get Hazaid. Hazaid's pretty nice.
I'll put that to good use.
And just give him a piece of armor. If you want, you can also buy him a 3-socketed spear or something of that nature, like a 3-socketed trident. You know, that could actually be okay. If you just want to like put some gems in him for now, you can even put in like maybe a chipped sapphire, maybe even a chipped emerald, and have him do some poison and cold damage. So you can definitely do that as well. And you can also give him an armor or a helm if you find. But in general, you'll have decent survivability on the Necromancer, unlike a lot of classes, because you have a clay golem you can summon, so you actually have a little bit of a front line, even without being a summon Necromancer, going raised skeleton and whatnot. Even if you're not focusing on the skeleton skills, you have a decent front line with the golem and the mercenary, and that's going to help us continue to progress through the game. Now, let's get some more potion types, actually. Yeah, let's get some potions. Okay, cool. Now, one thing you might want to worry about is buying a particular wand that can have bone spear skills on it before you hit level 18. I wouldn't worry about it just yet, but now that you're in Act 2, you can buy a wand with bone spear on it from Drognin. Now that's, like I said, might become more important pretty soon. Restock a Gnarl Sap, but no skills. Rip. So in order to get our free skill from Radam in Act 2, which is the first quest, you're going to want to go through this bottom exit here, not the one next to Drognin, or not Drognin, sorry, Graze. Because usually it will be next to the exit for Sewers 3. In this case, it doesn't appear to be immediately to the left, so it might be immediately to the right. However, it might even still be a bit farther north. In general, though, it should be pretty close to the exit if you go to the bottom one, so let's see what happens here.
Impossible.
Always in the same spot, though. Maps do have variation. Oh yeah, this game's great on single player. Going to solo self-found is amazing.
I can't.
Ow! Look up that bone armor.
I can't.
I can't. It's impossible. Alright, so yeah, like I said, normally Sewers 2 is going to be really close to this bottom exit here, and it was on the right side, not the left side. Just okay. Just guessed wrong. And now this whole area, this whole entrance here is pointing in this direction. In general, you're going to be finding a tile facing the same direction to get out, so you're going to want to go straight ahead. If you go to the left, or you find a west-facing tile, that will be the Sewers 2 waypoint if you want it, for rushing other people or whatnot. Not super important, though. As you can see, it was literally straight ahead in this case. Not always immediately straight ahead, it might just be pointing in the same direction and somewhat to the left or right, like in the jail. But we got lucky. Now this whole entrance area is pointing this way. You're going to want to go to the left or to the west to find Radaman. So that's what we're doing. And what do you know? He's right there. Alright. So one thing you can do is you can actually use Iron Maiden trick on him as well. While you're casting Teeth. That's how you get the maximum amount of damage in on him, and he'll die.
I can't carry anymore.
Oh, wow. Really? Well, we might not have a Necro Helm that's helping us at the moment, but we're going to. 2 to Bone Sphere. Wow. That's really lucky. So if you find anything with Bone Spear, any Necro has a Bone Spear on it, that's going to be pretty solid. And if you find a white one that can get 2 sockets or even has 2 sockets, you could even make a rune word called Rhyme in it later. Or Splendor. In this case, though, it's a blue one, so it's just going to give us 2 to Bone Spear, and we can't make a rune word in it. Wow, we're actually getting some pretty lucky items, honestly. Like, this ring's pretty lucky. That took a lot to buy, but I'd still say that was kind of lucky. Definitely getting some pretty nice stuff in here.
Good to see you.
On our dry run of the Necromancer, we were luckier finding shields in normal Act 1 that were helping our teeth, but it's pretty much the only case in which I think that run was luckier. Scroll doesn't do anything.
Yes.
Ah, Roderick Scroll. Literally does absolutely nothing, but you can give it to him if you want to talk to Kane forever. Okay, here we go. Not very useful strat. Alright, so what you can do is you can use that extra Radamant point and you can actually put it into Bone Armor if you want and prepare to get Bone Wall.
Hello.
Which is what I'm going to do. You put it and then you can also get more teeth as well. Yeah, so you're going to stash that one. You're just going to stash this and use this for later. Kind of like we're going to want to use Stealth for later too. And we have Tal Eth ready to go for it in this armor here. And so yeah, that Bone Spear, we can't use Bone Spear yet. That requires level 18. It's pretty cool that you can get something like that in normal Act 2 sewers, but you can. Alright, and we're just going to continue on. You can try to buy more res gear if you want from Elzix or Farah. Maybe try to buy a better 3-slot belt with an additional stat if you want. Maybe a 3-socketed large shield or kite shield. I didn't end up buying the 3-socketed kite shield, but probably find another one. Large shield, we will want that for Ancient's Pledge later on. Alright, so let's continue. What we're going to want to be doing is looking on the edge of the map somewhere for the Dry Hills exit. In general, going to the next exit or to the quest area Claw Viper Temple from the Lost City, you're going to be finding it on the edge of the map, so you're going to want to scour the edge of the map.
I can't.
There we go. Of course, we're going to continue to kill elite packs if we find them. The reason why I'm checking over here is sometimes it can just be immediately to the right of the entrance. Not in this case. That Golem is definitely proving very useful. Notice though, we just leveled up Bone Armor so that we can get to Bone Wall. But you need to put those hard points in. So now our Bone Armor actually gives us 50 absorb of physical damage, which is nice. We're getting kind of tanky, not really though. A little bit. There's a Stony Tomb. Don't need to go in there though, unless you want to power level in there and get to a higher level. If you have higher player count, so on single player you could use the Stony Tomb to level up a bit. If you have if you can mess with the player count, it also can help power level you if you're leveling in a group of players and you have somebody to help you, and you can just go in there and get like player's 8 experience almost in there. Alright, Dry Hills. Alright, so we're in the Dry Hills. We're going to want to look for either the Waypoint or Halls of the Dead in here if possible before we move on to the Far Oasis. However, the Far Oasis will be somewhere on the very outside of the map, just like it was to get to the Dry Hills. We could find that as well. And then we can put a TP by it, or we can move forward and just go backwards into the Dry Hills later. In general though, before we go into our first quest area, we're going to want a waypoint so that when we finish that quest area, we're able to go back to the waypoint and then go on to the next quest area. Necromancer, yeah, kind of does look like it actually. especially on D2R. Let me go back to the old graphics. It still kind of looks the same, honestly. What's up, Malaka? How you doing? No. Has a D2 play on the Switch? I don't know. I've heard people say it's pretty decent. At least for a mobile device of some kind. Gotta find some way not to be bored. And watch my guide here. Start Necromancer on the ladder. Start Necromancer on single player. Get rich quick, baby. All right, gotta find the staircase somewhere in the middle. All right, ooh, we found the All right, so we found a waypoint, so that means we can go into a quest area, at least finding one waypoint, right? We didn't find Far Oasis yet, though, but we did find Halls of the Dead, which is going to give us that Herodic Cube, which is the most overpowered item in the game. So I'm actually just going to step into here and go get the cube. Now, Halls of the Dead, the map works just like the Tower Cellar, as long as that you understand this whole area is the entrance tile, and that this middle hallway is the direction it's pointing. So we're going to want to go to the west or to the left and find a left or west facing tile in general. And the tombs have a lot of these weird entrance tiles, but in general, that middle hallway is going to be the direction it's pointing, in case you want to know where your west or left is for that map. Alright, so even though there are some minions here, that's why we did clear them. Also, clearing density can be nice, of course, in general, because we have so many teeth. Of course, there's another word for them that someone just used in chat. I don't think those kill anything. Well, I don't know, maybe. Yeah, they can ruin lives. Sometimes. Never know. Alright, so we entered there. So this staff has lightning on it, so that's going to sell really well because that's a nice level skill. We have another point here, so at level 14, you can really just start putting points into Bone Wall if you want. Bone Wall is a synergy for teeth. And you'll notice that the next level of teeth, which would get us to 23 damage if you put 1 point into Bone Wall, it actually gives us more damage, but it doesn't give us an extra teeth. So believe it or not, putting some extra points into Bone Wall here will help your teeth, and it will even help out your bone armor. So at this point, we actually just want to put points into Bone Wall, if possible. And you can even be greedy and save your points for more points into Bone Wall and do the same thing if you don't want as many teeth. But once you get to about that level, that's what you should be doing. This is a Bonemancer build, and we're going to be focusing on bone pretty much the entire way until we get to the point where we can start farming some things. And then we can show off how there's other ways to farm very key farming areas that aren't only bone. And of course, we're going to want to branch out to using things like Corpse Explosion and going full summon using those specs. Alright, so we're looking for that. So that left-facing tile was not the right direction. That middle hallway is where it's pointing. So I'm still trying to go to the left. You can see we can kill a lot of monsters all at once here. Clearing density isn't ever a bad idea with your teeth. So yeah, this tile is facing to the left, so we just have to go all the way to the north. Sometimes it's going to happen. The maps aren't always going to be ideal. In this case, it's facing this way, so we're going to go to the left again. It might be immediately to the left. No, it looks like we're going to have to go a little bit up. Notice how our bone wall is doing very well, though.
Impossible.
I'm sorry, not our bone wall, our bone armor. Our teeth is doing well. Throwing a lot of monsters very quickly.
Impossible. I can't.
Area of effect damage really is the key to having a strong early game, so anytime you want to push through the game as fast as possible on any class, you're usually going to want to use one of the class's strongest AoE abilities just in general. That's why having things like teeth is really good in this case. So you'll notice that we went to the left, but notice there's nothing over there. So the left-facing tile is probably going to be behind the entrance. So it looks like we got a backwards map in this case. We could actually skill Bone Wall if we want. It's not really going to be that useful as a barrier because unless you put lots of points into it, it's going to be kind of weak. But you can use it as a barrier if you want. Kind of just put it in front of like some really powerful ranged monsters like those, which are dangerous. They had fanaticism too. Pretty dangerous stuff. You can just put them in front. You don't have to though. Football also attracts monsters as well. Could be useful if you plan to do any cow farming, which definitely can become a thing. Alright, so we just found the most overpowered item in the game, which is best put in this corner of your inventory. And, ooh, even found life leech on it? I think the Necromancer, I think the mercenary died. I didn't see where he died, but he died somewhere. Alright, so we got the cube, we're good to go. We're gonna now look for the far oasis somewhere on the edge of the dry hills. First, I'm gonna rebuy the mercenary.
Good day.
Isn't it annoying babysitting the mercenary? Not with the golem, I just wasn't paying attention to his health, I guess, and he died randomly. As a matter of fact, he even has a way to get some life leech now, which is actually kind of cool. And it's a weapon that does more physical damage, so that weapon actually is quite good. Finding rare polearms can be super solid on the mercenary. Merc died on Radaman? Oh crap, wow, he died all the way back there. I wasn't paying any attention, clearly. Alright, one thing to note is, if you're worried about dying, you can put your gold in the shared stash instead of the personal. For now, I'll just put it in the personal. We don't have too much gold anyway. Merc died on Radaman. That would make sense. I mean, mercenary doesn't survive many bosses or bosses very well, typically. Just didn't see that he died from Radaman. Okay. Whatever. Alright, so for the most part... Ooh, that's nice, actually. I'm gonna buy that for the Merc.
I'll put that to good
To
use.
give him some light res, he might survive the beetles a bit better, but also gives him Frost Nova when
I'll
struck.
put that to good
Which will
use.
give us, both of us, more crowd control. That's not a bad thing to find. Frost Nova when struck isn't bad early game. You find that stat, that's kind of nice. Finding some basic amounts of magic find can be good too, like 18 magic find. Elzik sometimes sells some really nice things like this. One thing I should mention about magic find, if you do find it early game, a lot of the times you do want to use it. Because any amount of magic find above 0 is going to be huge. It's going to be very impactful. The more magic find you have, the less impactful new magic find is. But the less you have, any amount of magic find at all can greatly increase your chance of finding uniques and sets early game, which can make your progression a bit easier. Heck, you could even find things like Blood Fist that you can even use in Hell, even as early as normal, so do want to keep that in mind if you do find any of that stuff. Alright, we're good. Alright, cool. So, what we can do now is we're just going to continue to put points into Vitality at level 14. I just didn't put my stat points in. Alright, so we got the cube, we're good. Let's continue on. Let's go look on the outside of the map to see if we can find the far oasis. Usually won't be right next to the wall. Frost Nova Merc, yeah, that's really good actually. If you cast Frost Nova, which you might see a few times here, it's just going to increase the survivability of both the mercenary and the golem. And it even had light res on it too. Alright, that's a good body armor. That's a scale mill, it's going to sell pretty well. It has 1 to teeth. Oh, there you go. Actually increase our teeth level if we want. I think because we're entering the far oasis, I'm going to keep this for my light res for now, but that is something we could use and switch to as well. So we actually finally got 1 to teeth on that. That's kind of nice. Alright, so we found the maggot lair. I guess the maggot lair is close enough to the Dry Hills waypoint to where I'm just like gonna go in here. Could go looking for the Far Oasis waypoint or for Lost City, but it's pretty close. Oh, rare breastplate. Claws don't sell very well at this point in the game because they don't have any plus skills and they're class-specific items that are not going to sell. However, we just got a nice upgrade for our mercenary armor. Nice, he's got defense. Yeah, he's going to be pretty good. Almost the same stats as on that one. That's a weird coincidence. So you'll notice that the maggot lair is pretty easy to go through with the bow necromancer, especially compared to the summoner. One thing to note about the maggot lair, though, is it's a very different map from most maps. So this entrance here is pointing this way, of course, but you're not going to want to go to the left or west as you would on most maps. You're actually going to want to go to the east or to the right, because you're looking for a right-facing tile. So maggot lair is backwards. Until you get to maggot lair 3, and then you're going to want to go straight ahead. You want to go to the end straight ahead as fast as possible. So it's going to be facing the same direction as the entrance in maggot 3, but that's maggot 3. Maggot 1 and 2 are like this. So we're trying to go east or right relative to that entrance there. I'd rather have some light res for this. I'm going to keep that light res on my shield on. I'll go back to using teeth probably in Act 2 or something. Just put more teeth on. Act 3, sorry, or the end of Act 2. I might use this one instead of that shield. These beetles, though, do a ton of light damage, so if you face tank them and you don't have any light res, they're gonna hurt. You can get one shot sometimes. And that could end your hardcore run if you're doing hardcore, so keep that in mind. Oh. How am I throw a weapon? Very nice. Okay, so we're still trying to go to the east or to the right. In general, that is what you want to do, because we're looking for a tile facing that direction. Mercenary, I don't know what he's doing. All my summons are in every direction. Alright, level 15, you can just put another point into Bone Wall, and that's going to help both our teeth and bone armor once again. And keep putting points into Vitality.
Impossible.
Heavy boots. Alright. If you were here yesterday, I just decided to make that Necromancer run yesterday a practice Scuffed run, because I was experimenting and we didn't have enough time to actually do a solid Rags to Riches Part 1. This will of course be a 2-part guide, so this is Part 1. In Part 2 we'll be doing a lot of the hell farming and some of the switch as well, the respecs for summon and corpse explosion and things of that nature. So you're definitely going to want to pay attention to Part 2. Part 1 is very important for how to get through the game without pulling your hair out on the Necromancer, which can be a little more challenging than some of the other classes for sure.
I am overburdened.
He's definitely a fragile boy. He takes a lot of damage. Anyway, you'll see that we found it all the way to the right or to the east. We just had to go pretty deep on that maggot layer 1. We're also going to the, in this case it's pointing this way, so we're going to the right or to the east to find it on maggot 2.
I can't.
You can put the golem in front of you if you don't want to take damage, but it's just a lot of work because the golem doesn't follow you very well. It's only one tile you can run through, so I would just face tank if you can. And if you have any light res like this right here, I mean, it's just going to really go a long way. That regular topaz from Andariel was pretty nice. Could have just used the chip topaz we had too, but I think that's going to come in handy more for cubing up runes. You might need that for that case. So as you can see, maggot layer.
I can already tell that I'll be your best friend in this fight.
As you can see here, it was a right or east-facing tile compared to this, so we didn't have to spend the entire time running throughout the maggot layer. Understanding how to get through the maggot layer is the most important part of making it not super frustrating, especially if you're going summon Necromancer at this stage. You want to know how to navigate that map, but otherwise it's going to take hours, potentially. Might have to use like a combination of like corpse explosion and like your mercenary, and just delete all your skeletons if you do that. But even if you do that, it's still going to be pretty frustrating. Might have to like use TPs to reposition the mercenary in front of the monster. It's just because sometimes you'll notice he just sits back there. So yeah, it's just gonna be a lot of fun. Trust me. I've done it before. I've done the summon Necro normal maggot lair.
I need mana.
First time I did it as a kid, I think it took me 2.5 hours to get through the maggot lair. It's quite frustrating. I think I would know how to get through there faster now that I know how to read maps and whatnot, but still pretty bad. Probably still would take a good 20 minutes, 30 minutes maybe.
I need mana.
Way too long, really. Alright, here we go. Found the staff. As you can see, this exit is pointing the same direction as the entrance here in the maggot lair. You're gonna want to get out. GG. What's up, Skunky? How you doing? Necro rags to riches. That's right. Dual Dark Humility's new Necromancer.
Ask.
Okay, you killed each other. Interesting. Okay. Alright, cool. Alright. So, believe it or not, already don't need that armor because we found a better one for the mercenary. Couple of extra stats. Don't need it necessarily though. This mercenary's looking okay though for now. Even got Frost Nova, so he might actually survive a bit better than the one we had in the dry run. Imagining a little bit. It's okay. It doesn't have to. Alright, so as you can see, we're definitely gathering a lot of gold just in general. We're getting ready to buy some other very important stuff coming up here soon. No 3-socketed shields, rip. Alright, the Staff of Kings, blah blah blah. Alright, let's go pick up some more potions. Finish the maggot lair. As you can see, on a Bonemancer, it's like 20 times less painful. Definitely one of the reasons why I like starting the Bonemancer. Alright, let's continue. And we still have that Dry Hills waypoint, but it's okay. It's right next to the maggot lair. Let's go find the Claw Viper Temple. So we're going to need to find the Claw Viper Temple somewhere on the edge of the Lost City, which will be somewhere on the edge of the Far Oasis. We'll go kill any elite packs if you find them. If you're on single player and happen to get a map where either Dark Elder or Beetle Burst, especially Beetle Burst and Far Oasis, or Dark Elder and Far Oasis is right next to the waypoint, or even another Beetle elite pack, you can farm them up to like level 20 if you want for experience. And then you don't really have to farm many elites for a while after that if you want. Just set it to players 8 and start killing them. This is not single player though, so we will not have that option. As you won't if you start with the ladder or do anything similar. Yeah, I've played the flute. It's the only musical instrument I play. If you don't get it, well, too bad. Chainmail, sweet. Alright, so we didn't find the Far Oasis waypoint, but once again, we can't power level off a Beetle Burst anyway. We did end up finding the Lost City though, so that's where we want to go. Wouldn't worry about the waypoints too much unless you need them for rushing later on at normal. None of this stuff is going to get you rich farming it. We're just trying to move through the game at this point. Is there a difference between a flute and a piccolo? I guess there kind of is. I don't actually know. No, I don't play those. I did used to play the piano for a while, if I'm being serious. Piano was I liked playing the piano. I haven't played it in like a decade, but I remember I used to though. Piano was cool. I probably don't even know what I'm doing anymore.
I can't carry anymore.
Okay. The Piccolo! The Piccolo! You find Dark Elder. One thing that kind of sucks about them, though, is that they're highly magic resistant, and by the time you get to Hell, they are magic immune even, so you can't even touch them with bone abilities. Just kind of lame. We found the waypoint as a bonus. Okay. It's always nice just in case you die or something, you don't have to lay a TP down just in case you die. That is a great strategy, though. If you're worried about dying, lay down a TP somewhere so that you can get your body and then go return. That strategy might end up getting used as we progress on this character. We'll be playing a little more aggressively than I normally would on hardcore. I normally play hardcore in Battle.net, but I don't mind on softcore playing aggressively. On softcore, you can totally play aggressively. I'd even encourage it in a lot of cases.
Impossible.
And the simple reason being is that is what's going to get you farming as fast as possible. If you're a low level, until you're like level 95, just die when you can, you know. Die if you have to. It's not hard to get the experience back. Doesn't look like it's down here, unless it was there and I missed it. I don't think so, though. So it's gonna be somewhere on the edge of this map to find the Claw Viper Temple, like I mentioned earlier. Looks like we're getting a little unlucky here. Might be up there. Most times it's kind of worth the risk on the softcore. Yeah, most of the time it is. Unless you're just gonna end up getting frustrated and constantly die on softcore, and it's gonna slow you down, it usually is worth the risk. But getting tanky enough to start farming in Hell is very important, even on softcore, so that you're not constantly dying
This is as dark
into where
as
you're...
a tomb.
Or it has a tomb. It is a tomb. I don't understand. I still don't understand that saying. I think that's supposed to be a joke or something. It's as dark as a tomb. It is a tomb. Ah, see, we got a portal shrine there. See, that could be useful too. Alright, so this is just like all the other tombs in Act 2 for the most part. You're looking for a left-facing area or tile relative to the entrance. The entrance is pointing towards that middle hallway there. That's why I went to the left. However, I also see something behind me that's also going to the left and behind it, which tells me it could be a backwards map. So what I'm actually going to do is I'm actually going to check that area out behind the entrance, as that is very likely to be the exit. Might not be. Claw Viper Temple can be tricky sometimes. Let's go. Oh, we got an elite pack. Because there's all these choke points and doorways, you do have to kill monsters a lot of the time to get through them. That's fine, don't worry if they're not elites at this point, just get through them if you can.
I can't.
It's a temple. It's a tomb. Ugh. I mean, I know it's a temple, but it looks just like all the other tombs in Act 2. There's no functional difference. I do realize it's a Claw Viper Temple, but there's no difference. Alright, so we're wrong. Okay, this looks like this map's gonna be one of the really dumb ones. Sometimes you can just get out from the left there, and we didn't find anything. So, on our quest for a left-facing tile, we will continue to go. Let's go over here. Let's go up here and see if it's somewhere up here. It could be like up here and to the left. Sometimes you have to go to the right before you can go to the left. That's just how it is. Alright, level 16. You can put 1 point into Bone Wall here. At level 17, that's going to change. Keep putting points into Vitality. You're gonna need it. Alright, let's try to go up here and to the left. Let's see if that's possible. Looks like it might be. Yeah. This is a really nasty map, honestly. You don't usually have to deal with something this bad. Zombie head is a Necro head, just like the Unraveler head, and just like the Demon head. Memorizing the names of the Necro heads will definitely help you out for sure, if you can. However, same thing with any of the other class-specific items that might have plus scrolls on them, so that you can sell them. I already know what they are, so you'll just see me pick them up and... Bola Mastery. Okay. That's not very useful though. Probably just gonna sell that. Alright, we're finally going to the west or to the left. All the way as far as we can. Yeah, look at this map, man. We had to go all the way up here. So we had to go to the right first, and then up, and then to the left. Yeah, that's not... This is one of the worst Claw Viper Temple maps for sure. It's not a good one. Alright, let's go. That's how she goes sometimes. Like, even if you know how to navigate a map, and you go in the right direction, the map doesn't want to take you there, so you can end up going around in circles forever. Oh, Claw Viper Tomb, bro. Yeah. I'm gonna call it the Claw Viper Tomb.
What a pity. I was beginning to enjoy the darkness.
Alright, you could use the Claw Viper amulet if you want temporarily and just make the staff once you actually get there. This amulet's good, but I actually think I'd rather have the life and the mana for now, so I'll just temporarily use the amulet and the Viper. It's always a cool thing you can use. Finally got out of there, and now it's time to leave the desert and enter Jiren's palace. And get to the Arcane Sanctuary. Okay, here we go. Alright, once we hit level 17, we can also farm for a Bone Spear wand as well. We'll explain more about that in a second. Alright, so...
Good to see you.
There's nothing the right
No.
can't cure.
No, the only thing that matters is the monster level that drops the head. Or if you gamble it. The only thing that matters is your character level. For which mods, or for what skills and mods can spawn on the Necro heads. Every Necro head has the potential to spawn every skill. Yeah, I know, it's a little boring, but at the same time, I guess it makes it to where it's always worth picking them up. They do want you to check items, you know, to some degree, I guess. Alright, so once we get into the cellar, it's pretty easy. The palace cellar and the harem. Just go to the corner of the map and then get down to the next level until we hit Palace Cellar 3, and then the Arcane Sanctuary is in the middle. We'll kill any elites along the way. That's how this is gonna go. Those are freezing mages. Use the thawing potion there. If we need to, in case we get frozen. Yeah, so as you're seeing, we're just going to the corner of the map every time and going down the next level. That's all you have to do. And now, in the middle, if you want to go fast, it is. Got the Arcane Sanctuary. Alright, let's go. No Fire Eye, huh? I kind of want some experience if possible. I want to be level 17 before we kill Burial. There he is. Fire Eye is a super unique that always spawns in Palace Cellar near the exit to Arcane. And he has all those tasty, juicy minions and everything else. Alright, here we go. Yeah, our level's going pretty good right now.
I wish I had time to
So,
study this
in the
bizarre
Arcane,
dimension.
you want to get the waypoint because the first path you choose might not be correct. There's no way to know the correct path, so just choose one. Once you get to the end, if you have the summoner, you're good. If you don't, go back to the waypoint. It's that simple. You can pop some of the chests at the end if you want. And you can kill monsters as needed to progress, but pass them up if you can, unless they're elites. You're gonna get in your way though. They will definitely try. Get Dion Raw. Get Dion Raw. Something called what was Andrew saying. Oh wow. That Wolfhelm will likely sell very well. All those juicy plus skills, even ones that are past level 1.
Impossible.
Our boots are still garbage. Weren't our boots garbage yesterday when we were doing the dry run too?
I can already tell that I'll be your best friend.
Those aren't garbage!
Forsaken camp.
That's why we picked them up. There we go, we have almost like 40 MF now. Sweet, we might find some stuff. That Magic Find will also improve our ability to sell things for gold by increasing the quality of items and making them magic and rare more often. And even set unique, which would be nice. It's always top left first game. I like going top left first. I also like going bottom left first. No guarantee though. One thing to note is that if you were struggling to farm runes in Countess, these ghosts here have really good rune drop chances. If you do find not a bad area to go through, kill a lot of stuff in if you maybe are missing some runes and still need some runes. Of course, we have our runes, so by the time we get to 17, we'll just slap on our stealth and we're ready to go. Only Teethwood shotgun. Yeah, I know. Look at that! First direction! Wow, easy mode. Uh-oh. Oh, Loki killed him. Okay.
He was a deluded fool who got too close to true power.
A deluded fool. Okay. 5 energy. 10 MF. Oh, 10 MF is nice. Okay. More MF. Alright, so in general, one thing to note is if you don't even want to read the quest or depend on it in case you're rushing, a really cool tip is that you can actually see what the correct shape is of the tomb just by looking at which one is missing here. In this case, I believe it is going to be the smile, the half moon, not the smiley face, but the half moon. Half moon is missing, and if you check the quest log, you'll see that it is indeed the half moon. Now, every shape of tomb is always in the same place. If you happen to want to memorize those, you can know where to go, which is nice. Those things are gonna hurt, bro. So, for instance, I always know the half moon is right there. That's good stuff. Now, we're level 17. What you're going to want to do is prep for Bone Spear, so you're going to put 1 point into Corpse Explosion. I don't really worry about using Corpse Explosion yet. It's not high enough level to really be effective. But it's okay. What we're going to do is we're going to... Corpse Explosion is arguably the Necromancer's most powerful skill in the late game. It's going to become a lot more important when we actually talk about how to go from rags to riches on the Necromancer. However, when it comes to progressing through the game, it's not going to be as important as you might think. Of course, you're definitely going to want that skill after Bone Spear. Now this is another tomb. That middle hallway is where it's pointing. You're going to want to go to the left or to the west. That is why we're going this way in the Tomb of Tal Rasha. And this is how we're going to get to Duriel and get out of here and move on to Act 3. Two-socketed mask? Oh, actually, no, maybe. One-socketed mask. We haven't found a single useful charm that's like really good. Like, no life, no red dead. Or even faster hit recovery. Even faster run down. Might start finding some of those once we get to Act 3 though, because Act 3 has a lot of dense monsters. Alright, so we found it, as you can see, going immediately to the left. That's not always that easy. Sometimes you gotta go up there and to the left, or behind and to the left. But, you know, in general, if you just go left and to the west, you will typically find your exit point very quickly, as we did there. It's not always that easy, though. No more FCR jewelry. We would still want another piece of FCR jewelry if we can find one at some point. Okay. Cool, so we're gonna put the staff in the hole, in the orifice. Find the hole. Find it! Alright, good stuff. Alright, now we're ready to kill Duriel. Now, if you want to be extra safe against Duriel, you're gonna want to drink some thawing potions, which we're gonna do here in a second. It's the trick to make yourself a lot tankier. A lot of his damage is his cooldown. Look at that. Look at that wolf helm sold for 10,000. Yeah, that's why you want to pick up those class-specific items. That's why they're so valuable. For sure, for sure. Alright, we're level 17. Let's see what we get from Duriel. What's interesting is... I don't know if we're going to have enough gold necessarily to try to buy that Bone Spear wand, but we will talk about a very high-end strat for buying the Bone Spear wand. We'll talk about that. If you're able to generate enough gold, you can definitely do it. We'll show you guys how to do that before we hit level 18. We want to do it before you hit level 18, ideally, because that's going to make it the most easiest to find. We'll show you how to find a white Bone Spear wand that can be used for the rune word white, which is, believe it or not, actually a stronger early game weapon that is stronger than Spirit for the Necromancer, potentially. Spirit can be good, of course. It's really well-rounded, but if you want a lot of plus skills in the Necromancer, this is the way to do it. Especially if you're going P and B, which we are. The Bone Necromancer is going to be nice for the bone. Let's kill Duriel, though. Bring some thawing potions. Every thawing potion is 30 seconds. 50 cold res, so if you just drink a whole bunch of thawing potions, you can get like 10 minutes of 50 cold res if you want.
Thanks.
The mercenary is probably not going to survive. We'll buy some extra health potions just in case here. We don't need this many stamina potions probably anymore. We have a lot of vitality now, so our stamina isn't that bad. We can also put 5 more points into vitality there. Almost 200 life. Okay, sweet. Alright, so what we're going to do now, I'm going to kill Duriel. You're going to want your golem out, and we're going to use the Iron Maiden trick. Once again, you're really going to want to use Iron Maiden this time. Even if you don't use it against Andariel, notice how much easier it is when you're not running around him in circles, and him doing 1 billion damage to you like that. I'm just going to show you how much damage he does, so look at that. That's not fun. That's not fun at all. Keep the Iron Maiden on him, of course, and keep him attacking. He will kill himself. Get used to shift-clicking your potions in if you're not already used to it. Ow. We'll aggro the golem. As long as you keep respawning him in front of him. Look how much damage he's doing to himself. It's pretty crazy. Alright, here we go. Iron Golem 1. This is why you need Iron Golem 1, where you need points in iron. you've ever started a Necromancer as a newer player, or even just ever started one and not known how to build a Necromancer, you might have done this fight and thought, man, this shit's impossible. But if you see that, you'll see it's actually not that bad. Not that bad. Yeah, if you ever do it like just using summons, you know, he'll kill all your skeletons, he'll kill you, you have nothing to kill him with. Try using some piddly 30 teeth damage and running around in a circle for like 2 hours. You can do that too, but I definitely recommend just doing this. That is gonna easily be the most effective way to kill Andariel and the Necromancer this early in the game. Not even close. Not even close. Stop hitting yourself. Stop hitting yourself. And it's amazing that Iron Maiden reflects so much damage that they do, even at level 1. So like, you don't need anything fancy. See the level 1 one. All right, we're ready to go to Act 3. Everything the bosses drop, especially once again rare items, you just kind of want to sell them if possible. You're not going to use most of this crap, but it's going to usually sell pretty well though. These are boots with 30% faster run lock, which is actually kind of neat. You can hold on to those if you find maybe another set piece, or you don't get faster run lock early on. However, notice it requires 50 strength. That's a lot. That's going to really require you to not put a lot of points into health. So you're not really going to want to focus on that early on. It's kind of neat though. It also doesn't sell for a lot. We just found our first set item. You do have a lot of MF though now. You have, believe it or not, I think we have over 50. Wow, yeah. That's a big difference from 0. Just temporarily. It might help us find some good stuff. Alright, let's continue. Of course, remember this guide and part 2 will be on YouTube once we complete them. At least that is the goal here. No, I didn't sell the Vidal's boots. I am holding on to them, but I could sell them, yes.
Yes, citizen.
Alright, so what we can do now is we can get out of here. One thing to note, though, is let's talk about this wand you're going to want to try to get. So,
Allow me to advise.
what we're going to want to look for before we hit level 18 ideally, especially if you're stacked with enough gold, is you're going to want to find a 2 to 3, or at least a 1 to 3 bone spear wand that is white or gray, has 0 or 2 sockets. You're going to be making a rune word in it, and if you make white in it on top of it, you can get up to 8 bone spear with this item. It has to be in this wand type, because all the other wand types that Drognen sell can only get 1 socket, and the rune word requires 2 sockets. It's Dole Io. That's the rune word for white, and it can also, like, it would have to be like this for instance, but instead of 1 to raise skeleton mage, it needs to be like 2 to 3 bone spear. Now we can simulate how to do this farm. We can't do this farm very well with this map layout. You're actually going to want the town exit next to Drognen so that you can reset his inventory by going in and out of town. You can also do the same thing with Akara if you want to reset her inventory for the Iron Maiden wand, which you could have also done earlier.
You have.
First thing we probably want to do though, let's just go to Act 3 real quick. And then I'm going to reload this map and we're going to try to farm for this wand. Now we have a decent amount of gold that we've actually gotten up to this point. We have 60,000. We have some other things we can sell. But it can be difficult to get this wand cheaply.
Jared, good to see you.
We'll see how lucky we get in general.
Good day.
But you want to farm it before you hit level 18. That's one thing to mention, because you're going to want that particular type of wand, that bone wand. And you're also going to want one that has a red background, because Bone Spear is a level 18 skill. It will show as a red background until you hit level 18, if it is on the wand, because you can't use it yet. You can't use that skill. So you can't use the item. So that's why it's the most effective way to farm for that +3 Bone Spear white, which is going to make you really powerful later on in the game. So we got to Act 3. What I'm going to do is I'm actually going to reload this though. Yeah, another thing we can do is, since we hit level 17, is something I was, not too focused on when we were going through Arcane because we weren't really there yet, which is stealth. You don't really need it for Duriel either because you just keep summoning the golem. But we can make stealth now. We're level 17. Notice that we didn't get level 17 too long ago. We will just do this as soon as you get level 17. Then you can put a talon, an F, and an armor. And bam. There you go. This is also going to help us run faster so we can run in and out of town to farm Drogden. Now you'll notice that this map is the same type of map. We need that exit next to Drogden, so we're going to actually have to reload the game again. Believe it or not. And we'll do so. But yeah, look how good this item is though. 25 faster cast rate, faster hit recovery, and faster run walk. All of those stats are solid for getting to the end of the game. You even have some regen mana. You'll notice in combination with those Tur runes, our mana hasn't been too much of an issue on this build. That's why putting Tur runes in a helm can be nice. But in general, that cast rate plus that 1 FCR ring there actually allows us to get to a breakpoint, which is 27% faster cast rate. Once we get Bone Spear, eventually, especially once we start braving through Act 4, where Teeth isn't as effective anymore, we're definitely going to want maybe to get like an FCR 1. But even if we had a faster cast rate 1, we can only get 10 FCR until we hit Act 5. So, we're not going to worry about this too much, just in general. What we really want is that white base. So what we're going to do... Yeah, so that's why we farmed the Countess. We got that stealth. You might also notice we didn't find another F rune anywhere in Act 2. Countess is the most effective way to get those early game runes, period. You can get lucky and find them in maybe Arcane. Maybe you can find them out of a chest and just get lucky somewhere. That doesn't usually happen, though. So that's why you do that. Also, you get your levels in Countess, too, so you can proceed to the barracks, as we explained. But getting those rune words is pretty huge. So now we have stealth. Terror, it's looking pretty good in general. If you don't care about your light res at this point, you can actually switch to this, and we have another +1 to teeth as well. So now we have +4 to teeth using both the shield and the weapon. You could have up to 6 if you got lucky at this point, but that's a stretch. So you'll notice that we only care about these bone wands. We don't care about any of the other types of wands at all. And we're looking for a red background one because that's going to signify a level 18 skill.
Welcome back.
And we want Bone Spear. So there's no red background one here. And you'll notice that there's also no level 18 skills. If you check them, that's just how this works. So we're not going to check them anymore unless they have a bent red background. Let's go. There's no red background there. And every time I enter the Rocky Waste, and it says I do, and enter Loopable Lane, he's going to reset. So that one right there is, he's got Poison Explosion. I think that's the level 18 skill there. I think Blood Golem is also a level 18 skill. That would be so expensive though, we can't afford that. So let's actually try to see if we can farm up that white base real quick here. One socket just isn't going to do. Of course, that one doesn't have Bone Spear either. But one socket will mess it up for sure. I looked at all the bone wand type wands. There's no red backgrounds.
Good day.
Yeah, regen mana is somewhat useful, yeah. Stealth time, baby!
Ask.
Getting to the end of Act 2 at level 17 is usually pretty typical, actually. You might get to level 18. If you're below that, you still can't wear stealth by the time you get to Act 3. You're a bit under-leveled for sure. Alright,
Good day.
okay. Not seeing many things that are very useful here.
Greetings.
No red background bone ones. And this can take a while to farm, but it's easiest to farm it like this when you don't have to check wands unless they have this red background here. Later in the game, you can definitely farm this, but it's going to be a lot harder. The same will go for the teleport staff, which we're going to want to farm from Ormus in Act 3.
Approach and let's trade.
When the poison explosion. Nice.
Greetings.
2 to Bone Spear, but it's a magic wand with 0 sockets. We need a gray one that we can make a rune word in, so that's not going to help. Also, it costs too much, partially because it's a magic wand. Also, it has other skills on it. White wands are a lot cheaper. Bone explosion and bone wall.
Ask and learn. Good day.
This is definitely one of those things like farming for the gold dagger, or like gambling for the gold dagger, just by gambling daggers from Geed at level 11. Where if you had a lot of extra gold on hand, it might make this farm a lot easier. And if we do find a +2 or +3 bone wand, it's too expensive. I might even use... I might use some extra gold just to simulate that. Because I don't want to spend too much time farming for the wand itself in this guide. Yeah, notice this one also has Bone Spear, but it's another blue wand.
Ask and learn.
Drogden will sell both types of wands, of course. I don't know how long this is gonna take here. Ideally, we would just find it, but yeah, this one's got Bone Wall and Confuse. I think Confuse is a level 18 skill.
Approach and let's trade.
We start, once again, if we farm this after we hit level 18, they're not going to have red backgrounds anymore, and then you have to check them all, every single bone wand looking thing individually. That's going to make it a lot tougher.
Ask and learn.
No. 2 to 3 bone spear on a white or a 2-socketed gray wand. Oh man, that's so lame. So we did find a gray wand, gray bone wand, with 2 bone spear, but it has 1 socket in it, so that's gonna make it unusable.
I can't do that here.
It's gonna be used for white, which we'll not be able to make yet until we start farming Nightmare, but that's okay. Oi oi oi!
Good day.
Can you farm this from Ormus and the Telly Staff at the same time? No, you can't. The Telly Staff becomes farmable at level 18, character level 18, which is when we would have a red background for the teleport charges and when the level 24 skills will start showing up.
Ask.
But then the Bone Spear won't be red background anymore because I'll be level 18. So that is a little unfortunate, but it is true. It's one of those things that's kind of annoying. Yeah, so we're actually too low of a level to farm a teleport staff from Ormus because we're not the minimum level to where it will even start spawning, which is 6 levels below. So that's why we can't do that. So that minimum level will make it impossible. Also, we don't have a ton of gold, so at this point in the game, you're going to have to farm one thing at a time, most likely. You're not going for that, trust me. I don't know why we're checking those. They're not red background.
Good day.
Right. Notice I didn't have to check a single one.
Hello.
There's 1 there. 2 to Confuse. It's a white wand, but it doesn't have Bone Spear. Yeah, so this is just one of those farms, one of those vendor farms that's going to help you out later on. And this definitely isn't the only one, so... vendor farming is definitely very good for progressing through the game without getting any kind of help or anything else. And when it comes to being able to survive Hell mode, the Nightmare vendor farm is definitely another very important farm to pay attention to, in addition to Drogden and Ormus when it comes to farming that teleport staff, which we're also going to do. Luckily, we've actually farmed a decent amount of gold, though, so if we get lucky and just get a wand with just Bone Spear, and it's white or has 2 sockets,
Good day.
it's 2 or 3, I think we'll just be able to afford it straight up. But it doesn't matter. We got unlucky on that one, though. That one happened to have 1 socket randomly. There's another one with Bone Spear, but it's a magic wand. Do not attempt to make dual IO in a magic wand. You do that, and it's not going to work. Gonna be very sad. You're gonna post on the forums. You're gonna be upset.
Greetings.
You're gonna be confused. Could get +3 to Bone Spear. I would take +2 though. +2 is perfectly fine. Aw, man, that's 2 sockets, which would be even better because that would save me a socket quest or something. Or save me the trouble of cube socketing it. However, that one does not have anything but 2 to confuse on it, instead of 2 to bone wall. Yeah, this farm can take a while sometimes. That's why in that dry run I bought a 1 to bone spear one, because sometimes it can take a bit. It is worth doing it at 18 if you can though.
Good evening.
One thing to note though is 60,000 as a war chest for this isn't really all that much. But if you got like a plain 2 bone spear wand, it would cost the same as this, which I can totally afford, as you can see there. I think I can even afford a +3 to bone spear, as long as it doesn't have any other skills on it. So you can totally just do this farm, and yeah, what's the other one? Check that one. Is that's 3 to life tap? Oh wow. Damn, brother. Damn, brother. Might be getting a little bit unlucky at this point, but
Approach and let's trade.
I'm gonna stick it out. I want to find it.
Good evening.
And sometimes that's what farming is all about. Yeah, I know. They just rolled magic. I know. I know. We're just getting unlucky because like the bone spear is rolling on the wrong types of wands.
Ask.
It also rolled on a white wand that had 91,000. Well, that's exactly what we want actually. So don't go outside of town. We just found 3 to bone spear on a white wand. That's exactly what you want there. Okay, so we can't afford it though, which is a bit of a problem. So, for the sake of maybe speeding up the guide, what I might do is use some extra gold or see if I can afford it. Can you just use your chip gems? I don't think I have enough to like... And we want to keep that. I mean, that's 2 to bone spear, so... Yeah, it will reset it. It'll definitely reset it. We don't want to reset it, guys. If we go outside of town, it's going to reset it. We could use 3 chip gems to re-roll a cheap magic wand and try to afford it. That is true. Is there a cheap wand we can afford here? Yeah, that is a pretty cool, that's a cool recipe we could use, yeah. Like this one, maybe? Just want to buy a really cheap one. Buy this one, maybe. Well, I want to show some people how to get more gold, too, so I think there's some other strats we can use real quick. I do want to show people this if possible. Yeah, let's buy the U wand and see what happens to it. So you can buy a really cheap magic U wand, and you can actually re-roll the magic item using chip gems. Oh, also we have a rare armor. What? It even has Frost Nova?
I'll put that to good use.
Wow. Alright, well the mercenary's gonna wear that. Alright, let's go sell this. Sell, no, I'm not selling that yet. See how much this breastplate is. 10,000, that's pretty good. This gets us a lot closer. Forgot I had that in my cube. Alright, let's see. One thing you can actually do to afford these things is try to re-roll a magic wand and get skills on it. Roll a magic wand without skills, and then try to get one with skills. That's essentially what this strategy is here. Oh, nice. Okay. Well, that one's gonna sell for sure, I think. Yeah, that's 10,000 right there. Sell my offhand as well. I could sell the offhand, but the offhand's worth nothing, dude. It's only 1 to teeth. It's 100 gold. We could sell some gear if we wanted to, but most of this stuff is pretty solid. I don't see why I'd want to. I could sell the I could sell this gem small shield though. We're not gonna have enough gold no matter what I do, I think, though, unless I sell the runes. We could, I guess, try buying another wand and doing it again. If we just stay in Act 3 town, his wares don't reset, do they? Sell the mercenary armor? Yeah, maybe. If we go to Act 3 town, do his wares reset? I don't remember. I'm pretty sure you have to go outside somewhere. You have to go outside of town. I think you have to go outside. I think so too, but I'm not sure. Does anybody happen to know for sure? I don't want to do it if I don't know. I could buy this wand. I think changing axe doesn't reset it. I agree with that. You have to go outside of town of the current act. Okay. Should be fun. Okay. Well, we could risk it and see what happens here. If so, we have to farm it again. The reason why I say that is that this wand here will sell for 15,000 for sure. So you can also use some more chip gems here. Let's just use some ones that we don't really need. I think the chip skull is fun. Oh, there's summon resist. Nice. That one's a level 18 skill. Yep, there we go. Changing axe will reset it. Why are people saying it's gonna reset it, and then some people are saying it won't reset it? Because it's gonna increase the maximum gold value. So the maximum gold you can sell an item for in Act 1 is 5,000. Act 2 is 10,000. If I go to Act 3, then I can sell it for 15,000. And if I have 15,000 gold, I'll for sure be able to get my gold for sure. No doubt. I don't remember though this. Why don't I remember exactly what resets it? This is so annoying. Okay. Reroll a scepter. I want to keep some of these chip gems for later though, if possible. We could sell a rune. I don't want to sell my juves either. I think you have to go outside. Why are people saying different things though? It's like people aren't very sure about this. Okay, you know what? We're gonna show the video and the people in the video exactly what happens, and if he does reset his wares. Sell my current one? No, I need teeth. What? Sell my current one? I'm not even level 18 yet. You have to go outside of your current act. Okay. Cool. Alright, so we're gonna go to Act 3. Alright. We didn't exit town. It should be fine. That's what I thought too. But honestly, sometimes I get a little bit scared. So I thought, as long as we go back into Act 2 and we don't leave town in Act 2, I think we're fine. Now notice that I can sell these wands now for 15,000. Alright, that's what we want. Boom. Now we can afford it. So we actually we were able to now afford it with just what we found. Rip wand. Saying rip wand, huh? Oh, what? You lied to me! It did reset it! Are you kidding me? Oh man, people be trolling my ass, bro. No way. We did all that to get the wand, and then it just reset it. No way, I got trolled. Oh my god, I got trolled. Oh man, okay, so that does reset it. Alright, well, at least we learned the lesson. Now we have to go farm for the wand again. I guess chat likes wand farming. What can I say?
Approach and let's trade.
They must like the wand farming. It's because I interacted with a vendor? Maybe. See, I don't know the exact parameters. I do know that sometimes it doesn't reset it, which is what confuses me, and then sometimes it does reset it.
Hello.
Well, we got more gold now, so we should be able to afford it if we do see something like that again. This one does have 1 to Bone Spear, so that's kind of cool. You did not interact with the vendor. Okay. Well, what I was trying to do... Okay, so that one... Another 1 to Bone Spear. We do want to try to get one that's at least 2 to Bone Spear. It did it in LOD. To be fair, you didn't talk to a vendor. So nope. Apparently if you talk to a vendor, it does reset it. Okay, so that makes sense because you end up resetting a vendor's wares somewhere in some place. Which means that if you do that, then in the previous act, it can reset it. Okay, so there's multiple ways to reset the vendor. You can talk to a vendor in another act, or you have to go outside of town in the current act. Alright, cool. So we actually just tested that. We know how to reset it now. That's very unfortunate, though, because that was a perfect one in every way. It's exactly what we wanted. We did increase our gold massively, though, so at least the people watching the video can learn how to massively increase their gold using chip gems so that they can afford something like this before they hit level 18. So that is definitely a very important use of chip gems, and it's very good. Nah, I think they're just trolling you. It always resets. I don't know. I don't think they're actually trolling me. The fact that multiple people said it didn't means that maybe they just didn't know. And honestly, I wasn't sure either, so it's all good.
Good day.
This means that we like to check for ones. We'll give people an idea of how rare these are by like checking it multiple times so they can see if they actually want to farm for this or not. What happened? I got trolled, man. I had a +3 Bone Sphere wand, and we thought that going to Act 3 wouldn't reset it, but it did. And I think it's because I talked to a vendor, Mirage.
Approach and let's trade.
I thought, because I didn't go outside of town. I was like, oh, I don't go outside of town, I should be fine. Nope. See, I just learned something new today. See, like, I still learn things playing this game because there's a lot to this game. There really is. I can test it right now. I could test the exact parameters, so watch. I could test... Okay, so, for instance, we can try going to Act 3 without talking to a vendor. Like this. And then we can try to go backwards. This is BattleNet. I just took the town waypoint, went back. Is it still the same? It is still the same. Okay, so... I guess talking to a vendor might reset the wares in a different act. Huh. Alright, so I never knew the exact parameters of that. All I knew is that in order to farm a vendor, you have to go in and outside of town in the same act. But the exact parameters of resetting, what can I say? I'm no expert on that. Speedrunners would probably know that for sure, because they checked for those. That's very sad, though, because we did find a Bone Sphere wand that was 3 to Bone Sphere. It was white, it was everything. It's exactly what we needed for White Wand. The reason why I wanted to go to Act 3, though, which is why we did it, was because we were trying to get a higher maximum gold value so that I could sell enough to get enough value to actually afford the wand. Why did I go? Because I was trying to... So I used chip gems to roll wands to sell enough to get enough gold to buy it. And then I couldn't do it just by selling them in Act 2 without using all my chip gems, which is not good. So I didn't want to do that. And then I went back there. I could have just been less greedy and just like used all my chip gems, but I didn't want to do that. 3 to Poison Explosion. Yeah, I needed to sell for more gold.
Approach and let's trade.
Yeah, it's kind of an ouchie though, not gonna lie. What's up, Mortorez? How you doing? Oh man, that really sucks. Kinda sucks for the video too, honestly, because now I'm just spending a lot of time doing this. Ah, no. Well, that's why timestamps exist. What can I say? People are gonna get to skip past this part, you know. Dark Humility farming for the Bone Sphere wand for white.
Good day.
Endlessly because he had the perfect wand. Then went back to Act 3. If you go to Act 3 though, it doesn't do anything like they said, so my chat wasn't even trolling me. It's only if you talk to a vendor. And you have to talk to a vendor if you want to sell something in Act 3, so... That is not a viable strat, I guess. We just have to sell them in Act 2, and we're good to go. Well, we learned something. That's good. I don't do that. I don't edit that stuff, Otis. The reason why I don't like editing a guided playthrough is so that I can show people there's no funny business. We didn't do anything weird. We didn't gather items. We didn't like off-stream level them or anything. Because a lot of people, you know, they like making excuses. Like, yeah, you got to that point and it's fun.
Good day.
No. I need a red background.
Greetings.
Nah, that's okay. That's okay. It's okay. All this means is there's just going to be a little bit of a longer session here where we have to farm for the Bone Sphere wand. That's all. I got it too quick, made it look easy.
Allow me to
It's not that hard if you're level 17 like how I'm doing it.
approach and let's trade.
It's not actually that hard, my man. You just have to hit level 17 and get decent No. You can't edit a full playthrough. See, when I do these Rags to Riches playthroughs, you don't want to edit the video. I also don't have the software either, so
Good day.
I'd have to mess with all that shit, so I'm not gonna bother. A 320.
Greetings.
Oh, well, a 320 is a lot worse than farming a 2 to 3 Bone Spear wand.
Ask and learn.
Yeah, you're talking about 320 gloves? Yeah, for sure.
Allow me to advise you.
How long is this gonna take, though? That's the question. You've been stuck farming the Bone Spear wand. I wanted to show people how they could afford it, though, like legit, using things you just found by the time you get to Act 3. That would have been so cool. And I was so close.
Ask.
I should have done that before I actually farmed up the wand, though, so that's my bad, you know. I was thinking maybe I could just get a plain 3 to Bone Spear wand and just be done with it. So I got a little greedy, okay? We got a little greedy. Ooh, 3 to Poison Explosion. Wow, that's huge. No, only the character level. We want to be level 17, so it's a red background on the Bone Wand type. That makes it easy. Like, if you want to farm this later, it's just going to be so much longer. You can definitely spend a lot of time later doing this. 1 to Bone Wall, rip. How are Bone Magies in Blood Golem? Not great for starting out in the game. I would not consider going Blood Golem early on or going Skeleton Mages to be a very good strat. That's a good question, though. This is a good time for question and answer session. Does anyone have any questions so far about what you want to do on Rags to Riches Necromancer? While we continue to look for this wand again, a second time.
Good day.
3 Dim Vision? Oh, that's nice, but that's going to be way too expensive. My concern now is that if we find another one, it's going to be too expensive for me to show. Yeah, see, this is 1 to Bone Sphere. That would be nice, but we're not looking for 1 to Bone Sphere. We're looking for 2 to 3 to Bone Sphere. Ideally, you don't just settle on 1 to Bone Sphere. Like, that's another 1 to Bone Sphere. Ideally, you look for something better than that, because you are going to invest, once again, 1 to Bone Sphere. That's really cheap, though.
Good day.
No. We're actually gonna buy that one there. Just in case we have problems farming this again. I'll accept a 1 to Bone Sphere wand. You don't absolutely need a 3 to Bone Sphere wand to get through the game and start farming. But I think to show how strong the Necromancer would be, it would be nice to have a +3. Definitely be nice, and just to show it off so people are inspired. You're like, oh man, the Necromancer's actually kind of sick. And it'd be nice if you actually had a, you know, what we found before. I could have afforded that too without going to Act 3. That was literally greed. I could have just like used another set of chip gems and I would have been fine probably.
Good day.
Oh man. It's pure greed. Can't believe that actually happened. Oh man.
Greetings.
No, so the reason why is it's the only one that can get Bone Spear and have 2 sockets, or can get 2 sockets from later on. Okay, you know what? That is perfectly fine. You know, we just found something that's gonna work. There we go. 2 to Bone Spear, 1 to Terror, 2 sockets. Bam. And then we can sell the other one back. There we go. Alright, so this one's actually really good because unlike the other one, we don't have to Larzik socket or use a socket quest. Or not a socket quest, that is Larzik socket, or a socket recipe. So we actually got lucky on this one in a different way. Yeah, it's not a 3 to Bone Spear wand, however, it's 2 to Bone Spear, which is almost just as good. And it saves us a socket recipe or a socket quest, which could be used for other things later on in the game. Sweet. Alright, that's totally gonna work. Yes, you can. You could totally get a 3 to Bone Spear with 1 to Clay Golem and whatnot. This just shows, though, if you farm them a decent amount of time, it might take you about 15 to 20 minutes, give or take, to find at least a one that is at least 2 to 3 Bone Spear, and then you can get another one. So we farmed another one, and we actually have some gold to spare, so that's also good in a different way as well. So that's good, because now we can more easily afford the teleport staff once we get through Act 3. So it's not the worst tragedy in the universe for this run here.
Good day.
But that is a little funny. What can I say? I've never looked at what the exact parameter is, or the exact parameters for resetting the vendors in all cases. I've never bothered messing with that. It's not something that's like, it's just like, well, I know how to reset the vendor. Why bother learning exactly what resets it in all cases? There you go. Well, now you know. Now you know that selling the wands in Act 3, if you've already found your bone wand, isn't going to work. So if you want to make more money before you do that farm, go to Act 3 first, sell them in Act 3, and then start power farming Drugman. Because the gold cap in Act 3 is 15,000, and that is definitely a very useful thing to do. Well, now we know. We also know, and we have a 2-socketed 2 Bone Spear wand, so that's good, and we're finding some more chip gems again. Alright, so now it's time to start pushing through Act 3. We have our Bone Spear wand that we're going to want to use for white, which is awesome. That's going to be totally acceptable. We're not going to have to farm that later on, and we're not going to have to look at every single bone wand and not rely on the red background, so it makes it a lot harder. So now what we're going to want to do is we want to pick up some items, continue to sell them, and get enough gold to afford a teleport staff, which we can start farming for at level 18. A teleport charges staff, not a teleport skill staff. That will also have a red background from worms. We're going to want to progress through the spider forest and find the eye. And we're also going to want to find an entrance to either the Great Marsh or the Flare Jungle. If we find the Flare Jungle, that's where we want to be. We can skip the Great Marsh. In general, in every jungle area in Act 3, there are three grottos, 3 areas you can go into. Side areas. That's what we call them, grottos. And they're going to be next to a split in the river, typically. So, in these jungles, there's a lot of monster density. You can kind of farm them with teeth for now on, or for now. And
A worthless statue.
there's Jade Figurine,
Perhaps I
which
can trade this
can
for
drop
something
from one of the very first unique monsters you kill, or champion monsters. Alright, looks like we made it to the end of the spider forest without finding any grottos, which is weird. That might mean the grottos are over that way, it might mean they're a little bit up and over this way. One of them's a dud, one of them has the waypoint for the area, and one of them has the quest area, which in this case is going to be the spider cavern. So we already got our white wand base, which is sick. That wasn't too bad, honestly. It wasted maybe another 5 to 10 minutes. It's not the end of the world. That's what timestamps are for. There'll be a timestamp for white wand farming. And we can show people what not to do as well, in case you want to know. Every once in a while, we actually do get a nice what not to do in some of these Rags to Riches videos, which is nice. So people can see something that can mess it up as well. Could have had the 3 bone spear one, though. That would have been nice.
I can't carry anymore.
Alright, so we actually found a split in the river. There's a grotto next to it, like I mentioned before. Okay. What can I say? I don't know everything. That's disappointing, though. Ended up getting a wand, though, in some ways that is better because it saved us a lot of gold. And it even saved us a socket quest, potentially, so... good stuff. Of course, you can use the perfect amethyst Rao recipe to socket weapons as well, and you'd have like an 87% chance of rolling 2 sockets if you did it that way. But if you rolled 1 socket, you could also mess up your wand that way too, so that's a fun thing to do. At any rate, we have the wand we need. Let's continue. Shapey Hots, what's up, man? The cheese bosses? I mean, I have that wand on my offhand here. I have the Iron Maiden wand, and I have 1 point into Clay Golems, so I don't have to have a wand to get Clay Golem. Alright, so we found the waypoint one, and we also found the one with the useless area. We also found the useless area, so... it looks like maybe the grotto for finding the spider forest, spider cavern might actually be to the right, so we're actually going to go back to town. We found another Unraveler ahead. That has 2 sockets. Iron Maiden, 2 sockets. Interesting. That's nothing special, but you could use it on your main hand if you wanted to. I don't think we're going to do that, though. It's not that good. If they had like 2 to Bone Spear, I'd definitely keep that, because you could make a rhyme in that. You could get a rhyme with +2 to Bone Spear. It's a very important rune word we can make later on. It can give us Cannot Be Frozen, Res, make the farming a lot easier. Alright, so 2 to Lightning, nothing. Okay, so we're not level 18 yet. Rip. You can turn in the Jade Figurine and get that life potion.
Well,
Yeah, so apparently there's 2 things that reset it. Going to a vendor in a different act, or going outside of town in the same act. Fascinating stuff. I always knew going outside of town in the same act resets it.
What do you need?
Wasn't sure that reset it, though. Because I know that I've gone like back and forth a few times. That's pretty funny. It's good to have some comedy in your 10-hour Rags to Riches video, if you ask me.
Good morning.
It's a good blooper. A blooper that doesn't kill the run. That's always what you want. You know, selling your white wand to a vendor might kill the run, but something of that magnitude is actually pretty cool. Alright, let's go. Let's continue. Have to see how rare they are, too. Takes it back here. Alright, let's go this way. Oh wait, no. Let's go actually to the beginning of the spider forest because we're actually going to want to go to the right side and see if it's like immediately to the right. Also going to want to see if we have an exit to go to the Great Marsh. So, the jungle's really annoying. Sometimes you can get a spider forest where there's a direct pathway to the player jungle where you want to get to. Sometimes there's not. That's kind of cool. Oh no. Oh my goodness. Alright, let's go. I was afraid that might happen. Alright, let's continue. Alright, we indeed have the grotto right here for the spider forest. And we hit level 18. For level 18, that's a pretty big level because now we have Bone Spear. Bone Spear is also going to synergize Teeth. One thing to note is at this point, oops. We can put Bone Spear on our left click if we want to use it against single targets. But because Act 3 has a lot of lower HP monsters, we're still going to be using Teeth to clear out lots of density in here, so don't just start only using Bone Spear. I know it does more damage, but it doesn't have as much AoE. So at level 1, it's kind of just there. And will help you kill things in general, but it's not going to be insanely instrumental yet. We could keep putting more points into Vitality. That's what we just want to keep doing in general. And we found the Spider Cavern. This is the Quest Grotto, once again. And I think we're going to have to actually go through the Great Marsh on this one. I don't see any other offshoot areas. I could be wrong. Then we can end up going through the Great Marsh and having to double back, but I think just the areas.
I am overburdened.
Alright. Cool thing about Bone Spear is unlike Teeth, it pierces, so it pierces through monsters, so if it hits one monster, it'll pierce through it onto the next monster, into the next monster, and so on. And it also does magic damage like Teeth. Teeth is a synergy for it, which is nice, because it already gives it a pretty decent amount of damage just by leveling up Teeth. So we're not going to have to respec the character to make the Necromancer strong at using bone abilities, which is really nice. So yeah, we just entered the Great Marsh. As you can see, it looks like to be a continuation of that area. So we found an exit in one of these grottos. It's always good to check the outside of the grottos to see if there's an exit to another area with the Flare Jungle or the Great Marsh. But I don't think we're going to get out of going through the Great Marsh to find Flare Jungle, so all we want to do is just want to follow the river and go all the way to the end and find Flare if we can. I want to sock it now. So, yeah, patch 2.5 has terror zones. If you guys have been out for a bit, the ladder's probably going to be announced within the next week or so. And you're going to have patch 2.5 with terror zones, which are going to be an area that is randomized every hour, where the monsters will be 2 higher than your monster level, your character level up to a maximum. If you're not high enough to where the area level is higher than your character level, it really won't matter. But there'll be areas where you can farm to 99. You can get like level 99 monsters in those areas. Level 96 regular monsters. Could be an effective way to level to 25 as well. Ow. Ouchie, 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 ouchie. Get out of my way. So all these grottos in the Great Marsh are typically useless. Every once in a great while, one might path into the Flare Jungle, but for the most part, you're looking for like an offshoot if you follow this river that is not one of those grottos that is going to follow into the Flare Jungle. And this case, it might be all the way at the end, or we missed it somewhere. Or maybe it's still in the Spider Forest and we missed it. I don't know. This is why a lot of people hate the jungle. Okay, so we found a little grotto over here that passes through to the other grotto on the other side. Let's see here. Well, yeah, see, this is meant to be highly educational here, so it's meant to be something you can do as you know you're listening to it. And so it's not bad sometimes to show people something or talk about a way to do something that's not good. I've actually already talked about some ways as well. Alright, you see this side area here? You see how it's splitting off, you know, perpendicular to the river? This area is probably the flare jungle. Yes. Maybe. Yes. Okay, yep, there it is. Sweet. So we just had a really dumb map. Jungle can be really nasty sometimes that way. Just got unlucky. Oh well. Put that bone armor, protecting about against 100 physical damage before you have to reset it currently. Let's make sure the mercenary doesn't die. Check his HP. Is this any kind of res we need? No. Yes, there will always be a terrorized zone that will switch every hour. I'll have different immunities, different density. It'll be good for different builds. It also provides more build variety for the 99 grind, etc. Alright, so the Flare Jungle. We found the first grotto, which happens to be the quest area. That's nice. Because we found the quest area and we don't have a waypoint though, we're gonna want to put a TP here. We can get the Gibden if you want by, you know, pressing.
This is a powerful weapon. Perhaps Ormus can tell me more about it.
You can get that one. It's easy stuff. Yep, put the TP by the Flare Dungeon. The Flare Dungeon's also where the Gibden is. The Gibden is really good to get because it gives you a free rare ring from Ormus. Ormus will give you a random rare ring. In a lot of cases, rare rings tend to have faster cast rate, and that would be amazing to get. If not, it can still have good resistances. Right now, our other ring is literally a dud, so this one's, you know, carrying us a little bit. The other ring is a dud. So the other ring is just giving us magic finds, so just getting any kind of ring would be nice. Splint mail. That's good money. Body armor. The body armor types are getting heavier and heavier, which sell better. Once they're exceptional, they'll sell even better than that. Now what you could do is, you could look for the Flare Jungle waypoint in that grotto, but you could literally just go to the Cross Bazaar if you want, and skip past all this stuff, and then just find a waypoint in there. You don't have to look for the Flare Jungle waypoint if you've already found the quest area.
Impossible.
You might just get lucky and find it first, but you don't have to. One socketed breastplate, another nice body armor that's going to sell for gold. You want even more gold because after buying all of these wands that have been helping us along the way, we're going to want a staff that gives us teleport charges so that at level 24 we can teleport over walls and in general be more mobile, and that's going to help us a ton once we get to the point in the game where we want to start farming for those riches. So we definitely need that kind of stuff in general. That's the third grotto in Flare Jungle. These grottos are either on the corner somewhere or where the river splits every time. In the middle. Alright, let's continue. Notice that I'm still killing the monsters. Flare Jungle tends to be pretty dense. It is worth killing them, and also they do chase you and kill you, so
I can't carry
it can be nice just to get them out of the way. And now we're in Act 3. We can actually we don't need any light healing potions anymore because we can just buy normal healing potions, which are better in general. All right, we're level 19. And at level 19, if you wanted to, you could put Ral runes in your helm and get fire res. We might do that by the time we hit Act 4. We might not bother in Act 3, but that's going to become really good in Act 4. And you can use Ral runes at level 19, so that's kind of nice. I don't think we're going to do that in this run, though. We're going to keep putting points into Vita, though, and we're going to keep putting points into Bone Spear. Notice that Bone Spear is still giving a lot of damage to teeth. 1 socket. You could look for another 2-socketed helm if you want, for style. 3-socketed helms you can start finding a bit later. Those are going to become useful later as well. Where's this one? So there'll always be a terrorized zone that will switch every hour. Yes. Do you think they'll be ready for Chaos Sanctuary? Yes. Against really beefy monsters, we're actually going to want to start using... Oh, I tried to keep the Mercenary alive there, rip. It's going to be more effective to start using Bone Spear, especially once you hit level 19. There we go.
I am overburdened.
Pretty easy stuff, right?
I am overburdened.
Yeah, we'll be fine. This one.
I can't.
Wow, I just have so many things everywhere. Oh shoot, I remade the dang it, that's why I didn't want to remake the TP. I was trying to think, why don't I want to remake the TP again? That's because I put the TP all the way down there by the quest area, so... I got greedy, I was thinking about selling the things for the gold, and I always forget about this stuff. If you watch my Rags to Riches, you'll know the worst thing I'm at doing, just period, is remembering where I put my TPs. No, I do this every time, man. I do this every time.
Hello.
Also, I lost the Mercenary, so I was like, I need to revive the Mercenary, but it's like, no, I can't do that. I have to get the waypoint first. Oh, wow. Okay. Wow. 10 FCR, Cold Res, and Mana. That's actually really key, because now, if you want to just use Bone Spear mostly through Act 4, which is what we're going to do anyway, we can hit the 48 faster cast rate breakpoint, and we can do that by buying a 10 FCR wand back at a car in Act 1. Wow, that's a big ring. Yeah, he gave us a good one. Sometimes he just gives us pure crap. I think in the other playthrough, he gave us just pure garbage. Well, at this point, you either have like 2 plain 10 FCR pieces of jewelry typically, or, you know, you just get one from Wormus. Now, I'm just going to keep using this one for now because I don't mind just using this for MF, but by the time we get to Act 4, we're definitely going to want to use that. Going to up our FCR a bit. Man. Yeah, people always ask me to speedrun, and one of the reasons I tell them I'd be bad at speedrunning is because I always forget the tiny stuff, you know? It's like, where did I put my waypoint again? Oh yeah, no, it was over there, you know? Keeping that kind of stuff straight in my head when I'm trying to go super fast. Not easy for me to do. And that tiny stuff matters a lot in a speedrun.
I am overburdened.
Like if you mess that up, now all of a sudden, now it's going to take me like 30 seconds to get back to the quest area. And so if I wasn't just like going through this and talking about what to do, and I was just going as fast as possible, that would actually really be a screw up for sure.
I can't carry anymore.
All right, so we actually have 2 10 FCR rings, which is nice. At this point, you don't have to go for other rings, but notice if you find any other rings with other types of resistances, they might be useful later on when you're able to get your faster cast rate elsewhere in your build. So still keep res rings if you can find them. Right. Well, right. Well, what you would do normally is, like I said, you would just if you wanted as much gold as possible before you tried to buy the Bone Spear wand, you would do the wand re-rolling thing with the chip gems before you started farming for it, and then you would sell those wands in Act 3, especially if they got good plus skills on them, which they did. Typically they will, but if they don't, you can just waste your chip gems as well, so it's no guarantee. We were trying to show the strat, we just showed it in the wrong order. And I thought I had enough gold to farm it to begin with. 60,000 is actually pretty decent as long as you get a plain wand with 3 to Bone Spear. Problem is we ended up finding one that costs 90,000, so that whole sequence of events is just rigged if you ask me. It threw me off. But we're good. It's not like we're not capable of doing everything we want to do now. One of the hardest vendor farms is for that Bone Spear wand, so once you secure that, you can breathe a sigh of relief that you're not going to have to sit there and farm a vendor for a while. So we're already past that point, which is good. Now what we're looking for is a Kuros Bazaar waypoint, or... well, we can do the book first, I guess, because we found this first. That works. Do the Ruined Temple. Now we can use a combination of Bone Spear and Teeth. Battlemaid Serena will come up on you pretty fast. She's gonna roll up on you fast, so careful for that. And...
I can't.
Ow! Okay. Yeah, if we just found a Bone Spear wand that cost like 60,000 or 65,000, it would have been fun. Instead, it had to have like an extra stat on it, just randomly. And they wouldn't even have to use the chip gem strat. Alright, let's go back to town.
Good evening.
I guess we could have done that as well, but at the end of the day, it's probably the best option because I probably would have like accidentally like gone back to Act 2 and forgot about it or something. You know how it is, man. Trying to keep that all in your head while you're like just like pushing and shit. Alright, so one thing I should actually mention is remember how we found that Bone Spear shield from Radamant in Act 2? Well, now that we're level 18, I didn't even put this on, but I should have earlier. This 1 to Teeth Preserved Head is kind of weak now, and having a +2 to Bone Spear is actually going to be a lot better. Right now, this is giving us both Teeth and Bone Armor, though, so that's nice as well. And obviously, once we're only using Bone Spear, which will become the case pretty soon, we're going to want to get a 10 FCR one so that we can get 48 faster cast rate or hit that breakpoint by hitting 55% total using 2 FCR rings and a wand, which at this point in the game, that's really good if you can achieve that for sure. Might not always be the case. You might still be at 27% faster cast rate. You might have gotten really unlucky on your faster cast rate on jewelry from Tristram, from Ormus, from all the rings and amulets you've picked up so far. Just getting that 10% faster cast rate might have been elusive. And even if it was, it's okay, because you can still get the 10% faster cast rate wand from Akara, so you can at least hit 27 by this point, even if you have no jewelry. That is something very important to mention here. But we are ready to go, though. We got 2 to Bone Spear, we got life on it. This is pretty solid. We could even socket this with the potential chance to get 2 sockets from Larzuk, because you can get 1 to 2 sockets, and we can put resistances in this. So that's actually a really good strat as well to make sure you have res and plus the Bone Spear, and we're going to continue doing that as we go through Nightmare. So this is kind of lucky. We found a better Bone Spear Necro helm than we actually found, or Necro Shrunken Head, than we found a Teeth one, which is kind of weird, because normally you'll find something better than 1 to Teeth, but that's how it goes. Sometimes it depends. Alright, so we found the waypoint in Kurost. We did the tome already. We're gonna go backwards now and go do the brain. We should have left the TP by the brain and not at the end of the Flare jungle, but sometimes I'm an airhead, what can I say? Especially when it comes to where I leave TPs. Yo! Otis Redding! Or getting the waypoint, you know, whether I got the waypoint or not in the Flare jungle to begin with. So, like, it's like, I'm doing this. Then I'm thinking about other stuff like selling items or getting the mercenary, and that's what happens. Dude, Vumandu, holy moly, Xanafine, everybody in the chat. Nobody is safe from Xana's power. Vumandu, Xanafine, Mortorez D2, Vitalism, Otis Redding, and Pavor, making them all members of Xana's attack squad, the Ghost of the Machine, the Arcane Disciples. Thank you so much for the support, Vu, and I'm sure everybody in the chat is always happy to get Xanified. Go, go, go. They'll accept Xana into their heart, whether they like it or not. Alright, so we're almost done walking all the way back down here. I ran out of stamina. Holy moly. What a joke. So yeah, now we have level 4 Bone Spear because we have an item with Bone Spear on it, which is really lucky. We might not have that at this point either. And we're on the cusp of getting 48% faster cast rate, so that's really nice. That's all you really need to continue to smash this. I cannot play Glover music during the guide. If I have a moderator in the chat, can you refund Zyklonic episode? Someone tried to redeem music earlier as well. Has to stay Diablo 2 music for the sake of at least a modicum of professionalism, okay? It's not like we go hard on that in here, but let's be honest. I want to be a little bit if we can. What is Glover music? Exclamation Glover. It is Glover 64 original soundtrack. It is the most disturbing sound you'll ever hear emanating from your speakers. Look into it if you want. It's every genre of music combined. Elevator music, circus music, 80s porn music, random pirate accordion music. All the best genres, of course. Rare booties. Ooh, is that Fast and Fun Rock? Oh, come on, really? It's got half freeze duration and light res, no fast run. That's okay. Okay. So, made it to Flare Dungeon 3. One thing to mention about Flare Dungeon and how the map works, it works like most maps in Diablo 2. So you see that starting tile there, it's pointing that way. If you go to the left, you're going to be looking for a left-facing or a west-facing tile relative to the entrance in both Flare dungeons until you get to 3. Once you get to 3, the brain can be in the middle, but it looks like we spawned in the middle. So it's probably going to be on the outside somewhere. Sometimes you can spawn next to the middle where it spawns. We don't have our teleport yet, though. We can start farming for that teleport staff now. Well, we have to get it on the outside. Why not use Vidala's? It costs 50 strength. So I mentioned that earlier. You don't have a lot of life at this point in the game. If you put another 25 points into strength, I'm going to be under 200 health, and I'm going to die extremely easily. I'm going to be so fragile, and that's just going to be another very bad source of frustration for you. I don't recommend putting 50 strength at this point in the game. Vidala's Fetlock for a faster unlock. You'll believe it or not, the extra faster unlock I do not believe is worth that. That's not going to be a fun time. Alright, so it does look like indeed it is in the very last corner we're going to encounter. That's interesting. Remember, you can always use the golem as a distraction. Looks like all that magic find is starting to pay off somewhat. Getting more items that are kind of cool. That is a helm with 25 cold res. And we can continue using this one for the Frost Nova, which I think I will. But it does give the mercenary more resistance, which might be good later on. Might be good for like a nightmare helm to get him into nightmare.
Good day.
Keep that. Keep those rare boots too. Yeah, we do have these we found from Andariel. Chat remembers these. 50 strength though. 50 strength. There's a reason why you want to mainly just put points into vitality and energy and only enough strength to wear this 3-slot belt. And that's because if you start putting more points in there, your health is going to be extremely low. And you're going to find life very difficult. From that test run with the Necro yesterday, chat should know that if they were watching yesterday as well. They could know how painful that's probably going to be if we don't have that HP. If they don't know, then always good. Always good. You could always find out, of course. Hey, thank you so much for that crazy support, Boomandu. Holy moly. High res Hank, Sling Q, and For Nothing also getting Xanified. Thank you, Booman. Hope you're hyped for Necromancer Rags to Riches. Hope you're hyped for the ladder in general. Or even if you're not, hope you're having a good time playing. You're playing the mod, right? Yeah, PD2. Some of us will be in D2 our last season for Rego D2 LOD Hardcore. It's dead. Wait, what are you talking about? Huh? What's going on here? I play hardcore on the D2R ladder. Is that what you're talking about, or? You said something about D2 LOD. Oh, old school D2 reset. Oh. Yeah, some people might play that, yeah. Especially as D2R continues to change, some people might have they might have a lot of love for the original game, so there might be some people that go back and play the old Battle.net reset, yeah. Alright, so as you can see, that's why we needed the waypoint. We didn't have any other waypoints. We got the brain. Dude, this Bone Spear shield is clutch. The only thing that could have made it better is if it was gray and it had 2 sockets, but that's a lot to ask for. You never know, we might still be able to find one. Well, I guess you could also get a 3 to Bone Spear shield. Yeah, thank you, man. Thank you for the kind words as well, Vumandu. You're a beast. Okay, let's go. Keep picking up those Necro heads. They have plus skills if nothing else. They're gonna give you plus skills. One thing I should have been doing when I go to town and buy things and sell things is checking for the teleport staff. I haven't been doing that, though. You could just farm Ormus, though, once you have enough money where you're confident you can buy one. Those staves can be expensive. They can be anywhere from, like, 23,000 to like 100,000, so those Bone Spear ones, 3 Bone Spear can be 60,000 as long as you don't get ads on it. It's kind of what I was banking on originally, but nope. Oh yeah. Are you still not playing D2R? Are you still playing the old school one because you haven't upgraded your computer? Yeah, I know. There's a lot of like really old school people that still are using like computers that can't handle D2R and whatnot because they were just playing older games. It is nice what they did at D2R, but I guess for a lot of players it's a bit of a burden because now they have to afford a whole new computer and shit. Be expensive for sure. Alright, so Sewers 2 is going to be on somewhere on the edge of the map where we want to get the heart. These things are annoying because they steal your stamina, so yeah, and Ormus doesn't sell stamina potions. You'd have to go to a different act. It's gonna be somewhere on the edge of the map, or it's gonna be in the middle. So if we go throughout the entire edge of this map and don't find it, then we have to check the middle of the sewers map. The middle is less likely, but it can happen. Let's see if it's in the middle somewhere. Yeah, you can just get the minimum specs. Honestly, I think a $500 new PC can handle D2R minimum specs just fine. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Let me know if anyone wants to sell me a laptop that is capable of running D2R. I want to get one for loaders. I just want one where I can just load up other instances of the game without messing with the without interfering with the game that I'm currently playing in terms of slowing it down or slowing down the stream, which will be on this PC. Just want something that's capable of just like loading up multiple instances if possible for future ladders. Multi-boxing, yeah. It's just gonna slow down this PC too much if I have like everything running on it, including multiple instances. It's gonna be kind of bad. I'll take a piece of crap if you want. Oh my god. Holy moly.
I need mana.
Ow. Jesus. I got trapped. They were right on top of it. Well, that's what rejuves are for. I haven't really had to use juves until just now, so been putting them away like we should. Rules? This isn't rules, this is a guide. So this is a guide from going from a naked Necromancer to Bnet. On Bnet Players 1, it's meant to simulate a ladder start and to show people how they can start a Necromancer and go from rags to riches. And the idea isn't just to finish the game, it's to show people what farms are available for the Necromancer and to show people the strats that are good for building up the Necromancer along the way. Alright, we can... It's not bad, but it's not really good. Alright, so stays with a red background will be level 24 skills, including teleport charges. When you go to vendor items to Ormus, as long as you're at least level 18, you can start farming for the teleport stuff. Yeah, there's no rules or anything. This is supposed to be a guided playthrough that people can listen to while they actually play the game if they want. It's gonna be uploaded to YouTube and they're like 10-hour videos. So yeah, have fun. Alright, one more point into Bone Spear. And keep putting points into Bone Spear, keep putting points into Vitality. Awesome. Okay. So now we got all of the organs. Now we're gonna go up to Travancore, hit the waypoint just in case, and then go kill the council. And we have a pretty good Bone Spear, given that we have level 5 Bone Spear. It's pretty solid. Every Rags to Riches video is going to require 2 parts except for the Sorceress. Sorceress is done in 1 part, almost exactly 12 hours. The other ones will require part 1 and part 2. In part 1, we typically go to the cusp of Hell, or to where we're at least capable of entering Hell, but maybe not ready yet. It kind of depends on the run. So in part 1 here, the goal is to get to the cusp of Hell, and possibly get ready to start entering Hell or pushing Hell. Tomorrow we will do part 2. We're really going to go through Hell and then talk about and respec and show you guys all the different ways a fledgling Necromancer with like hardly any gear is capable of farming items. So that is the idea here. So we're pure bone. Which is going to be most effective, I think, for most players at this point in the game. That's an elite. Nice. Ow. So yeah, the monsters start doing some serious damage at this point in the game. Pick up those chip gems. You might need them later. We can use the wand trick to get some really high value wands. You can also use them to repair the teleport staff using Ort runes plus chip gems. Or we can use them to cube up runes. So chip gems are extremely valuable still.
I need mana.
I don't know where the mercenary even is. Probably gonna die very fast.
I need mana.
All you want to do is just bone spear the council members. They're pretty tanky, so teeth ain't gonna do the job anymore.
The temple's dark power is broken. I am overburdened. I am overburdened.
As a matter of fact, we're getting to the point in the game when teeth is basically useless, so what I can actually do is just hotkey my bone spear on the right click where I want it, and just use throw on the left click permanently, so I don't accidentally switch it to regular attack and swing my wand, which can get me into some very dangerous situations. Normal council can actually drop runes like up to soul, I think. But we didn't get that lucky. Right. Combine all the pieces and smash. This is still giving us bone armor at this point, but that's all it's pretty much giving us. I think we're going to want a 10 FCR wand before we push Act 4, so we're going to buy that after we kill Mephisto. The mercenary is probably just going to die at Mephisto anyway, so I really wouldn't worry about making sure he's alive right now. He can be alive most of the rest of the time simply because of the existence of the clay golem, as long as we keep that up. But in general, he doesn't need to be. Alright, so we're in Durance. Durance is a map where, depending on where the entrance block is facing, in this case, in this direction, you're going to be looking for a west-facing block. From Durance 1 to Durance 2. Once you get to Durance 2, though, it's a bit different.
I can't.
You're actually going to want to find a block facing the same direction as the Durance 2 block. We'll see, though, this is a block facing west, once again. So this block's facing this way where I'm currently walking. Ooh, a gem shrine. You can upgrade a gem to a flawed topaz, maybe? Let's get a flawed... Oh, I had an amethyst. Okay, that works, too. We can use a flawed amethyst. That's fine. Might need 2 of those. Or actually, damn, we have too many of those. Damn, I wanted the topaz. Rip. That's okay.
Yes?
That's not the only reason. The other reason was we didn't really have enough time to do a solid part 1 yesterday, so... That's why. Okay, here we go. Welcome, how you doing? Alright, so... You want to continue along this way now. Durance 2 waypoint is actually going to be to the west or to the left. And from the Durance waypoint, it's to the west or to the left facing tile relative to the Durance waypoint entrance area to find Mephisto. So, you can find the waypoint if you want.
I can't.
Found another turret. Nice. These are useful for making insights later on. Still want to be picking up all the runes, basically. Okay, so as you can see, our Bone Spear doing pretty good damage. Don't have to worry about getting smashed too much. We are running past monsters though, which means we can get desynced and thrown backwards. If you're not comfortable with this on hardcore, I recommend just playing it slower, not running past the monsters, killing them before you advance. Necromancer is pretty squishy, so just keep that in mind. We didn't find the waypoint. Normally it would actually be facing in this direction, so maybe it's like up here and facing in that direction, but we did find the Durance 3, which is facing the same direction as Durance 2. And so now what we're gonna do is we're going to kill Mephisto. We can kill Bren's Spark Fist if we want as well. Careful though. Got my aura. He's got lightning enchanted. Does a lot of damage. Ow. Okay. Yes. No, not in Act 2. Teleport, so only up to level 18 skills sell in Act 2 normal. In Act 3 normally you can get level 24 skills, which is why you have to farm Ormus at level 23 and not Act 2. Good question, good question. No! Alright, let's get rid of him before we find Mephisto, who's going to be in the middle here, just so he doesn't get in our way. Possibly kill us. Now, one thing we can do actually here is, since we're not using teeth against him anyway, I'm going to put my Iron Maiden wand here. And as long as he uses the melee attack, once again, we can have him kill himself again. You could just kill him with Bone Spear, but it's pretty dangerous. It's better just to always have that golem in front of you. Just keep spawning the golem. This is usually going to be faster than Bone Spear and safer. Use a couple of Bone Spears against him.
Good morning.
Right, I actually think it's at level 18 plus hardstyle, but yes, it could be 19. I don't think so. Careful not to sell that. I still want that, maybe. Maybe. We're getting to the point of the game where teeth isn't very valuable, but as you can see, it's nothing there. Another thing to note about the wands that Ormus sells is you might notice they're all blue, so they're all magic wands. That's another reason why you can't shop the Bone Spear one from Ormus. Besides the fact that you're going to get to level 18 maybe before you actually farm it. The other reason is that it's all magic, so that's something else that I'd like to mention as well. People ask a lot of questions about farming the Bone Spear wand, so since we've already passed that point in the guide, I like to make sure people understand what's going on here.
My brothers have you. I need mine.
Just keep spawning them over and over. Put a TP up if you are afraid of dying. If you die, you can at least just go through the TP. In hardcore, that's not an option, so... One thing you can do is you can bring thawing potions, just like you did for Andariel.
Good journey, Mephisto. Give my regards to the Abyss.
Act 2 weapon? No, that's really bad, actually. Okay. They do a lot of fire damage to me. I don't have a lot of fire res because I'm not using Ral runes yet, but I will be wanting to use Ral runes now. So we're actually going to switch out our helm. We're going to switch out our wand. Actually, I'm going to use this for bone armor pre-buff. And, oh my god. That's worth the 30 strength, actually. It's giving us some res, half freeze duration, and almost as much MF as that. Okay. And we're also going to want to farm up a 10 FC or wand in normal real quick. Before we do that, though, pick up everything to sell, pick up all the rare items, and then go to Act 4. So the Iron Maiden Clay Golem trick can get you anywhere, basically, and it actually makes the bosses fairly safe.
Impossible.
If you don't use that trick on the Necromancer as you progress through the game, the bosses are going to be a lot more dangerous. And they're going to be a lot harder. You can kill them with just Bone Spear, especially if, you know, we have some extra skills here, but it's going to take a while. And he does a lot of damage from afar with his Ice Ball. The thawing potions can reduce the damage from the ice ball, but not the lightning or the charge bolt. And the charge bolt can one-shot you in melee range. So there's just a lot of fun things that you don't want to deal with typically from that. So Pluto time, how you doing? Let's how you doing? Right now we're in Act 4. The game is going to get a lot harder here in Act 4, especially in Chaos, so if you are playing on Hardcore, once again, you're definitely going to want to start playing a bit slower. However, one thing to mention is we are level 20, so it's not bad. But one strat that we're going to show you guys, I mean, we can talk about another strat that is usable, but we will show you guys how to get to 25 before entering Act 5, and then leveling up and farming off of Eldritch to get more levels. On a lot of the Rags to Riches guides, we use the cow farming strat, but there's actually a couple reasons why you don't need to do that on the Necromancer. One, you don't need Spirit, so we're actually going to be going for a rune word called White, using this base that we farmed earlier in Act 2. So we're going to want White, which has Bone Spear on it, and it also gives 3 to Poison and Bone skills, and it's going to give us 7 to Bone Spear, which is way more skills than you can get using Spirit. And because of that, it's not very important that we find a Spirit base in normal cows necessarily. And so leveling in normal cows is definitely not your only option, or even your best option on a Necromancer. So what we're going to do is, because it's hard to level to 25 in normal, in Players 1 on Battle.net, we're just going to show farming Chaos for a bit, and then we're going to get to Act 5, and then we'll farm from there. We can farm Eldritch and show you how to farm maybe a couple of items if you want to, before we get to Nightmare. But it's not insanely important. You could also go heavier into Corpse Explosion. Heck, you could respec for going into Corpse Explosion, and then you can kill cows with that once you hit like level 25, level 26 as well. So there's a lot of things we could do, but we're probably just going to show a certain solid white base. Yep. We have the possibility of getting a +3 one, but kind of messed it up. Oh well. Alright, so Akara can just sell you a 10 FCR one, which is all we're looking for here. It can be any 10 FCR one, like this one, that's fun. Yeah, sure, okay. You don't have a lot of gold, though, to farm up our teleport staff, which is concerning, but we're not anywhere near level 24. So we're just going to keep getting gold, and then we're going to try to farm up the teleport staff before we get to level 24, and we're no longer looking for red background stays, but then we have to look at every staff, and that's going to really suck. So you don't want to do that. Alright, so we have a 10 FCR wand, we got 2 Bone Spear Shield, that's pretty dang good, and now we have the 10 FCR ring we found from Ormus, and we have the 10 FCR ring we found from Act 1. That's going to get us to another breakpoint for casting spells on the Necromancer, which is 48 faster cast rate. We were hitting 27 before for a while. Once we got stealth, we were hitting a 1 that was like maybe the first breakpoint when we just found this ring, and now we're hitting 48, which is really solid. So we have 2 10 FCR, 2 tons, and we have 55. So we're going to be casting Bone Sphere pretty fast, and it's going to be very strong. Strong boner. That's right. Very good stuff indeed. One thing to note is we could at this point also just use the 2 to Bone Sphere wand if you wanted to. However, I think what's probably going to be more effective than using the Bone Sphere wand is using a wand with more faster cast rate. So that's one reason also why you want to farm the Bone Sphere wand at level 17. Because let's say you don't have enough faster cast rate from jewelry you've found so far, you could just go 27 faster cast rate and then plop on this Bone Sphere wand, and then you can increase your level even more. So there's a lot of options you have for making yourself strong enough to actually push through this part of the game. And so that's one thing I just want to sit here and explain real quick. Alright. Now, the Golem and the Mercenary at this point in the game are at heavy risk of getting absolutely pulverized. So the Golem is mostly just a distraction now. He dies really, really, really fast. Oh, I put on the wrong one. What the hell? Oh, this one has Iron Maiden on it. Oh, sweet. So I don't need this one anymore. Sweet. Cool. Right, we actually have a 10 FCR one with Iron Maiden. I didn't even notice that. Okay. That's good. Maybe Diablo will kill himself a bit too. Usually not, though. Usually Diablo does so many caster abilities, unlike Mephisto and Andariel and Andariel. They usually just want to kill him with Bone Spear, which is what we're going to do for the most part, but you can use it if you want. It's the only curse that's going to help because Bone Spear is magic damage, so amplified damage does not improve the damage of Bone Spear. It would improve the damage of Skellies if you were still using Skellies at this point. We're talking about this ability here. Of course, other abilities can help with blinding monsters and other things as well. So having like other skills as a backup on wands that you find or buy isn't always terrible. Alright, at any rate, one thing you could also do, one thing I actually... Let me see how well the mercenary survives if I rebuy him, actually. Let's try to rebuy the mercenary. Thank you for Xanifying Ire. Ire needs to get Xanified for sure. Ooh, man, dude, just dropping bombs up in here.
Come back this way, have you? What, didn't you say
Right,
enough
yeah,
action?
so we can rebuy the mercenary at level 19 here. Not a bad idea. It might actually give him a more fair shot of actually living. If you want the mercenary to live, instead of prayer, you might actually want to get Defiance at this point as well. So we'll get a Defiance mercenary,
That to good use.
which will give him some extra defense.
I'll put that to good use.
He'll have decent defense in Act 4. That's definitely an interesting strat you can use for sure. We'll see how good it works. You'll notice that we can kill stuff in general though. I'm just going to want to kill the elite packs and the minions as we have been. I don't want to skip everything else.
I can't carry anymore. I can't carry.
You'll notice that our cast speed is really fast with Bone Spear now. That cast rate I think is worth more than 2 skills into Bone Spear, so that's why we're going to do it. We're also just going to take advantage of the fact that we have all this FCR. So the exit to Plains of Despair can be on one of these walls here.
Thanks. I can't.
Oh, that's right. I forgot. I was going to switch out my helm too. We're still using Tur. At this point, when you use Bone Spear, Tur isn't as effective as it is when you use Teeth. We're actually going to upgrade our helm to Fire Resistance, which is going to keep us alive in here. I'm going to put 1 Ral in it. Let's see if we can actually hold the other Ral rune for other rune words later. And get 59 fire res, but getting 75 fire res is definitely a much more surefire way to stay alive, especially if you're on hardcore. So that's why we have that other 2-socketed skull cap. Let's put a Ral rune in there. It's 30 fire res. Our fire res is now 59. So good stuff. When we level up 1 level, I'm actually going to put 5 points into strength because I think it's worth getting that one on there. It's pretty nice. Weaken, sweet. That's going to sell very well. Alright. So let's continue. If we find any helms with resistances, by the way, or armors with resistances, or any higher damage mercenary weapons, maybe with life leech, we can just slap them on the mercenary at this stage. We're not at the stage yet where, like, crafting or making rune words for the mercenary is super important yet. We're just putting runes in pieces of gear. Okay. Alright, here we go. So... just put Iron Maiden on him. He's gonna hurt himself, but believe it or not, he's very magic resistant. He's very physical resistant, so it's very hard to kill him. Even if he does damage to himself, he's not doing a lot of damage to himself. He's very magic resistant on top of that. So it's gonna take a while to kill his wall. I do want those 2 skills though, for sure. Normal Izzy has so much HP. He does. Iron Maiden's good though, even if he's hitting the mercenary, he's still gonna be reflecting damage. Doesn't have to hit the golem. There we go. Oh wow, there we go. That's an upgrade too, but that's 60 strength. Well, it's got Frost Nova though. I don't know, if we ever decide to go to 60 strength maybe later on before Hell mode, might not be a bad idea. That's definitely not something we're gonna want to use anytime soon though. You really need those Vita points, so we're not gonna put, like, putting 30 in his strength is okay. Start putting more than that though, or like, it's gonna be pretty nasty.
He squandered his infernal power.
Alright, so let's talk to Tyrael. As you can see here, we can put more points into Bone Sphere. At this point, since we're not using Teeth anymore though, what I recommend us doing is what you could do, there's a couple things. You can actually start going towards Summon Resist if you want to make the Golem tankier, but normal, that's not really essential. What I would mainly do is probably put the points into Bone Wall, which are going to be synergies for Bone Sphere, and then the Bone Wall synergies are also going to synergize Bone Armor. So kind of like you were doing before, you just want to put more points into Bone Wall. And bam. Now we have a stronger Bone Sphere, and we have a stronger Bone Armor. We actually have an even stronger Bone Armor if I use my pre-buff wand there on my switch. So we have 125 physical absorbed till the Bone Armor goes out. It's pretty good. One thing to note is on a Necromancer, you don't have all that much mana and health, period. And you're not teleporting, so using your mana on a sorceress, so you don't have to buy greater potions, you could just buy the regular ones. You should be okay at this point. Doesn't mean I always remember that, sometimes I instinctually buy the other ones, but is what it is. Alright, let's continue forward. Izzy points doing good. It's a lot of Bone Sphere damage. 150 is pretty good. In that dry run where we tried to put points in a Corpse Explosion early, or before we actually got to the point in the game where they're actually useful, we had like half this amount of damage on Bone Sphere, so... And we didn't even have 48 faster cast rate. This is definitely a pretty smooth run this time in comparison. Alright, so somewhere on the outside is City of the Damned. Outer Steps works the same way. We found it. Now, somewhere in the middle is going to be the River of Flame and the City of the Damned waypoint. Maybe your first waypoint in Act 4. Act 4 is pretty small though.
I can't.
It's going to be somewhere in the middle here. Just going to have to look around. It can be near the entrance. It doesn't look like it's that close to the entrance this time. It could have been on the right side though. Or on the left side over there. We'll see.
Impossible. I can't.
Yeah, that's because this is the safe way to do it. This is the safe build. This is the build that I should be recommending for Rags to Riches for sure. This is the safer one. Doesn't require, it's not as greedy.
Impossible.
You put your points in a Bone Sphere and you use it, damn it.
Impossible.
Yeah, we're way stronger.
Impossible. I can't.
Oh shoot. Ah no! Alright, we're gonna die. Yep. Okay. I could have saved and exited there instead of dying, which would have saved me the gold, which I should have done. But I just wanted to show you guys that you could get trapped or desynced if you try to run past monsters. And that it can happen. So I got trapped, I got desynced. I thought I ran past the monsters, but instead I was actually trapped inside of them. And so then I ran past them and then I died. So I actually did that for educational purposes there. What we can do is we can just reload the map. Now we don't have the waypoint, unfortunately, which is unfortunate. So we're gonna have to like go all the way past there and have to do it again. But I would have had to have done it either way if I had to reload the game. So could have just saved and exited. That's what you would have done there if you were trapped like that on hardcore. You just use your juve, and as soon as you use your juve, you save and exit. But it doesn't really matter. So we got desynced. It's pretty dangerous to do that and run past the monsters, especially in Act 4. You're not very tanky, and the monsters get really strong in Act 4, so that's a really good thing to note there. Worth it for the death scream? I agree. Dying on the Necromancer, he's got the best death scream there is. Period. Absolutely. Alright, let's go try to find the waypoint again. So once again, that is something just to be aware of while you're traversing through Act 4, is that the monsters really are that strong. They will kill you, and if you run past them and encounter desync, which you will online,
Impossible.
you are online, you're gonna get sometimes trapped in the monsters. You didn't think you were trapped in the monsters, but you can. Up until this point in the game, you can pretty much safely run past almost any monsters you want. We found planes on the first side this time. That was nice. The problem, though, is that once you get to Act 4, that's not always easy to do. Running past the monsters is no guarantee you're gonna survive.
I can't.
Sometimes you'll get stuck, and then you're gonna have to reload again, or you're gonna die. Okay,
I can't. I can't.
Thanks.
Okay, so we actually found it pretty fast that time.
I can't.
So I guess no big skin off our backs, right? Back where we want to be. Oh look, and see, we found the waypoint anyway. We might have still been running around in circles on the City of the Damned anyway, who knows. Nice. Game was nice to me after that, that's good. Alright, so River of Flame, we're going to want to go all the way to the end. Get to the waypoint. The Teeth is going to do negative damage by the time you get to Act 4 as well. Everything just has a lot more HP, does a lot more damage. A lot of people were looking for quality of life changes. People love quality of life changes in D2. Stacking runes, stacking currency. It's always going to be a safe bet. Okay, as you can see, the mercenary is surviving pretty well.
Thanks.
Just because we have the golem and just making sure the golem is spawned will make the mercenary definitely help out with that. And we actually got desynced. That's the first major desync, and it happened to happen in Act 4. So bad, but good opportunity to show something there. If you're confident that you could just run through Act 4 on hardcore at this stage, even with having all of this, you might be wrong. You might just want to kill the monsters before you advance in hardcore. Take it slower. Don't do that. So we have the waypoint now. Now, one of these offshoot areas will be the forage up here, and then straight ahead, facing the same direction as the entrance area, the River of Flame will be the River of Flame waypoint, which we will need to continue on until Diablo.
Impossible.
Also be hitting level 21 pretty shortly. Remember, we're going to want to buy a teleport staff before we hit level 24.
Impossible.
The terror zones really won't, I don't think, take off until you get to like level, I would say like somewhere between 90 and 95, but once you get to that point, it is going to make leveling so much better, absolutely. Before that, they can be useful for finding items though. You're going to get the higher treasure classes more often, like diadems. You're going to get any item in the game from any monster, even regular monsters. Alright, so this is the Forge chat. Can we guess the rune from the Forge? It will drop a rune between L and M. A rune between L and M, chat. L and M. Now, honestly, for the Necromancer, there isn't really that essential of a rune we need for Nightmare or Normal Forge. That being said, if we do want to make a spirit for different builds later on, it'd be nice to maybe pick up one of those runes here. There, Maiden him. Pop him. There we go. Sweet. Swap for that extra bone armor level. Is that cracked? I think we're just gonna sell the plate now. Screw the cracked. Screw the cracked, man! Actually, you know what? Let's put this in here. Okay, there we go. Tetris is hard. Now we're gonna want to pick up all the gems no matter what, because we can either sell them or use them later. For the most part, we're going to probably want to keep them because we can use them for recipes later on. And we got another Eth rune, okay. Well, we don't have an Eth rune currently. That's kind of whatever, though. We did get a diamond and a topaz, though, and those definitely can become useful later on. You can even use gem shrines to upgrade those to perfect. Perfect sapphire is good. This could be used to cube 2 gold runes into a Vex. You can keep that if you want. I'm probably just going to sell it for the purpose of this guide, though, because we're not going to get to that point. Actually, I don't know. We'll keep one just in case. You never know. I shouldn't say that. I'm going to be kicking myself if that actually happens.
What do you need?
And I don't have a means to make a Hodo or anything. That'd be pretty sad. Alright, lift up the bell. Shift, right click. Alright, keep the jewels. Definitely keep the jewels. Alright, and so it looks like the River of Flame waypoint is actually going to be... let's just drop this on the ground. I'm about to put this on. It's going to be a lot better. No faster run walk, though. Faster run walk is nice for a character with limited mobility. Another reason why you will often get desynced and killed on this character is you don't have anything like the Assassin does, like versus speed. You don't have Paladin charge. You don't have Sorcerer's teleport. So this character's lack of mobility is probably the most dangerous thing about him. We do have faster unlock on stealth, which is nice, but it's pretty good. So as we advance, we're just gonna pretty much kill everything. And we're gonna make our way to Diablo as fast as possible. We're also gonna want to level up to 25, and we're gonna use normal chaos to do it, which I feel like is probably the best method on Battle.net if you don't have access to normal cows. You could just join a normal cow game after you kill Diablo, though, to get to 25, and that would be a lot faster. And then you can farm Eldritch for items and experience, or normal Pindle skin, or a combination of the two. Or even a Terror Zone. One use of a Terror Zone is that you can get a pretty high level area at this point before you start farming Act 4. You can find it in Act 5. Or sorry, not Act 5, in Act 4 where you can still level up. Alright, the mercenary is getting trucked in here. He's probably just gonna die at some point. Chaos is no joke in normal. Alright, so we're gonna want to put 5 points into strength because he found something that's actually worth having a bit more strength for. And then we're gonna put a point into Bone Sphere and keep leveling up Bone Sphere. Alright, so you have a pretty strong Bone Sphere now. 48 SCR, Bone Sphere. This is where you want to be. Of course, you could use the Bone Sphere wand that you're going to make a white into later if you don't have this much faster cast rate, like I mentioned earlier. And you'd still have about this amount of damage, or more even if you don't have the shield. And you would have just at least like one less FCR breakpoint. You might even have more damage though if you do that. Like I could get more damage by doing that, but then my FCR will drop. Keep picking up the items with plus skills. Grand Scepter can have paladin skills. Sanctuary is amazing. That's going to sell for maximum gold. Maximum gold in Act 4 normal is 20,000. Once you get to Act 5 normal, it's 25,000. A Terror Zone, at minimum, is 2 area levels higher than your current level, which means the monsters can be 5 levels if they're elites higher than your current level. So if we had a Terror Zone right now, instead of Chaos to level to 25, we could use it even if it's in Act 1, because it will be 2 levels higher than us. So you could actually do that if you wanted to. So when you do that for real. Of course, you could just go all the way through normal at this point at level 20. And then level in cows. The only problem though is that killing cows with Bone Spear is a little slow. But you could do that. If you have Corpse Explosion, or if you want to use one of your respecs like the normal den, you can respec once you get to a little bit of a higher level, and then you can farm cows instead of Eldritch if you want, just by getting some points in a Corpse Explosion. Farming cows with just Bone Spear is a little slow though. I mean, it's doable, but it's a little slow. I think it might just be better to farm Eldritch, but I'll talk about the, I'm talking about the other strat right now. There's definitely a couple of different options. You could farm normal cows for some charms and stuff, but you don't really need any bases, so keep that in mind. We don't even really need to use our normal socket quest unless we find something worthy of it, or we want to pick up an insight base for normal cows. But we don't really need an insight either, so what we're likely to do is hold on to the normal socket quest and the normal imbue quest for circlets, and all the other imbue quests for circlets. And then we're just going to continue on from there. So we're not going to have that long of a nightmare prep farm at all for the Necromancer, because you really don't need one. A lot of the most important farming you're going to want to do on the Necromancer is in Nightmare itself.
Not enough mana.
Terror Zone is based on your level. Yes, but there's a the minimum Terror Zone level is the normal area level of the area, and there's also a maximum as well, Seneca Tube as well, so keep that in mind. There's a minimum and a maximum. Could have used Bone Wall there just in case he came running at us, but I think we're okay. Moon Wall is cool though, you know. Okay, got a cudgel there. Keep picking up the Jews. I keep saying I can't because sometimes I'll click the monsters with the left click, but all that does is prevent me from using an attack animation. It's not optimal, and that'll get me killed. Alright, so here we definitely set up a bunch of bone walls if you want. If you're afraid of getting overrun by these things.
Impossible. I need mana.
Ah, no! And as you can see, without the mercenary or the golem, they kind of just break through them instantly. What? Oh, that has to be either Mahim or Nokazan, right? Wow. That's really good too, because one of our FCR jewelry pieces is not the amulet, it's actually the rings, so you could use that actually. I think I just found Nokazan real quick. Well, remember why I said, you know, putting on Magic Find isn't a bad idea. We're still sporting roughly 37 Magic Find here. And that's a lot more chance to find Nokazan than otherwise at 0, so just having all that Magic Find on hand is a pretty good job there. And the Mercenary is literally just gonna die if you mess around with him.
I need mana.
So for the most part, make sure there's Iron Maiden on him just in case he uses that melee attack because it will hurt him. And you could also use the Golem as a distraction. However, you're just going to be mostly killing him with Bone Spear now. Because now you have a single target attack that actually does damage at this point in the game.
Hail to you, gentlemen.
Ain't that something? Alright, gold, gold, gold. I could have saved that for Act 5. More gold. Alright, so now we'll have enough gold to maybe buy that teleport. Wait, what? No way. Eye of Etlik? I forgot about that one. Oh, wow. Oh, that's amazing, actually. Our fire res is gonna go into the shitter, but it's not like we don't have that good of a an amulet anyway for res. Wow, we got a skill? Really? Wow, Eye of Etlik. That's hacks right there. That's the streamer server. We're on the streamer server right now. Did you know that? Newbie Mars. The only problem with this item though is it literally does nothing for us except for give us a +1 skill. Once we want to push through hell, we're probably going to want a resistance amulet. However, at this point, that's actually not a bad thing to find. It's not like we're going to be using that to farm in the endgame most likely, though, unless we're doing like Eldritch or something. It also doesn't give Magic Find. But, hey, I mean... We are refreshing the Iron Maiden curse. Notice though, he is using his melee attack quite often, so that's good. It's just very unreliable. Keep spamming them skills though. Necromancer is one of the safest classes, if not the safest class to kill him, as long as you use this strat. Because you don't have to worry about dodging and weaving in between his fire hose at melee range, like on a Hammerden or something. Oh,
Diablo,
what?
I have bested you.
There you go! There you go! You know what that can do? Once you get to hell, use that and your skellies are going to be stronger for skeleton farming. Oh man! Well, we're not going to want that yet. Really don't need that right now, but that could also be used on the mercenary using the life leech as well, though, so... Dang, all this MF. Once again, I'm almost certain we wouldn't have found either of those items without some magic find, and this is why if you don't have anything that gives you a significant amount of res early game, and you have something that gives you a significant amount of MF, you do want to put it on.
Impossible.
This run right here kind of proves it. I don't always get to prove this in a particular Rags to Riches, because it is based on RNG, but what this proves here is exactly what we've been talking about, though. It's gonna be good times, bro. A madman. We got Eye of Etlik and Undead Crown. Wow. See, what we can do is we can...
use that
oh wait, level 29? Okay, never mind.
Put that to good use.
Holy crap, we can't use that for like 8 more levels. Huh. Oh, nice. I think that's an upgrade, actually. Yep, it's a small upgrade. This one gives 4% life leech. This gives 6%. This one also has more
I can't use that yet.
flat damage. Oh, he's not level 20? Are you kidding me? Oh, this is so dumb. Alright, well, we'll give it to him in a second here. Hell yeah! Thank you for the hype, Boomandu, once again.
What do you need?
Alright, so... Sick, honestly. That's really cool. Alright, so we have a lot of gold now. We have enough gold to where it's actually pretty reasonable to expect that we can get a reasonably priced teleport staff. So what we're going to do before we continue to level, and we're going to want to continue leveling to 25. Once again, you can use Terror Zones, you can use Chaos. You can just use cows at this point, because now you're in Act 5. If you can join a cow game, you should be fine to join them. You cannot make a cow game, though, until you kill Bale, so that's one of the issues here. We could level up in cows if we could kill Bale at level 21. We could 100% do that. The only problem is we're a little weak to do that. I would recommend, if you want to make your playthrough a little bit easier, to maybe level up a few more times in Act 4. So what we want to do maybe is get to about level 24 so that normal ancients will get us to 25. And that would actually be a pretty good idea, so then we can start power farming either Act 4 or cows. You could just push all the way to Bale and do cows with no corpse explosion, or you can respec at that point after you maybe farm some cows for a bit and then get corpse explosion. There's a lot of options you can really do at this point. We're going to show something that's maybe a bit safer and more reliable, especially when running past things with this much HP is very dangerous, and it's going to be very hard. So what we're going to do is we're going to do something that's a bit more... yeah, it's actually ahead of where the test run ended, so now we're in uncharted territory. Well, not for me, though. I know what to do.
At your service.
You know what we're doing. Alright, so... the other cool thing is that we don't have to worry about getting a 20 FCR one because we're already hitting the breakpoint. The next breakpoint is 75. We would have to get a 20 faster cast rate from somewhere, not just 10 faster cast rate. So we'd have to get like a 10 FCR amulet to actually make farming a 20 faster cast rate one matter. We could do that at this point as well. But we don't have a 10 faster cast rate amulet. We don't have a 20 FCR anything yet, so I just wouldn't worry about it yet. Just something to mention though. That's really cool though. An Undead Crown and an Eye of Etlik from that. That's pretty sick. Alright, let's go back to Act 3 though. So what we're going to want to do in Act 3 is we're going to now want to farm the teleport staff, and we're still lower level than 23, and we're going to want to do this before we hit level 24. So, no matter what, we have a decent amount of gold now, so it's a good time to do it. We are on fire! Fire! Alright, so Glacial Spike. Now this won't work. You see how it says teleport sorceress only? That won't work. That is the skill we want, but we need charges like where it says here, and it says level 1 glacial spike charges, and ideally it would also be one like this where there's not a lot of other plus skills, because then it's going to be prohibitively expensive. So we're looking for the red background ones that I can't use because it's a level 24 skill. So it's literally the same thing we did with the Bone Sphere wand. As scuffed as that was, I mean, it worked out in the end, but as you can see, 1 to Fireball. We're only going to check the red background staves. Definitely another one of those farms you're definitely going to want to do. Lane teleport staff is 17. I thought it was like 23 or something. Okay. Maybe that's... Oh, no. We found one, but it's 132,000 gold. Do we keep looking for one, or do we just buy it? We just say F it, because we're going to be just farming anyway. We're just farming levels, so we don't really care. See, this is another reason why you might be too poor to the point where you have to farm levels anyway. We're not ever going to use Cathin's Visage. Can we sell enough? Well, we're not selling that, that's for sure. That's garbage at this stage. Lightning Res might be good. Keep looking, you think? Yeah, that one's pretty expensive. That's going to put us in the doghouse for sure. We're going to have to pick up more items just to get that gold back. I don't know. That's what you say now, it won't take long to find a cheaper one, but you just wait. You just wait, my man. Now keep anything with MF on it, by the way, because you can use it to increase your odds of finding things once you can get to the point where you can start farming for the riches. Alright, fine. You know what? We're going back. Going back. Yeah, it's not only do I don't think I can get the gold without selling things that I really want.
Hello.
I also think that even if I do, it's just gonna be a headache. And that one's really expensive. And that's not what you're looking for typically. Same thing with the Bone Sphere one. You're not looking for something that expensive. You find something that expensive, you might want to just keep looking.
Greetings.
The only problem is that we have to keep looking for the staff. Sigh.
Yes.
I could have done that, but I also... I used that strategy for the wand, but that's such an expensive teleport staff, I just don't feel like using that much gold, because that much gold is going to become important to use the teleport staff and to keep the mercenary alive and whatnot. Losing all that gold at this point in the game actually hurts. You either have to do a lot of farming or...
Greetings.
But you are right, I could use more chip gems and try to roll a scepter, which is something else you can do. You can try to roll a paladin scepter that's worthless. Like this one, you can roll a magic scepter with the 3 chip gems, and then you can get plus paladin skills on it. Or at least, there's a good chance you will, so... Yep, you can use that strat with this vendor, just like you could use it the last one, using the wands. You could use wands, you could use scepters. Scepters might even be more reliable than wands, but depends. Sometimes when you reroll a magic item, you don't get any plus skills on it, which is very, very unfortunate, because most of the time you should get it. Vendor farms are very important, though, for your quality of life. Without White Wand, without a teleport staff, this character is going to be weak as F, and it's going to be really hard to farm with coming to Hell mode. So much so, you're not going to want to do it. So, trust me, it's not worth it. You're going to be so much farther behind other classes if you don't get this other stuff, so... it's very important for advancing on the Necromancer 110%.
Hey.
Wrap! Remember, you can check out our other Rags to Riches guides, which are already on the YouTube. This will be a 2-parter, just like the last 2 we did. Sorceress is the 1-parter. You can always check this out, though. Mr. I have Etlic Undead Crown. Yeah, but we've been getting trolled on this stupid vendor farming crap, though.
Yes.
This is not what I'd call a perfect run, but I will say, though, that we found enough MF on items early enough by being vigilant, by picking up items to where we're able to get some of that stuff pretty early. And I mentioned in Act 2, you can get items that are usable all the way through Hell. Undead Crown is one such of an item. It has Life Leech on it, which can help keep him alive in Hell. Might even use the Undead Crown on the Mercenary until, of course, we want to respec into Skellies, and then that could be huge. Because that Skeleton Mastery is going to make the skeleton stronger. That's actually really big. It's a really cheap item too, so even if you have to trade for it, it's not a bad thing to trade for early on in an early fledgling Necro, even if you don't find it. Finding that was pretty lucky for sure, but by pretty lucky, I mean very lucky, but still. Chain Lightning charges. I'll just find another one and it's like 200,000 or something. Or it's just out of reach unless I sell it in Act 4, and then I'm gonna like reset the vendor again. I'm just kidding. Let's get some more Scuffed vendor farming for the Rags to Riches Necromancer guide, shall we? I think it's already scuffed enough. No wait, it's not scuffed enough. We need to make it more scuffed, chat.
Greetings.
It's not always this bad. Sometimes you get really lucky and you just find a good teleport staff, or you just find a really good Bone Spear wand that's cheap early on. But yeah, that's RNG for you. You could use a Blood Helm. Yeah, and I might do that. I might craft a Blood Helm for the Mercenary. Not gonna do it yet, but yeah. Not accidentally buy something and tank my gold. That would be very bad. Wish I had... At this point I do wish I had 50 strength and had faster unlock for Badala's boots. It'd save a little bit of time here. There it is again, 132,000. Okay, you know what? F it. I'm done with this crap. We're gonna buy it. Or we're gonna attempt to buy it. I'm gonna waste more chip gems. Here we go. It's happening. Hey. The game is trolling me. They're not always this expensive, too. In another Rags to Riches, I got lucky on that, too. Yeah. Let's buy the 2,000 one with no skills. Let's buy the Grand Scepter. Let's see if we can get something with plus skills on it. If so, we should be able to afford it. Oh my god, no! No. The game's having a good time trolling me for sure. Maybe we'll use some more? Oh no. Alright game, this is hilarious. Let's try again with the War Scepter. What the hell? Are you kidding me? Alright, well, if that's how the game wants it, that's how the game wants it, I guess. Okay then. Well, we're still farming for the teleport staff. Heck, I even tried using the chip gem strat. It still didn't work, and I wasted more chip gems. Oh my goodness. Mamma mia. The game wants vendor farming today, you know. Maybe it's gonna give me like an undead crown, maybe a sick ring from Ormus. I mean, the game's done some pretty sick things. Look at these two rings. Look at this shield. You don't always get that shield at this point in the game. Eye of Etlick. I mean, we got some sick stuff, but the vendor farming, forget about it. Vendor farming is straight to Troll Town. All right, there we go. It's an 8 slaughter, but it's gonna work. There we go. One to teleport. 17,000. We're a staff of teleportation. Saved your gold anyway. F you, game. We don't need that shit. First try! Yeah, first try! Alright, teleport charges. We can't use it yet. It's level 24 required. We're going to reload the game, though, because you're going to want to level up to 24. And then we're going to want to go straight to Ancients and then Veil. And get some levels that way. And then we might do some Eldritch farming to show that. We might do some cow farming to show that. Just to show that you can farm a bit more before Nightmare if you want. And do any other farms you still need to do to get our res up for Nightmare. And then we're going to do that. So first we're going to level to level 24. So we need 2.5 more levels. It's also going to give us the teleport staff, which will make traversing Act 5 a bit easier as well. So there's actually some advantages to this here. And we're going to stick it out in Chaos or Terror zones to get to level 24. In this case, we're going to do Chaos. We're doing normal BattleNet today. We're not doing patch 2.5, so even if there were Terror zones, we're not going to demo it, but it is something to be aware of that is an option for you. As long as they don't drastically change how they work before they launch them, but they should be fun.
Impossible.
Late game, okay, so in order to progress through the game, Bone is the best, period. In order to go from rags to riches, you can use Bone or Summon. In order to get, in the late game, once you have a godly Necromancer and you have gear and whatnot, that's when Poison really comes online. There are budget Poison builds, and you can go Poison on a budget, but it tends to be less effective without good gear. Alright. Yeah, that's correct. You're right. That's a use of an extra am rune if we find one. We can make, before we get insight, we can make strength for the mercenary. 2-socketed polearm.
I can't carry anymore.
Alright, so the real experience is going to be from elites, obviously, and minions. But we don't want to get trapped in here and just die for no reason, so like we did in City of the Damned. Losing experience is not the goal of this, it's actually to gain experience. Ring, sweet! We got a ring. Grail and Ubers. Java or Necro? I think Java's a little bit easier, but you can do both. Because remember Java, you can go jab. Actually see, Mercenary is actually doing okay surviving, strangely enough. I mean, I do have to feed him potions, but... Alright, while we're leveling up, if we find anything worth gold, we're gonna sell it. Luckily, the teleport staff ended up not being a huge hit to her gold, so I guess it all worked out in the end. Kinda like with the Bone Wand. Saving us a socket quest.
I need mana. I need mana.
Oh my god. Yeah, Mercenary's dead. Reap. Alright. Need more chip gems again, man. Keep using them for stuff. Chip gems are probably even more useful in the Necromancer than other characters because of how many ones you want to buy and how many expensive items you want to buy very early in the game. Keep that in mind before you just like pass them up or don't pick them up willy-nilly. I mean, you can check the calculator on max roll, the drop calculator.
Impossible.
Mercenaries toasted. Finally died. I only have 40 fires. Oh shoot, I'm actually attacking on my offhand. What? I wonder why my... It's like I'm missing skills in FCR. There we go. Oh. Wow, he actually spawned in a weird spot. Sometimes you can spawn on top of the waypoint or even in the middle here. It's always a little dangerous, especially once you get the health. You hardcore players out there, keep that in mind. You can dunk on your ass! I need mana. Not enough mana. What's interesting is I could put something else in here too if I want to. Put a meth in here. I probably won't though because I'm gonna get lore.
Not enough
I
time.
have the option of putting a second thing in that. Hell no. Iowa Corn Star. Thank you so much for the follow. What was Andrew saying? Alright, let's see if I can slow them down a bit here. Let's try this again.
I can already tell that I'll be your best friend in this Forsaken.
Oh yeah. Made it a lot easier, see? I guess we also have more damage from the Diablo now, but you know.
Not even death can save you from
Still was a lot easier overall, and a rare zombie head. That could be nice, potentially. The key though is getting those skills. Almost nothing else matters if you're gonna get a rare one. Arm of King Leoric. Yeah, it's one of the top picks. You can also go Hodo, you can also go Beast. For endgame summon Necro, yes. Alright, let's go. We don't really talk about endgame too much. I mean, the endgame guides are on Maxwell. If you guys want to know how to build endgame builds, once you know, start getting rich and you start looking for what to trade for to increase your items, that's really good. No plus skills. Reap. Mostly just want Bone Spear, honestly, just like this one. It's going to be hard to beat 2 to Bone Spear. For what we want... It's going to be pretty hard. What I'm probably going to do is use our socket quest in Larzuk. And we're actually going to probably, because we don't need it for this, we're probably going to actually use it on this, honestly. I don't know if that's wise, but you can get some res that way for summon Necros or greater. You know, a lot of Necro builds are viable in the late game. Arguably all of them to some extent. The very early part in the game, though, Bone Necros are a lot of fun. And they're very strong. Why did I rebuy the Mercenary? I'm just gonna die.
I need mana. I need mana.
Come on, hit yourself. Yeah, I think it's just faster to use Bone Spear. We have high enough Bone Spear now. Whatever. Screw the Golem. I'm just gonna kill him with Bone Spear. Golem's annoying, drains my mana. There we go. So yeah, you don't have to actually use the Golem strat anymore at this point in the game. It's not really the best strategy anymore. It was, just have to dodge the laser though. It does lightning and physical damage, so... Currently have 0 lightning res. We have no damage reduction. The good news though, is that our bone armor will block some of the damage, but... that's about it. What? Lenimo? Really? Yeah, it's so much better to find at level 7. You know what's funny though, is you could upgrade this and we can get a 5 to all res belt maybe. If we wanted some swag. But I don't know if we're gonna get to the point where we actually use that. Lenimo. From normal Diablo?
Hail to you, champion.
The heck? That's kind of nutty, actually. Alright. Let's continue leveling up. Get more levels! More levels. More. Yeah, I'll get the Mercenary. I don't know. He kinda just likes dying, though. He kinda just likes dying. Bro, Lenimo's not even that good. I can't use it. It's a 2-slot build. It's a sash. Yeah, if you're wondering why we can't use that, it's because it will only give us 2 belt slots, which is really gnarly. What's funny is we still don't even have a single usable charm, which is actually really crazy by Act 4 normal. Normally we should have some res or life charms or something.
I can't.
Oh.
I can't.
I'll farm some Nightmare Cows a bunch for charms. You don't need charms, but they do help a little bit. Normally you will have charms at this point, so our RNG's kind of been bad on charms, bad on vendor farming, and it's been really good on FCR rings, and having 2 Bone Spear Necro head of some kind.
Impossible.
And of course the Eye of Etlik and Undead Crown and things we're finding because we stacked MF. But even if you stacked MF, there's no guarantee you get items like that, so... something I'd like to emphasize here. Alright, so... there you go. One more in a Bone Sphere.
I need mana.
For Nightmare Cows, I think we actually will do our first respec, so we don't even need to do our first respec,
I
really,
need mana.
until we get to Nightmare Cows and then prepare to enter Hell, which is what I think we'll do. Resistances. You could respec, like I said, before Nightmare if you want to already get more points into Corpse Explosion, because Corpse Explosion is going to be your main DPS when you start farming from Rags to Riches, but you don't need to actually farm that, so at least not normal. So we're probably going to save that. So we get more plus skills, you know, we already have Bone Spear maxed out. This is going to be a lot easier. Okay.
Impossible. Not enough mana.
Fire enchant, scary. Scary fire enchant. Okay.
I can't carry anymore.
Alright.
I need mana.
Press the seals. What's this? Tiny amounts of res. Rip. Yeah, we could upgrade the Lenimo Sash using Tal, Shale, Perfect Diamond. I think we're gonna have more important uses of diamonds than that, though, so we might not actually do that. We could use a Lenimo Demon Hide Sash, though. It is interesting. It's got good res, but you can get res that's better and life that's better just by vendoring a belt, so it really isn't meant for like later in the game in general. Or strength rip. We found a decent number of charms, just no good ones. In the socket. Where are they? You're worried about them being extra fast. Preload the bone wall. Grand Scepter, sweet. Alright. Let's go sell some more of this crap. You can see we're level 22 now. Which is nice. We can just keep putting points into Vitality, honestly. It's gonna make it easier for us to traverse Act 4. You putting points into Bone Spear. Our goal is to get to level 24 by doing this, so before we get to Act 5, we're going to get to 24. And then we're not going to kill any elites in Act 5 because we need level 25 to level in there, but we're just going to push using the Teleport Staff at level 24. Which is a pretty solid approach here. You don't want to feel like you're just, you know, getting desynced and running past shit and just dying a lot in Act 5. Getting that Teleport Staff is going to make a big difference. So level 24, and then get to 25 using the Ancients quest. Pretty solid strat here. And of course you can kill Diablo a few times too. I mean, he can drop some things, but normally you don't want to farm normal bosses for items. Their loot tables aren't really good enough to reliably give you riches. So normally you want to wait until you're able to get to Nightmare in Hell. That's when I start talking about like areas that really can make you rich pretty reliably. Normal prep, you know, getting charms from cows is good, getting bases for cows is good, especially if you need to get Spirit Runeward. But this character doesn't really need to worry about that, so. Alright, let's see here. Oh wow. Ah, I trapped myself! F. We're putting them at hit recovery, dying pretty fast. Do so much damage they go into hit recovery.
I can't.
Alright. Cool. Like I said, you could also use a Terror Zone for this at this point. The Terror Zone would guarantee the Terror Zone was level 24 and that there are up to level 27 monsters in there. And that could definitely level us up as well. It's hard to level in areas in Act 3 because the monsters aren't really high enough. You can level a little bit from Travancore, so you could also do like Travancore and Player Jungle to some extent. But once you reach this level, it's pretty tough. If you're only in Players 1, that is. If you're in Players 8, we would have been 25 already, or 26. Using that leveling in Player Jungle and using the player account mechanism in the single player. We're looking for the Rags to Riches guides. It's R to R Sork. R2R Pally, the number 2, not 2. R2R Sin. This one, as long as it keeps going decently, will be R2R Necromancer. Or R2R Necro. R2R Nick, I don't know. Just dodge and fire bone spears from afar. That's all I gotta do. Like I said, Diablo's a little tough to use the golem on anyway. Ooh, 2 Necro heads. That might make farming them worth it. I don't think we need to though. Alright, what do we got here? Wow. Does a lot of damage.
Hello.
Be nice for the Act 2 mercenary, potentially. Alright, let's check out these Necro heads. No skills and 1 to Bone Spirit. That's actually kind of disgusting.
Hail to you, champion.
Well, rip. Amethyst could be used to cube up mouths into an ist, but we're not going to do that in here. Keeping those basic gems can really prevent you from having a headache trading for them later. Alright, sweet. Alright, let's continue farming. Pick up the Jubes if you can and keep them. I know we've been using a decent number of them, but you don't need to. Alright. Yeah, getting to that over that level 25 hump is definitely a pretty tough part of the game. We're doing pretty good. Ooh, look at that. 150 bone armor now with the skill shrine. 230 bone sphere. I almost one-shot these things. That'd be nice.
Impossible.
Like I said though, you could also just farm normal cows. But I think if we want to get to the end of Act 5, this is going to help the Necromancer a lot. It's going to make things a lot less frustrating. Or potentially dicey. Under Necromancer ladder start. Broadsword. You could actually use that white broadsword for a spirit base later on. Believe it or not, as long as it drops from a random monster, or it drops from a clickable regular flame,
I can't carry
it will be the appropriate level for 4 sockets from Larzuk, so we could use it if we need to, if we want to make spirit. Gotta be careful though, elite monsters won't drop, they'll be too high and then they'll be too many sockets. But the good thing about broadswords though is that unlike crystal swords, you can't get too many sockets, you can only get up to 4. So it just needs to be the minimum level, which in this case it is. So yeah, this chaos farming looks pretty simple. Yeah, I can. We're likely just to find a broadsword somewhere else, honestly. I'll keep it just in case, though. I think that mob should be high enough. I don't know. That was an Urdar. I think if an Urdar drops it, Urdar's a pretty high monster level in general. Sometimes the monster itself matters, but not usually. Should just be the same across the board. That's why normal cows is more reliable for a spirit base, but
Impossible. I need mana.
we're not even really going for spirit, so. We're okay. Yeah, we're getting pretty close to 23, which is good. I don't know if we'll hit 23 in this run, but we'll get pretty close, I think.
I need mana.
You can find a Dole or an Io rune as you progress to the end of normal. That would be really sick, potentially. Oh, a Neph rune. You know, I don't think we found one of those yet, and that's useful. Make some pretty key rune words with that. You didn't find that from Countess, I don't think. Maybe I'm misremembering it, but I think we need that one. Neph lung for smoke is pretty big. We're pushing to hell.
I need mana.
Yeah, I really do feel like they should make item level official without a loot filter, you know? Yeah, you're only ever gonna get that with loot filters currently. And putting those extra points into Bone Wall as well from Izual
Impossible.
really helps. Oh man, a rare serpent skin armor? That's gonna sell really well, but on another note, I believe normal Diablo is the first boss you can get Viper Magi from, if I remember correctly. Which would be insane. Like, getting Viper Magi at this stage would be absolutely bonkers. It's mostly just poison res. Fire, cold, and lightning are definitely your priority on your resistances in general. Don't really need it from that.
I can't carry anymore.
And you have such a thick beard. I don't know, dude.
Impossible.
How do you not have such a thick beard?
I can't carry anymore.
Guess so. I mean,
I can't carry anymore.
if beardliness is closest to manliness, just like that other quote, closer to, if it's closest to godliness. I guess that's the case. Alright, we're gonna have to barricade. We got this one.
I need mana.
Okay.
Not enough mana.
Sweet. We can just unsummon here using this button as well. But they do expire after a while. What's the time limit on it currently? 24 seconds. Alright.
Not even death can save you from me.
Alright, mercenary rip. Yeah, there's literally no way to keep the mercenary alive against normal Diablo. Good luck. Hard enough to keep him alive against like Andariel or Mephisto, so.
I need mana.
Still pre-buffing. I got my bone armor pre-buff wand. Okay, don't have enough funds. I just wasted a juke too, so...
What do you need?
Yeah. Wow. For the mercenary, I don't know. I feel like our mercenary actually has better armors at the moment. Great to sell though. Free to light. Not bad. Can you bone prison Diablo? No, because I don't have bone prison. I could have gotten 1 point into bone prison actually, but the truth is he's gonna break out with just one attack. He does too much damage. I wouldn't worry about bone prison at this point in the game, which is why we don't have it. Good question though. Requires level 24 as well, so we can't even get it until 2 more levels. Don't worry about bone prison yet. Bone prison can become useful later. Yeah, I wouldn't focus too much on that right now, though. What's this? Always love the questions. That's Axe of Fetchmore. It's pretty trashy. That, I don't know if you can get plus skills on that, actually. Can you get plus Amazon skills this early in the game? I don't think so. Oh, you can. What? Okay. Alright, so we need 120% experience to move on, roughly speaking. Let's try to get around level 24.
Hello.
I want to get 24 exactly so we can use the teleport stuff. Oh man, look at that. So you can see now our gold's doing really well, so... Another advantage to doing this is, you know, you can get all this golden cows or Eldritch, but you can also do it just by farming levels from Chaos and Normal. The reason we're doing this once again is because getting through Act 5 and then doing cows with Bone Spear, 1, not necessary, 2, it's going to be a lot harder just to get through Act 5. You can do it that way though. There's freedom here. Necromancer has some more freedom because he doesn't need spirit, so he has some options. We're getting to that 25, even if you don't have player count available or anything else. Nope, do not sell that, please. Alright, thank you. Sweet. Something happening with the PTR that made you start again? No. We were kind of testing something out. I didn't have enough time to really do Rags to Riches yesterday, even though I wanted to do it. So we kind of just did like a test run, like a dry run. A small charm. Does it actually have resistances or lifeline? It's somewhat useful. I mean, I don't need charms. I can just use potions all the way. Charms are really good, though. Let's see. Oh, there we go. Finally, a charm. 8 life, 4 lightning res. That's actually pretty good. Got life and res. Sweet. There we go. Come on, bro. Give me 1 charm at least, jeez. Or even farming Diablo. Where are the charms at? Ooh. Really essential component of spirit right there. Necro does look solid for starting. Oh yeah. He is. I think a lot of people underestimate him. And once we actually get to the part where we farm things, we'll see why. Very strong. That'll be part 2 though, for the most part. We'll get to some of those nightmare farms here in part 1, but... I love the dying sounds from Necromancer. His voice is angelic.
I am overburdened.
Oh, we can get a ruby there. Raxus the city. Heard the death sound earlier too. Necromancer has a very distinct death sounds. Golem as a distraction is very, very good.
I can't. I am overburdened.
Wow, that's gonna
I am
sell well.
overburdened.
Imagine I find the teleport staff off the ground. I've done that before.
Impossible.
Normally you have to vendor something like that. Same thing with the Bone Sphere wand. I mean, you can get really lucky, but that's like insanely lucky though. On like 5% of your runs, you might encounter that. Crystal Sword. That might be fine actually. A regular monster in Chaos. Maybe. We'll make a out of that. Alright, level 23. Level 23. Okay, we could start putting some points into strength if we want to, but I'm just gonna keep putting points into life. I'm gonna use the simple method.
I need mana.
Do you think Cyclone Armor or Bone Armor is a better skill in general? I would say Cyclone Armor because it just blocks so much elemental damage, but like Bone Armor is good, but like Cyclone Armor feels kind of busted, honestly. You can like do hell with like no resistances on the druid, you're fine. You try doing that with like no life or no damage reduction on certain things in the Necromancer, forget about it.
Not enough mana.
And you only need... You also max Cyclone too, like as part of the... Just like the normal build, so... I think Cyclone is slightly more busted. That's good though, because that's all the druid has really, is really strong defensive abilities. When it comes to like farming things quickly, his options are few and far between early game. Which is why we haven't yet done Druid Rags to Riches, even though we could. I'm gonna get unsummoning then. Wait, can I not unsummon these? Only unsummon. I thought you could unsummon your bone walls. Oh, that's annoying. I guess we shouldn't do that then. Wouldn't Druid be super tedious? Druid's actually, in a lot of ways, easier to progress through the game because he has so much defensive power and has decent damage. But then when you're actually getting to the part of like farming for your riches, yeah, it's the slowest thing you could possibly do. It's just slow. Nope.
I need mana.
Okay, we're getting close. We're getting there.
Impossible.
I don't know why I healed him. He's about to die anyway. Not even death can save you from... Druid is a 3.
Death can save you from me.
Yeah, Druid's also something that's better for like working in groups, but if you're like solo farming with them, there are methods, don't get me wrong, it's just
I need mana.
Necro is a little bit of an extended playthrough through the game, yes. He's not as strong as some other builds. However, he's got a lot better of a path to riches than I'd say the Druid does. Playing him solo. He's got better paths in general. Druid can't farm Jack. Like, he can farm Travancore maybe, and that's about it. It's gonna be pretty slow. If you farm bosses, it's also gonna be really slow. I mean, obviously that's all you have to do. That's pretty much all you're really gonna be able to do with that. +1 skill. Just found Saigon Shield. Interesting. 75 strength though. Don't recommend it. We can hold on to it though. I don't know. Revive, attract, dim vision charges. Nah. No, that's not what's gonna be the essential parts of getting through the game at this point. Alright, so we're level 23. Keep leveling up Bone Spear. What's up, Posty Grant? How you doing? Okay. Doesn't this look a lot easier than it looked yesterday?
Impossible.
We were trying to hybridize Corpse Explosion before level around like level 21. Yeah, it starts to get kind of nasty. Just harder in general. Once again, experimental. Let's get some potions. Didn't get any potions.
What do you
Alright, I think it's gonna require like 2 more chaos farms here, and I think we'll be good. So we'll do this one, then we'll do 1 more. And then we'll just push through at 24 with the teleport staff, and we'll be good. I think it's gonna make it a lot easier. There are other ways to do this, like I said, but they're gonna require maybe some decent level of frustration. Level Terror Zones. 2 socket. Already have one. Summoner is very relaxed. Yeah, it is more relaxed than P&B, however, it's really strong, as you can see. Crude Mummified Trophy could be good if it has the skills you want on it. I'm gonna stop picking the red back. Actually, let's see if this is 2 socket.
Impossible.
1 bone armor, 1 iron maiden. I need to sell it. Mercenary's dead. Okay. We had a fine time. We might have to rebuy the mercenary again. Yeah, that's what it takes on the Necromancer, it's definitely better to have a bit more beefiness in everything if you want a smoother playthrough. Otherwise, you jambling. Ooh, 17 life GC, dude. All I had to do was complain, and then the charms would start dropping. Nice. Finally have some charms. Alright, sweet. Boner is faster early game. Oh yeah, definitely. And I mentioned the maggot layer too, not just bosses, but the maggot layer. You could just kill Diablo using the Golem Iron Maiden strap, but that's going to be even more frustrating, because as you see, it's pretty difficult to get him to hit the Golem sometimes. Because he's just going to kill your skeletons. I'd actually rather not have skeletons in a lot of situations. So even if you go summon this early in the game, are you actually a summoner? I guess that's up to debate. It's up for debate. That's definitely up for debate. Impossible. Two-socket serpent skin. Ooh, yes, it is. Nice. Use that for smoke later on. Definitely want to keep an eye out for 3-socketed like helm bases. Start looking for 2-socketed armor bases, 3-socketed armor bases. That stuff can definitely help you out a lot at this point.
Impossible.
In some cases, even magic ones can, because it's not all about the rune words. You just put runes in them. Johanjo would summon. We're getting very close. It is unfortunate you can't level in past. You can't level until you're 25 in Act 5. It's a hard experience cap. Basically, it's a 95% experience penalty. You're gonna get hardly anything in there. I think that same would go for like an Act 5 Terror Zone even. So yeah. Chainmail. It doesn't have anything that's gonna sell for anything. It's got attack rating. You're not using physical damage weapons, it's not gonna help you. Random amounts of regen.
Impossible.
No, you don't, for nothing. Used to. Long time ago.
I am overburdened.
Not really. You have to be level 25. Oh god. Ow! What happens when I don't create the bone balls? You gonna come at me, bro? Okay, whatever. Okay, we're good. Alright, looks like we're gonna need one more, as I said, after this. And then we'll have the teleport staff and ready to go.
Not even death can save you from me.
Yeah, can't level off of Eldritch until you get to 25, even if you wanted to. Feels bad. But even if you kill, like, Dak Farron, he won't give you experience either. The drop rates change players 1 versus players 8, which is better for items. So, most of the time for Diablo, just kill him in players 1. He's got decent drop table in players 1. Same thing with Mephisto. You can do a higher player count, it will benefit it, of course, but it won't be insanely, like, necessary. We're really going to want to make sure that you have higher than players 1, so at least players 3 or players 5 is Andariel. If you're just going to farm Andariel, you really want to see if you can get that player count up. 9 poison res? I guess. Yeah, it's going to be pretty nasty if you go through that route. Yeah, let's sell this crap. Nice stuff. I'm gonna check that for 25,000, but at this point we have so much gold, it doesn't matter that much. Alright, and then we'll put that away. We'll usually use this attack against you because you're attacking from far. Not always, though. I haven't found anything like that undead crown since he dropped that.
I can't carry anymore.
You out? Good night, man. What's up, GG javelins? Yeah, dude, we found some sick javelins in the grill. Later, bro. A lot of people like leveling even early game summon though. Like a lot of people have asked me like, why are you not going summon? And it's just not as effective early game. It's definitely a lot more lax though, so it's gonna take longer though. Alright, one more Chaos run. Now we're still not high enough level to get experience in Act 5, but that's okay because we can get the quests and we can push through it using the teleport staff. We also have more life in general and more damage, which doesn't hurt when you're pushing through Act 5. If you can increase the player count, though, you can definitely get 25 pretty easily before hitting Act 5, and then you're good. Just push through at level 1 or whatever, like players 1, I should say.
Not enough mana.
Give me them minions. Do you think Summon Necro is the best starting Necro build to kill Terror Zones with? So, the best late game build on a Necro to kill Terror Zones with will definitely be Poison Necromancer. However, because it just has 3 sources of damage, it's got great AoE, it's pretty much perfect for it. Some Terror Zones summon might be better because there's like less density and it's just more about elite packs. But for the most part, it's going to be Poison Necro. In the early game, you could argue that, yeah. If you want to push a Terror Zone with, like, no gear, Summon's really solid, especially if you're doing it in a group. It's going to help your group out a lot, just having that front line. Bone Spear will still be good in Terror Zones too, though. But with nothing. Poison would be pretty shit early game. Terror Zones, you need all the power. Once you get the power though on a Poison Necro though. On the saleable stuff. When it comes to the late game tier list and the starter tier list, I'd say that's still pretty accurate even for Terror Zones. There's just so many different Terror Zones that it pretty much reflects exactly what those lists reflect already. Which is why Terror Zones aren't really influencing the overall status of builds in Diablo 2. Also, not everyone really farms to 99. But when it comes down to it, it's pretty similar. Alright, level 24. We could just stop here, but we may as well kill Diablo one more time. And now it's time to push again.
I need mana.
Nightmare Ancients is going to get us to 25. And then we can push Nightmare and farm normal areas if we want to transition to Nightmare.
Not enough mana. Not enough mana.
You got those levels. It's a Demon Head, Necro Head. Oh, wow. Level 3 Iron Maiden. Okay. Interesting. We still want Iron Maiden later on. It could be useful.
I need mana.
But usually you don't want to use that later on anyway. There's 2 enchant stuff. That is correct. We already shopped our teleport stuff. We did that before I hit 24. That's why we did that before this point, so that we don't have that problem. Which is, not fun particularly. Alright, more health. Unraveler Head. Now that we are 24, if you wanted to, you could put a point into Bone Prison, but you don't really need it for anything, so I just recommend keep leveling up Bone Sphere, honestly.
I need mana.
Okay. I know, but I will be playing the Summon-Mancer, it's just in part 2. The Summon-Mancer is actually integral to certain farming strategies once you get to the riches part. It's not very integral to the progression, though.
Mana.
And he slows you down. There's a lot of ways to slow yourself down on the Necromancer. Of course, you can always do those playthroughs if you want. The goal of this is to show people a more, reliable and solid strat that isn't going to feel tough or take forever or something similar. With the rest of this experience too, I have no problem continuing the leveling. Nah, they got through that pretty fast. Yeah, our fire res is decent, but mostly because we put a Rao rune in that helmet. Remember we did that, and it's definitely been proving dividends in Act 4 here. Alright, let's go kill Diablo one more time. We're ready to push. We're going to put on the teleport staff. And it's time to push Act 5 normal and to get to Nightmare.
Not even death can save you.
Let's go! Let's go. Let's do it. Yeah, I think Bone Wall was really well done for sure. Can't say that about every ability in D2R, but most of them, yeah. Some abilities actually look worse. Even monster abilities in some case. It'd be nice if that lightning
Not enough mana.
was a little bit thicker, but yeah, that's okay.
Hail to you, champion.
Attract, enchant. It doesn't have any good res or life on it, on the rare build. It's not worth upgrading. I mean, it's still a light build anyway. Okay. So I hope we've learned a lot so far about how to get to the end of normal without pulling your hair out on the Necromancer. Of course, We've also been prepping for a Nightmare push and everything else along the way. It doesn't have the easiest progression in the world. Solid nonetheless, though. Nice. It's not gonna sell for anything. It's a melee weapon too. All right, rip. All right, let's go. Let's see. Mercenary is level 20. 20. Well.
Impossible.
Oh. No, we should be able to do that.
I'll put that to good use.
Impossible.
Oh, that's right. It's only fixed on the PTR. Rip. That stupid bug. Alright, so we'll put that on him. He's still got some pretty good items. He's not going to be able to use that till much longer anyway. It's level 20, which is okay. I don't think we have to rebuy him for this. He dies, he dies. If he dies, he dies. And now that we have the teleport staff, we're not really going to want anything weird like pre-buffing bone armor anymore.
To you, champion.
It did serve its purpose though. That wand, we sold everything to buy that in the very beginning of normal. Ooh, hello. It's got some res on it. That's got some res. Okay.
I'll put that to good use.
Does make his res a lot better. I'm gonna put that on him for now, actually. Frost Nova was good for a time, but it's not that big of a deal anymore. It still could be nice though. This is a standard Necromancer playthrough where we kind of show how to progress as easily as possible. We go through a lot of information and then go over the areas to farm to get rich. On playing solo on Bnet. So there's no player count, there's no save maps. And we're just showing people how they can do it just by themselves with no help whatsoever on Bnet if they want. Room, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Cult of Xander Stay. Of course, I explained that leveling techniques on single player would be different. You don't have to kill like the elites or anything. You can just like power farm certain super uniques. Alright, anyways, so you don't want to constantly use these teleport charges because they're very expensive. Chip gems and ort runes can repair this staff, which we don't even have yet, but we can use our gold. So one of the reasons we've been gathering so much gold is so we can repair this sucker.
I can already tell that I'll be your best friend in
Just so much
this
for the follow. Welcome to the Cult of Xander Stay.
I can't.
Room, thank you so much for the follow as well. And remember what I said, we don't get experience in here really until, you might notice in the Bloody Foothills, we're gathering experience very slowly. Getting like 1,000 per monster kill. It'll take a very long time, potentially. Of course, if you wanted to farm something even more standard, it will take even longer. Notice that we killed them and got like no experience from them. It's because they're too high of a monster level. So if we try to kill Shank or anything that has minions or anything, they're too high, and otherwise we'd have to kill regular monsters in the Bloody Foothills just to get any experience at all to level to 25. But it's a lot faster a lot better just to kill Diablo because you can drop gear and shit.
I can't.
So in general, we're not going to worry about that. We can definitely kill Shank though, we can do the quest, we can even kill Eldritch for one loot pop if we want, but we're not really trying to level right now. We're trying to run past everything. And if we meet something that we can't get past, we'll use the teleport staff, we'll go over the wall like that. And GG. You can also just like cut through things in our way with Bone Spear. Refresh the bone armor. monsters around us, which is nice. Alright, we just saw Mellowbrigga's orb, which is actually kind of cool. You could use that to stack Magic Find if you don't plan on making Rhyme, but Rhyme is really easy. That's kind of neat. Magic Find on a shield. Alright, so as you can see, we got like no experience at all there. We got like a tiny bit. More than I actually thought we would, honestly, though. It's still pretty bad, though. I mean, you could power farm Shank if you want to 25, but that's gonna be some nasty stuff. You have to kill him so many times. At any rate, that's not what you want to do. Alright, so we got our socket quest, which is nice. We could use it on our shield. We might get 2 sockets, we might get 1. By the way, a 2 bone spear shield with some res is going to be really nice. Alright, and then what we want to do is we want to save the barbarians. Which are in the ramparts. There's 3 sets of ramparts in the Frigid Highlands. One set can have up to 2 of those. If you've already found 2 at this point, though, I'm mostly looking for the last one in the 2nd set of ramparts, or you're looking at the 3rd set here. No, because I actually found a 2-socketed wand. We would have had to have used it on the wand, maybe, but in our case, we don't have to do that. We get 1 socket in the shield. It might suck a little bit, but it'll still be decent. In general, though, you're going to want to have res, so we'll use it for situations where we don't need res and we just want damage, basically. And for farming, that might become more important. Did we save them all? We did. Alright, sweet. You'll notice that we're getting some negative experience now for sure. Now we're out of the Bloody Foothills. Bloody Foothills can even be a tiny bit. It used to be crazy, but not anymore. I'm stuck. I don't know what I'm stuck on, but I can't move. Drink the well for stamina, I guess. So you can use the teleport staff to jump over the ramparts if you want to most of the time. Or we could just stay on the far right side. What a joke, an experience shrine at this point again? I can't level in here. Is it worth making a rhyme head? It is if you can find a 2-socketed head with skills that are useful, and we talked about that already. A rhyme shrunken head, yeah. Absolutely. Would be even better than what I'm trying to make, potentially. Well, it wouldn't have plus skills, but it could have plus skills if it had skills in it. Okay. Put the mercenary back. Play Golem dies pretty fast, but he's still useful for distracting for the mercenary sometimes. You'll notice that we're literally just pushing through the game to the ends of these areas, which are very linear. Past the ramparts. Now we're in the Crystalline Passage. There are some ways to tell where to go. We also just got a Rao or a Tau for saving the barbarians. That can be very key for making some very good rune words. Let's see if we can put some sockets in this sucker here. Or socket. Could get up to 2 sockets from this though. Very nice. That's what you want. That would be the ideal. So if you guys don't know, magic items White items get the maximum number of sockets possible based on their item level, but magic items just straight up get 1 to 2 sockets, so long as it can roll up to 2 sockets and it's an item that can. That's really nice, actually. What we could do... and use all these diamonds here. We could just put in 2 flawless diamonds if we want, and then we get 20 all res and 2 bone spear, which is actually pretty nice. Instead of Ancient's Pledge, which will allow us to get at least decent res in Nightmare, which would be kind of nice. The only reason we use that socket quest on that, once again, you would normally use your socket quest on the white, most likely, the white base if it was white, but since we found a 2 socket grey one, we don't have to do that, so there are some other options like that, or some other stuff you can find in general. Also, if you don't have like a good plus skill Necromancer head, like for Bone Spear especially, what you can do is you can just use an Ancient's Pledge, just a large shield, 3-socket large shield, or 3-socketed kite shield, which you can farm off of normal Farah or normal Charcy. What we're going to do probably, though, is I'm actually probably going to find some gem shrines maybe and try to see if I can upgrade those gems and put them in there. And we'll have a good time with that. Or just find more flawless diamonds. Put 1 flawless diamond at a time. I don't know, we'll see. I think I want to use a gem shrine on one if possible. That'd be kind of cool. Could have up to 38 all res with 2 perfect diamonds, as long as we use 2 perfect diamonds, which is almost what would be given by an Ancient's Pledge, and you have 2 bones. So that could make Nightmare very easy, which is what we're trying to do there. Alright, one thing to note about Crystalline Passage and all the ice caves is that the ice cave, you have the initial area pointing a certain direction. In this case, you have this area pointing this direction. The waypoint is going to be right or east facing. In this case, it's right over here, so you're going to go to the right. Straight ahead, or a block facing the relatively the same direction, should be Frozen River, which is how we get our res from Anya, which we will do. Actually, we can wait to do that until after we push through to Bale, because in that case you can actually get experience in the Frozen River when you push through it. So we're going to go straight to the Glacial Trail, which will actually be a left or a west facing tile relative to it. So there's a lot of different, in general that's kind of how it works. The exit to the next area is west or left facing relative to the entrance. The waypoint is to the right, and the special area in each ice cave is straight. Of course, if you know that, you also know where it is relative to the waypoint as well. I don't know why I'm killing this guy, he doesn't give us experience. What is this? Ah! Okay. Stony Field, actually. Stony Field has a slightly better odds to drop those. Ooh, a white broadsword. Okay. That might be... this one for sure will roll 4 sockets. So if we want to make Spirit later, we can. No, it's okay.
Impossible.
Alright, so it's... honestly, this isn't even really left or west facing. It's like kind of straight ahead, but it's weird. Sometimes it's like that, though. Sometimes it's kind of strange. Teleport over the wall. For the most part, just use your teleport to go over the wall. Evil Urns would spawn an elite monster. That's not what we want right now, because we can't really kill them for experience. They could drop items, and that's about it. It's not very good. How do we keep finding experience shrines when we don't need them? That's the game for you. That's a troll level 1. Foothill runs, yeah, for sure. It used to be blood runs, yeah. Alright, once we get back out to the Frozen Tundra, it's just another linear map with 3 ramparts again. And then And we're out.
I can't.
Okay. Alright, Ancient's Way, it's the same thing. We're just gonna try to go to the Ancients. I think we'll be fine.
I can't.
We haven't found a waypoint though, so this is kind of gonna suck if we die in there for whatever reason. I think our bone armor is gonna carry us pretty hard though. Alright. Yeah, it's really hard to level in Act 5, 24. Below that, it's even harder. And continue though. Alright, sweet.
The resting place of the ancients.
So let's get enough potions just in case. And let's kick their ass with Bone Spear. It's pretty much all I need to do. You could bone prison them, but they can get out of bone prisons, so there's not really much of a point. Once again, you can get bone prison. It's not very useful at this point in the game, strangely enough. You can always do whatever you want, of course, though. And, not terrible. Yeah, I think I'm gonna look for a gem shrine, potentially. Just gonna upgrade that a little bit, maybe. Like, this could carry us all the way through hell, honestly. Of course, you can also find a rhyme base Necro head. That'd be really sick. Not guaranteed, though. You might find that. Especially in, like, Nightmare Cows or something. There's definitely a lot of potential for that. Alright, so...
We are the spirits.
Mercenary's gonna die. I'm gonna recommend is just keep that golem up. Keep them distracted. The golem is really good at tanking physical damage. So am I, of course, with bone armor. We're about to hit level 25, which means you can finally level. Yay! We did it. Now, normally you'd want more strength than this at this point in the game, but here's the deal. Because we're going to be using a wand, we don't need plus strength. Instead of spirit swords, a spirit sword would require more strength. So that is something to talk about. However, we're really just going to use the bare minimum and get as much life as possible. For the most part, that's going to be what we want to do. But we did just hit level 25. Now we can level in Worldstone, so we can take it a bit easier or just continue to use the teleport staff. And then we'll do Anya. And then we can continue to do some farms in normal if you want to get some items and farm some more gear. We can show off normal cows, Eldritch, and Pindle skin if we want. I think can also be decent as well, but that's okay. And then we might get a few more levels, and then we'll start Nightmare. I guess I might also farm gem shrines just to see if I can just put in the res and the shield. It's really sick we got 2 sockets. If it was 1 socket, would have been disappointing, but with 2 sockets, we could use this all the way, because I'll actually get enough res to for that to be possible. Well, this run's a lot better, because we have more time to do it, and we're not testing weird builds. Super ultra greedy setups. I didn't realize how greedy it was until I played it. That's insanely greedy. Still getting chunked in hell. You're still gonna get chunked in hell with max res, my man. That's how hell works. If you don't have max res, or near max res, or high res, or just some res, you'll see how much damage they can do. Don't you worry about that, my man. Alright, so we can kill elites if we wanted to again, but it's not a huge focus. Worldstone 1, there's no pattern. Worldstone patterns are pretty much the same as catacombs. So if you find the Worldstone 3 exit, you'll know where the waypoint is, and it's the exact same. It's going to be to the left if you find the exit first. If you find the waypoint, it's going to be to the right. So Catacombs and Worldstone work the same way. There's no pattern for 1 or 3, you just have to find it on the edge. It's kind of strange that the first time you see another map work exactly like Catacombs is you have to go all the way to Act 5. I guess we could have just taken that waypoint and gone straight through that, but it's close enough that I didn't really care. Alright, sweet. And now we'll just go to Act 4. And the objective now is to kill Bill. So we can unlock Nightmare, and we can unlock some of those rest of those farming areas in case we want to power level to a much higher level. Higher player count, that's a lot easier. Because we're in Players 1, we're not going to be able to get a much higher level, but on Hardcore you definitely should maybe try to get to at least level 30, level 35 before you enter Nightmare. You're still level 25, so you might get to like level 28 or something. We'll see.
I need money.
See how much I'm feeling, how much I want to demo these farms, you know. Normal cows, once again, is not as useful as it is on this character as it is on every other class virtually. Even the barbarian. Necromancer OP. Careful for the dark death lords, those do a ton of damage. Don't recommend sitting there and taking damage from them. Especially if they get wound up, they will kill you insanely fast. Mercenary is pretty useless at this stage. We'll rebuy him for Nightmare, of course, or for farming. I think we'll rebuy him for farming, honestly, though. One life, sweet. Cold Mastery. Rags to riches, that's right. We're already not in rags anymore. Starting to get some gear that's hell-proof. We've got hell-proof rings and a hell-proof shield. Unfortunately, though, we're not at the stage where we're yet ready to farm the riches. Resocketed. Nope. It's okay, we wouldn't be going to Ubers anyway, so you don't have to worry about picking up items for Ubers. You can do Ubers with a Necromancer, but it's important to note that it will take more gear on average. All you really need to do is revive Urdors, but it doesn't mean it can't be fairly challenging without auras and things of that nature. Okay. One life! We try to be greedy with Corpse Explosion and then try to push, like, Act 5 at level 20. It's just not a good idea. Not unless you really know what you're doing, and I think if you're watching this guide, like, oh my god. You're probably not ready for that kind of a push. Two-socketed salad, interesting. I could sell that. Alright, we leveled up. Sweet, more bone sphere. You don't actually have to skip any waves, strangely enough. You can if you want. You could just pull them in here and then run past them. Man, we got Death Lords on top of these things. Oh, no, we can't. We gotta get that Necro head. Ow! You can still get better Necro heads, especially if it's gray like that. It means it could be 2 sockets, it could have Bone Sphere. Just look looking for
I need mana.
Bone Spear is OP for sure though. We could also get pretty good Necro heads for Raised Skeleton too, which I haven't really seen yet, but I'll keep those for later if I see them. No, they said 4 months, but they are working on making Ladder 2 more interesting using Terror Zones. And it's in PTR right now. They're likely gonna announce the Ladder date though within about a week though, so I wouldn't worry about it too much. Okay, here we go. Look how much experience this gave us. You could level up, you could keep doing normal Bale if you want, but it's not very effective for power leveling or power generating items because Bale takes too long. So we're not going to do that to continue to level, but that's okay. No skills. Bale's another one where, just like Diablo, if you try to use the Iron Maiden Golden strat, it starts to become pretty ineffective at this point. And honestly, you're doing almost 300 magic damage now for a single target, so let's kill him this way. I'll take a little bit, that's okay.
My brothers will not have died in vain.
I'm gonna go do Anya, and then we'll show you guys some normal farms here in a second. The minimum level to enter Nightmare and get experience though. 25. Static field stuff. Static field charges? What is such thing? Wow.
Never doubt my skill.
Really? Damn, that's sick because I can actually use it. And it gives me faster run walk and Nightmare. Well, rip Magic Find. I might actually want that. Very nice booties. So we got all res on the mercenary weapon. That could be nice too, potentially. Might keep that before Insight. Oh wow, and another one of those. Damn, and angelic armor. Oh my goodness. And we just found Inferno Stride off of normal Bale. That's pretty good. I mean, there are boots that we can just farm off of the vendor that can be better than this, but it's not bad for the time being, and we're not going to do that farm until late Nightmares, so once we hit level 29, it's pretty good. We have a lot of 29er items, so what this tells me is before we get to Nightmare, we should probably farm up to at least level 29.
Impossible.
Because that will make, we'll be able to totally restack our items and everything. Alright, so... Oh shit, I actually did not want to do that. No, that's okay. Doesn't really matter. Alright, we're in Nightmare now, GG. I got the waypoint, I think, anyway, for Crystalline Passage, right? I did. Sweet, yep, okay, we're good. It's the only thing that really matters. How far do you expect to get tonight? End of Nightmare on the cusp of hell. That's where we got on the Paladin and on the Assassin as well. We still have a potential like 5.5 hours in this video here, so we're gonna use it.
How may I be of help?
And since we're very close to starting to push Nightmare, I think that's pretty realistic. Nightmare is easier than normal in a lot of ways, so... Yeah, you get that res penalty, but as long as you can find a way to get your res, you'll be fine.
I can't use that yet.
Really? Oh, that's right. This fool's got no levels at all. I'll rebuy his ass pretty soon here. I don't worry about it. Why did I try to put gold in there? That's the cheating gold. You don't need the cheating gold.
Afternoon. The 8.
Yeah, you don't really need Iron Maiden anymore. Repair the staff. Alright, let's continue. Yeah, we also have a white wand base, so we're getting close to getting white, yep. Once we get white, it's gonna be some god tier shees. And then if we can just find like a 10 FCR amulet or something, we can hit 75 FCR as well. Which would be ideal.
At your
I
service.
don't know if we'll get to 75 FCR. We'll see what happens. Alright, so...
Impossible.
That went really smooth, honestly, and I think that's what I should show people to do, because I think that's going to be the easiest thing for most people to execute. There's definitely a lot of things you can do on the Necromancer. You can be Greer, you can go summons,
Impossible.
but all of those things
I can't.
are much harder. Okay, there we go.
Impossible.
It can be more interesting, though. I'm not commenting on how interesting it is, though. Okay, so we found Glacial Trail. Is this over here? I guess it is. Alright, careful. Teleport over some dangerous monsters if you need to. We're in Nightmare.
I can't carry it.
Unless I can get experience from them now, I'll kill them now.
I can't. I can't.
So, let's go do Frozen River and get our experience. Good water, let's go. And then, we're already kind of ready at this point to go Nightmare, but we're going to want to fix some res and maybe do a bit more farming for items that, for levels that we need to actually use some items we found. Which might make the initial Nightmare push a little bit easier. Now we have the teleport staff on our swap. If you get used to using your teleport staff on swap, and then swapping back quickly to attack, it's going to be a very good thing to use. Yes, yes, yes!
I am over. I need mana.
15 mana. 33 light res. 15 mana, probably not, honestly. Pay attention to your mercenary's health. Shift, click the potion button, and then you can potion the mercenary. You can even juve him. Make sure to keep him alive if you can.
Impossible.
Whoa! I'm glad to hear that. How's it going?
Impossible. Not enough mana.
Drunker than you thought? I guess so. Trireals. TLs.
I can't.
Used to be Ethereals, man. No. We have respec for cows. Well, I've explained you could, but we're not actually going to do that because you don't even really need to farm cows, which is something I kind of explained.
Impossible.
All the runes we're going to need are going to be so much easier to get from Nightmare Countess, so... The Necromancer doesn't need to do the cow farm. Not really. I mean, you can. You can respec for it, as I've explained, but... Don't need to. Almost 300 bone spear damage.
Not enough mana.
Thanks.
Alright.
Impossible.
Alright. Talk to Anya. Get the potion, unfreeze her. You can't even talk to her once she's over there where she's supposed to be. And you can get a shrunken head from her, and maybe it'll be good. We'll see.
Thank you.
Ah, no. Don't forget that. Could be nice. Alright, there's 10 all res. Boom. It's some of the res we need for Nightmare, but as you can see, our res is still pretty bad. There's some easy ways to improve it here, mainly by putting some diamonds in this, or using Ancient's Pledge as we described before. Oh my god, that is so horrible. Ouch. Get me a worse shrunken head on ya. You know, that's alright. You know, we've been getting pretty lucky on other drops and using our MF to its fullest potential. So I can't really complain about that too much. Not really. Okay. Keeping all the Jews, which is nice. Okay, so we did every quest we needed to in normal. At this point now, you can power level to maybe like level 30. I think that's a good part. Good time to start Nightmare. You can use Eldritch. You can use Pindle skin, or you can use cows. Cows can be really good.
Good afternoon.
Alright, Pindle skin time. Yeah, Pindle skin and Eldritch, we can show off that farm for a bit. And then also show you guys cows with just a bone sphere. But keep in mind, if you want to make cows efficient, having corpse explosion and having a higher radius corpse explosion, a decent amount of points into it will actually be optimal. And instead of putting the points into teeth, if you respect, you can put the points into corpse explosion and bone spear and blam 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 blam. You could actually do that. We can do that now if you wanted to, honestly. I mean, that's not a bad strat, honestly, if you really want to do that. You could just go through Nightmare, believe it or not, without really focusing on Corpse Explosion as well, though. So this really depends on, like, how many points or how many respecs you want to save, how much frustration you want to endure. Corpse Explosion is really, really strong. And will outscale Bone Spear for killing more monsters. However, whether or not you think it's essential at this point in the game is a bit different. You could. We're almost to the level where we want to push Nightmare anyway, though, so there's not much of a point to waiting for that. But what you can do is you can farm Eldritch here. And we'll be good to go. Alright, Neolithoc's Temple.
Ah, the familiar scent of death.
As you can see, they're leveling this up pretty good. You can just keep re-entering the game. Ooh, nice. Now, if you wanted to switch to an Act 5 mercenary, we could with that. We might do that. Since we don't actually have anything too good at the moment. Act 5 mercenary has a lot of HP. But, you know, we'll see.
How may I be of help?
Afternoon.
Okay. Alright, so we could also show cows a bit here. We did pick up a word slig, I think, right? Right, we did do that, yep.
Yes?
Okay. Interesting, because I didn't fix that. Alright. Alright, so you just have Bone Spear, it can be a little bit harder, but you'll notice that Bone Spear doesn't even do that bad, so you don't really need Corpse Explosion. That being said, the second you kill one cow and use Corpse Explosion, you can kill them even faster, so especially if you gather the cows up. And if you find any items in cows, remember to sell them, anything with plus skills or armor or anything like that. Remember to sell them in Act 5 normal, so that you get the max gold sell value of 25,000 in. But you can see though, we're perfectly capable of doing this, and the good thing about cows is they have good loot tables for jewelry in case you're missing 10 FCR rings. You can farm them for some charms early on. You can farm them for runes like that. Yeah. I think we can already make Spirit actually, so I could make Spirit if I wanted to. Huh. You go Spirit before, Could. Except I don't have the sockets for it. Yeah, never mind. Okay, we already skipped that. We decided we didn't want to do that. Go Spirit pretty soon though. I forgot we socketed the shield, so we're fine.
I can't. I need money.
Don't need amp damage. If you wanted to use Corpse Explosion though, maybe you should put some points into amp damage. More than one would be nice because the radius on it sucks at level 1. As you can see though, this isn't really that bad. I could totally just farm it like this. 3 Golem Mastery, 1 to Skeletal Mage. Alright. Absolutely. Heck, I even learn one thing here and there when I do the guides. It's true. Is this an Eth Scythe? No, it's 3 sockets. You cannot get 4 socketed items in normal cows. You can get items that can roll 4 sockets or get 4 sockets from Larzik though. Oh. Look at that. Blood Crescent Scimitar. Very nice.
Impossible.
Scuzzy Cake. Thank you so much for 2 months as a member. Xana's attacks while it goes to the machine, the Arcane Disciples. Get it.
Hail to you, champion.
Alright, so we have that one. As you can see, we find lots of charms in there. See, that's a life charm. If you want to find charms and bases and things of that nature, and runes, look no further. Chat, spam those others in the chat if you can. Alright. So as you can see, we're getting pretty far here.
No! Hylena!
Before I enter Nightmare, I'll probably take a brief intermission, and I'll be right back. Remember, you can kill the Cow King and remake the Cow Portal.
No.
Look how effective bone armor is against the cows, though. Pretty tanky in here, actually.
Enough mana.
Alrighty, let's continue. I can't.
Impossible.
If you can find a white circlet, you should keep that to imbue. I don't know if I've seen one already and just missed it, but could be nice for imbuing as well. I might farm a couple cow levels and then Eldritch and Pindle and go to Nightmare. Well, also want to see if we can find some flawless diamonds. Or we're gonna have to find a gem shrine, which, you know, we can do that too. We can look for a gem shrine. See how long we want to actually attempt to look for the gem shrine. I want to put diamonds in here so we have decent res for Nightmare. That'll make it so much better. We won't even have insane res, but we'll have okay. How you doing, Scuzzy Cakes? Nah, dude. I don't really enjoy... I like watching speedruns. I don't necessarily enjoy the idea of doing them as well because you're just really at the mercy of RNG, maybe a bit too much in D2. Watching them is fun because of the RNG, but if you consider the actually doing them, I don't know. I feel like once you get like to a certain time, you're just gonna get really frustrated. But even if not, I don't even know if I'd be that good at it because I get pretty space cadet-y about a lot of things. Things that I know, but like I don't necessarily might remember when I'm going really fast in a run. We did do Forge already, yes. 26 light res. You never know. You can get some pretty decent jewelry in here for sure. Jewelry that would make this ring look pretty weak, actually. But pet build? What do you mean by pet build? You mean like a summoner? Not yet. Another Amaran. Wow.
I need mana.
Okay, I guess we could put a strength in for the mercenary. Decent before we get insight. Nope, you'll know on the launcher when it does. It'll be all over the internet. They are testing a feature right now in patch 2.5 called Terror Zones, which will allow you to level to 99 faster and allow other areas to stand out and builds to stand out while going to 99 a bit more. And we'll find farming for those elite items as well, potentially. To some extent. I did steal your Tyrrell's Might for my own D2R grill. But I don't have Griffins, so... Got any of those, and we could trade, you know, that'd be cool. Kappa. Bam! There we go. Easy stuff. Okay. We'll do one more of these and do some Eldritch and Pindle and see what happens. Do still have some MF on me, so I may as well use it up. Get level 30. If I speed ran a game, it would probably be a game that had less RNG, honestly. Something where it's literally just execution. I like execution-based speedruns, at least for doing them. Watching RNG speedruns, I guess, is fun. But, yeah. Need that execution, though. Alright, plus skill. Now what's interesting is before we hit Nightmare, what we could do, alright, is we could actually beef up the Golem a bit, but the Golem's going to beef himself up, so I'm not really going to care. Once again, I did mention that earlier, but instead we're just going to go for more damage. And you can respec before you go into Nightmare, but you can also just keep saving your respecs. I don't know what I'm going to do at the end of the day, but we'll see how it goes. I think we might try to save our respecs and show you guys how to save as many respecs as possible. We'll try. A Tarnhelm? What the hell am I supposed to do with a Tarnhelm? The Golem out in front. You never know, there might be a pair of rare gauntlets worth 60 strength, but we already got a pretty decent one and we're still not using it.
The familiar scent of death. Not enough mana.
He is fire enchanted anyway, so like killing him with corpse explosion's already tougher. Once we hit level 29, we're capable of using those items, but we're gonna get to level 30 probably, so that the mercenary can wear that one item, and so I can do pushing. Yeah, let's just keep putting points into life. Let's be easy. Tarnhelm would be Tarnhelm would be really good. You know what I actually found? Look at that. Eye of Etlik. Found that in normal chaos. That's pretty sick. Usually when you twink out a build at this level, usually that's exactly what you use. It's the one way to get a plus skill very early in the game. We didn't get it at level 15, you know, we got it around like level 21, but I mean, still. Gonna take higher than that just to use a one Necromancer amulet. Where is the path, huh? Find the path. Find Tristram. No, this is normal. Those plus those level 1 skills aren't gonna self-eject.
Impossible.
Good day.
Alright, one more cow level, and then we'll also push them. Yeah, Corpse Explosion could, like, destroy the whole pack at once. Put less points into Teeth, same number of points into Bone Spear, and go Corpse Explosion. And
Not enough
it's a
mana.
really solid approach. But honestly, going through Nightmare just in general, I think we're just going to want to mostly focus on the Bone approach to show you guys the Nightmare farms. And then we'll go do some other approaches once we get once we go to Hell and whatnot. Cows could drop us more of those. It could be nice. What is this Kite Shield? Is this level 2? It's 2 sockets, right? Gnarled Staff, Grand Scepter.
I can't.
That's going good. What's up? How you doing? Rags to Riches Necromancer. What's up? Please believe it. Please believe it. If you don't know, we also have a Rags to Riches Paladin and Sin. Exclamation R2R Pally, exclamation R2R Sin. Exclamation R2R Sork.
I can't.
If you want the OG Rags to Riches, aka arguably the easiest way to do it, the Sorceress. Well, you want it to be as easy, you definitely want to check that one out for sure. What's up, English? 15-minute Enigma. Yep, that did happen. Not ladder 1, but on launch. Ow. Mercenary, no. Yeah, so at this point, you're just keeping up your skills. Burning out of this season, sweet. You playing D2R or PD2? You can also get flawless gems pretty easily from here too. I haven't really seen too many though.
I need mana.
Ooh, flawless amethyst. Alright, we're 1.5 levels away from our level target. And we want to, of course, see if we can upgrade those flawless diamonds for sure. We might just, you'll find a lot more flawless gems in Nightmare for sure. But we'll see what we can do so we can make this shield decent for res. 6 cold res small charm, very nice. I would consider that to be sufficient to keep. I actually have some res now, which is nice. And some charms. Alrighty. You'll notice that I'm still buying these because I don't necessarily need the greater potions at the moment, and they're cheaper. Stony field time, yeah! Yeah, we're gonna farm for gem shrines. Let's do it. Let's make this 2 bone spear ancient's pledge a thing. Which is actually kind of sick. It was 1 socket. We'll just go ancient's pledge, but you know, when you have an opportunity like this, you can definitely get some socket quests for some pretty cool progression here. Why does it always have to be the same? Rhyme shield is something you can also make in Hell too, but you can even make a rhyme shield in a Necro head, so we haven't found a base for that though. Gonna finish the cows. As you can see, it's not too bad without Corpse Explosion. With it though, it can go very, very fast. Honestly, don't need CD that much though. Sometimes it's hard to aim the boots. Golem only has 135 life, but he's taking over. What's interesting about summons is they get a big health boost when you go to further difficulties, so this Golem is going to become tankier for Nightmare. And again, one point to Clay Golem is going to be broken because it's going to allow us to tank monsters in Nightmare as well. And by the time you get to Hell, if you also get Summon Resist and Summon Mastery for it, you can actually make it very tanky. You could go Splendor Necromancer Shield too, yes. Because you want MF though, you might actually rather just go Rhyme, but I don't know. Maybe you're missing 10 FCR. Maybe you want that extra skill more. Cold res. Yeah, at this point that's not really that good, especially with the other amulets we have available. And other amulets we can craft pretty soon. +1. One skill on the Necromancer amulet's actually really cool. We're not always gonna have that, that's for sure. But you can find a +1 Ammy in normal cows as well. You can even find a +2. Find a +3 in normal cows. You can in Nightmare cows though. P&B enemy.
Impossible.
Okay.
Impossible.
Oh, the cow king is? No, we already killed the cow king. It's just where more cows are. Alright, sweet. I think you've done enough in the cow level. We're gonna power farm Eldritch and Pindle to level 30. And then we're gonna go look for some gem shrines and we'll move on to Nightmare. Someone's making a free game on the software ladder. Free. If you want anything.
Yes?
Alright, now we do have to rebuy the mercenary too, but we'll deal with all that.
I need mana.
Could look for some, oh interesting, this one has 2 to Bone Spear as well. No FCR. Wow. Well, you know, I guess while we farm these bosses and get to level 30, we can have almost 70 MF. Why not? Just found a 35 Magic Find Amulet, which I believe is maximum in normal. That's pretty sick, actually. You can keep all those single res rings and amulets. You'll never know when you need res. And you'll never know when that might be the best solution.
What do you need?
You can sell them later if you don't use them. Highly recommend it though. Nothing on that. Okay. Alright, sweet. So we can actually use that. So that's really good too, because that's also a way that we can stack MF before we kill bosses on this Rags to Riches guide in general. Stacking MF using jewelry is really effective because it doesn't take much space in your inventory, and you can swap out your items real quick before killing them. Perfect topazes and socketed gear is also the other very effective method.
The familiar scent of death.
It's damage. It's probably not going to sell for much. I could have picked it back up. Alright, so let's do a little bit of Pindle skin and Eldritch farming here. Yeah, I was gonna use it, but never mind. That could be nice for the mercenary. I don't know if I have anything better as a armor, really. At least not at the moment. Yeah, you're gonna have to watch part 2 of this if you're gonna want to see summon Necro action. That's gonna require some different items.
The familiar scent of death.
If you wanted to play through with it, you could use Edge Bow to help them out with thorns, of course. By the time you get to Nightmare, you have Might Aura, which is kind of nice for the summons. It's not the only one. Alright, we're level 29. And that means we can use some things. Once we hit level 30, we can buy a mercenary 1 level lower than us, though, which will allow us to put on the item that he can wear. Voila. In good shape at this point. Now, we're missing a plus skill right now, but just for farming these, you may as well stack as much MF as possible. Super uniques have good loot tables for uniques and set items, things of that nature, just rares that you can sell. And it's a good farm on a boner for sure.
The familiar scent of death.
Bone is very straightforward in here, and cows not quite as much, but as you can see, it wasn't too bad. So it's definitely an option. Got us some charms too, so cows is always going to be good. Not as essential in the Necromancer though. I'd like to really emphasize that. And it's because you don't need spirit, so you don't need the spirit base. And honestly, there are other builds that can do it faster, so it's just it's a give and take. Alright, 2 to attract. Interesting. 20 FCR. Ooh, well, 20 FCR wand. I guess if we find a 10 FCR piece, we don't have to get that. We will use white, which gives us 20 FCR anyway, but for now, that's one way to achieve it. And then we don't need the Iron Maiden one, so... Is there anything else useful in here? No res? Really?
Afternoon.
No resistances on that. Huh. 47 to 109. That might be okay, but I think we're actually going to make strength for the mercenary because we have multiple Amarins. We could save it though. We could save this. Alright, bone shield, sweet. We're just gonna keep putting points into Vita and points into Bone Spear. Shit.
The familiar scent of death.
Once we hit level 30, we can put a point into Bone Spirit if we want for single target. But that's not going to become immediately relevant. I would just keep putting points into Bone Spear, honestly, for now. Come on. Thank you guys for the support so far today, guys. Believe it or not, we are not done.
Can I help you?
But you might have noticed that this is the longest normal segment I have done so far for Rags to Riches. And that's just because the Necro, you just gotta be a bit more careful with. And in general, he's a bit weaker, so there's a bit more to explain in between these longer segments. As you can already see though, he definitely is a little slower than the other ones already. But getting him to hell definitely can be worth it. Let's hope we can get to the end of Nightmare, though.
The familiar scent of death.
And then we can farm for some Nightmare and push through Hell and talk about the farms in part 2. I think that's pretty reasonable to expect we can do. He is not a support character! Well, not only. Not if he's right. 10 life, 6 light res. Wow, okay. Well, we had no charms not too long ago, and now we actually have a decent number of them. Good.
I need mine.
One thing to note is that you cannot... I don't think every Necro head can roll 3 sockets, so there's actually a lot that cannot. I think you can on some of them, though. Which means you can make things like Ancient's Pledge and those. I don't remember, though, if it's only 2 sockets on D2R, or if that's just a PD2 thing. PD2's screwing with my memory on that. Oh, we'll keep picking up the Necro heads. Yeah, I don't think any of them can, now that I think about it. I think that's PD2. I got PD2 confused with... Yeah, okay. No 3-socketed Necro heads, but you can make a rhyming one. Damn, I can't believe I got that confused. This is what happens when you play both versions, or you play multiple versions of D2. It really messes with you. Alright, we're almost 30. GG, that's a lot of gold. So, as you can see, we have a lot of gold for reviving the mercenary, have a lot of gold for pushing with the teleport staff. That's kind of what you want by the end of normal. And you will want decent resistances on your gear to start pushing Nightmare. Now, in Nightmare, I don't know if I'm going to care about my res too much, but in Hell it's going to become even more important. So we can maybe keep, like, our gloves having magic find on them with nothing else. It's something we can do. It might help.
The familiar scent of death.
Yeah, it's definitely something you're going to want to do.
I need
If you want to do any serious farms in Nightmare. Yes, a ring. Few more runs, yes, let's go.
Good afternoon.
38 mana. Too crazy for me, dudes. Pindle map, Pindle map, Pindle map, Pindle map, Pindle map. Is that what you're doing?
Impossible.
Good luck, man. Thank you so much, Selfish. For 2 months as a member of Xana's attack squad, the Ghost of the Machine, the Arcane Disciples. Beast, bro. Beast. Okay. Pindle map, Pindle map.
The familiar scent of death.
Because we haven't killed Nulliflock, he's gonna keep saying that over and over. Killing Nulliflock or normal in Nightmare is virtually pointless unless you're desperate to name more than one item. It just takes a while, and you can't drop anything that's very special.
No! Hylena!
Pindle and Meph, Pindle and Meph, Pindle and Meph, our gauntlet.
Pindle and Meph. Pindle and Meph.
At your service.
Oh, hello. There it is. We can hit 75 FCR now. We just needed a 10 FCR amulet, that's it. Very cool.
The familiar scent of
Took a while to find a blue amulet with 10 FCR, or a rare one, but there it is. Pindle and Meph. Pindle and Meph. How to devalue? Yeah, that's true. If you want to trade your riches, do not name them. People will pay less for them. Maybe not in the very beginning of ladder when everyone's desperate for a shakeover or something.
I need money.
There we go. Yay! Level 30. You could put more points into strength and preparation for harder items, but you don't need to. Like I said, you could also put a point into Bone Spirit if you want.
Scent of death.
But in general, I'm just gonna keep pumping Bone Spirit.
I need mana.
I want high damage Bone Sphere. Alright, so what do we do now here? Let's go. Alright, so 10 of CR Amulet. Very good. You know what? We can actually wear that instead of Eye of Etlik and the MF Amulet. So that now we have 30 FCR, 55 FCR, and voila, 75 FCR, which is the second highest breakpoint on the Necromancer. Which means they're going to be firing fast. Which is going to be really nice for our DPS once we get into Nightmare. So that's actually really cool. What we could do, actually, is we could use the Ort Rune. I just thought about this. We could use the Ort Rune temporarily until we find more res. My only problem with that, though, is we might need the Ort for lore, so I'm not going to do that immediately. There's definitely ways we can get more res here, though, as you can see. Our res is going to be pretty nasty, though, for Nightmare if we just go into Nightmare like this, though. So what we're going to try to do is put some big diamonds up here. Let's see if we can get some big diamonds.
Afternoon.
Also, you can try rebuying the Mercenary. We're also going to use the Inferno Stride that we found off of Bale. Keep the MF items. Keep all the MF items. Vidal is Fetlock. Definitely don't need that with Inferno Stride. So I'll drop that on the ground. Not gonna need that for nothing. So now you'll notice we're running a lot faster, which is good in general. Our belt still has nothing on it. Might want to briefly farm the Nightmare vendors to see if I can get something, just anything that has anything on it. This is like nothing, bro. Yeah, there's definitely some very easy ways we can improve our res situation here. We're also going to want to go and respawn the Act 2 Mercenary. Don't have to, but
Who goes there?
it's going to be pretty nice. Let's go Defiance again. This way, so the Mercenary survives. He'll be level 29.
I'll put that to good
I
use.
think I have better items in every single one of his slots. Let's see what we have. Okay. Yeah, level 29, Undead
I'll
Crown.
put that to good use.
So Undead Crown is really nice. Actually, you know what's funny is we can actually just use this helm ourselves.
How may I help
Get more res out of it for now than just using a Row and a helm. That's nice. Mercenary. That's a piece of garbage. One thing we can do is we can go... I think it's Amtir. I think so. Yep, strength. So now he has something that gives him life leech, crushing blow, and more
I'll put
damage.
that to good use.
It's kind of nice. It can help us kill bosses a little bit as well. He can apply his crushing blow to them. However, he's probably just going to end up dying. So I wouldn't think about that too much. That's kind of weak. We have a better armor, I think, right? Yeah, we found that.
I'll put that
Give
to
him a
good
nice,
use.
hefty amount of life and also res as well, and defense. Alright, sweet.
I'll put that to good
So
use.
he has life leech and more life leech and some res. Not a lot of res though. His poison res is going to be good. Half freeze duration is good too. The rest of his res is going to be pretty nasty though. Which is okay. And I was thinking about using this on him. I actually still could. Because his res situation is going to be pretty bad.
I'll put that to good use.
I wonder if using this until his res is improved is going to be better, because he does have life leech from the source. That might be better. Yeah, we'll see. Lance of Yagi. I did keep that just in case. That's garbage at this point. Let him know if we upgrade that, maybe. Okay. And then, of course, the base for our white wand is still sitting in the stash. It's funny how early you want to farm this if possible, but it's also funny how long it actually takes to get to use it. We still can't use it. It's going to destroy this wand, though, once we get it for sure. It's not just 20 FCR anymore. It's going to be 20 FCR with 7 Bone Spear. And some other skills as well. So, that should be good stuff. Of course, depending on what's on the wand as well, get more skills. Alright, yeah, Farah could maybe have the belt, but I don't know if she does. Yeah, I don't. I think we'll just go to Nightmare and just get a belt. And then, let's see if we can find some gem shrines. And then we'll be ready for Nightmare. As long as we can put some nice diamonds in there, we're gonna be good to go. Level 30. You can go to Nightmare as soon as level 25, but level 30 is pretty nice. Not gonna feel super weak in there, you know? I don't know why I'm killing stuff in here. It's normal stony field. Nothing that drops in here is gonna be good unless it's from like Rock Amnesia, maybe. Even that's a pretty big stretch, though. As you can see, we're stronger, we're running faster, we have more damage. We have faster cast rate. Yeah, ideally at this point you would have at least one piece of FCR jewelry in each slot, but that's not always going to happen. You could just farm normal cows more if you want, if you're really fiending for that. Alright, where's the gem shrines at? I don't actually know. So gem shrines have the biggest chance to spawn in Stony Field. That's why we're in here. Doesn't mean they will, though. If no gem shrine, I don't know. What do we do? Do we just put these in there temporarily and get 28 all res? And then maybe held them out later and improve the res once we get higher level diamonds? I don't know. I also haven't found a white circlet, but imbuing is usually better for going to hell anyways, so maybe we'll find one somewhere else. I guess we won't find any more shrines in here because we don't need stamina potions, we're okay. I think we'll be fine in here. If we can get at least one perfect diamond doing this, that'd be pretty sick. We could just put in one perfect diamond and then a flawless. We could put 2 flawless diamonds in for now. I mean, that's definitely something we could do. We're gonna farm Nightmare Countess anyway, which means that we're likely to encounter Hell Runes. Those Hell Runes can also be used to cube up Ire Runes, so I don't know. Depends on how long we want to farm Nightmare Countess for, I suppose. A monster shrine. I think that's even more rare than a gem shrine. I don't know. It's probably about the same. Anya gave you a garbage head. She also gave me a garbage Necro head, too.
I need a key.
I don't think she's got good head game. I think you're wrong. White is such a massive damage upgrade. It is indeed. Especially since we're not going for Spirit beforehand, because we really don't need it. What's interesting is, like, Gem Shrine troll as usual. I don't know. Yeah, we'll do this for a little bit, you know. How much bone armor is pretty weak now.
I can't.
Definitely soon, maybe we think properly. Yep, pretty much. That's ladder for you. Look out for an announcement within the next week or so. Okay. Reap.
Impossible.
Alright. So, Stony Field, Shrine farming so far. Negative. And no, being a Nightmare Hell does not increase the probability. But Stony Field is good because there's another shrine they used to have that they ended up replacing with the Gem Shrine. Only in Stony Field. The Stony Field's actually got like an extra odds of finding it. You never can get gem shrines though. This is not really much of a thing, really. At some point I might just say fuck it. Get 28 all red shield. Better than nothing. Oh, there we go. Oh shit. I almost accidentally had that in there. Alright, we got one. There we go. Hey, one actually spawned. Wow, I remember trying this on the assassin for like years and it never happened. Huh. Sometimes you just get bad RNG, but you know, that's just how it goes when you're doing any playthrough or run through. That's good. That didn't take too long. I guess we can try for the other one. We'll see. See when I get sick of this, really. I want to start pushing Nightmare, though. Make sure we get to the end of Nightmare and start, you know, farming maybe a bit before the 11.5-hour mark, if possible.
Impossible.
So, famous last words. Yeah, true. But notice how much res we have now. We can put another one in there. We'll almost have as much res as Ancient's Pledge, and we'll have +2 to Bone Spear on our shield, which is actually really sick. I've seen a really nice strat workout, actually, which definitely is never guaranteed to work out in this run. Getting that 2 socket on that 2 to 3 Bone Spear blue shield. That being said, though, I wouldn't mind just putting Rhyme in a 2 to 3 Bone Spear gray shield. A lot of ways it's a lot simpler, and then you don't have to waste a socket quest or use one. And hope and pray that Lorzuk is nice to you.
I can't.
Hope and pray and hope. Yeah, we could just end up putting this in there, but if so, I don't ever have to use a Hell Rune, and then I've just got a max shield. That shield can last to Hell if we get 2 perfect diamonds in there. It's gonna last through Hell.
Impossible.
However, we could get a better shield still, strangely enough. It's always possible. If you're blessed with a shield with 2 Bone Spear like this, you know, it's gonna be quite worth it. go through these hoops. Should I use some teleport charges to go through here faster? It's a pretty big waste of gold, but you never know. What? Yeah, perfect diamonds are pretty tough to get at the end of normal, but this is definitely going to be your way of getting them unless you get really lucky with the flawless diamonds. But I doubt that's going to happen in most, like 9 out of 10 cases. The fact that we even had 2 flawless diamonds to do this with is actually kind of neat. There's definitely some nice strats, but being resourceful is very good. Making sure you keep your gems. Don't sell them unless you absolutely have to, and this is just proof of that, just how resourceful this can be. Make you very, very strong. Subset Tross, how you doing? On a build that doesn't have as much ridiculous amounts of power as like a Hammered In or a Sorceress, for instance. Like, there are some classes that at this point in the game are just super overloaded already. Oh my god, I got so lucky. GG. Got him. Alright, Gem Shrines in the Stony Field. As you can see, that is the strat. Good shit. And then, go to Nightmare. We now have a 2 Bone Spear, 38 all res, 6 life Necro Head. Power of Socket quest and already having sockets in this. This is kind of a rare scenario. I would say most cases you're not going to have this exactly. You'd rather probably just use Ancient's Pledge or something, but the thing is if you already have your sockets in your White Wand ready to go, it's definitely not a bad strat. Of course, you can also just find, like I said, a gray one to put Rhyme in, so at any rate, that's kind of nice. It's pretty GG, and now you can see in Nightmare our res are decent. Decent. We have almost max fire res, we have okayish cold and light res, and our poison res is okay.
What can I do?
So Nightmare, that's all I really need is okayish res anyway. Just gonna want to watch out for the same types of monsters, you know, heavily enchanted monsters, archers, and things of that nature. So that's pretty much all the types of farming I'd recommend in normal. Once you get sick of that, you're a Nightmare, and now it's time to finally get to those areas where you really can find riches, and to progress further to the big riches ahead in Hell. So we are now in Nightmare. I'm going to go on a small intermission, and I'll be right back, and we will continue this push through Nightmare, of course. Hopefully in the next 4 hours, we can really get to the end, and we'll be at a good place where we typically are when we end Part 1. And then with Part 2, we'll explain more. So we'll continue to explain as we go along what we're trying to do and whatnot. One interesting thing is that you could have also farmed this 20 FCR wand from normal Mala, which is something I may have already mentioned, but we found it straight up, so I didn't have to do that. So that is what's giving us our 75 FCR at the very beginning, which is very helpful. And then we're going to continue. I think... Oh yeah, we're also going to have to farm that belt. Maybe I should farm that real quick just before I go on break. Well, that's already better, FHR, but... We don't have anything better than that? I'll get the Cold Plains waypoint. We'll see if we can get a waypoint next to Charcy or something and farm for the belt for a little bit. Alright, anyway, I'll be right back, and I'll see you guys in a second. Alright, we are back with Necromancer Rags to Riches, and we have just entered Nightmare. We have farmed up a lot of things. I'm going to make this progression a lot easier. As you can see, we already have plus skills for Bone Spear on here. We have our faster cast rate, we have some res, but we might even be able to get more res by virtue of helping out with this belt. But in general, the progression through Nightmare is indeed very, very similar
All who oppose me,
to
beware.
normal in a lot of ways. In general though, you're still going to want to be targeting champions and elites, and we are going, of course, going to lay a TP next to the Den of Evil. Once you get to Nightmare, there are more champions and elites, which is going to make it easier for us to level. Remember to keep up your bone armor. At 100 bone armor is no joke. That will definitely save you from some nasty hits. You might notice here, though, that the Clay Golem got a lot tankier. And it's actually level 1. Now all of a sudden it has 175 life, so now it's even more effective as a tank. The Mercenary will be. The Mercenary res, as you can see, is not amazing, but which is why I put on the Lance of Yagi for now, but it's pretty good. Follow the path to the Den of Evil, put the TP next to it, and then, just like a normal, get the Cold Plains waypoint, and then go back. As you can see though, our damage is perfectly high enough for Nightmare. We're crushing the monsters. That's what you want to see. You may have a little less FCR, maybe a little less plus skills, maybe more plus skills, but this is kind of how it is for now. Alright, so we're going to want to do the Den of Evil real quick, and then I think I'm going to reload and try to get a belt from Charcy that isn't a plain belt. You could wait until Hell to do that. It's not really that important, but maybe we'll get some res that can maybe make this a little bit easier. Maybe not. We're definitely being a little greedy with the plus skills, using a 2 perfect diamond Bone Spear shield, but it's almost as good as Ancient's Pledge anyway, and Ancient's Pledge is only 5 or 10 resistances better depending on the resistances. Not that much. I'd rather have some more damage.
I need mana.
One thing you might notice though is that your teeth damage is 63. Did want to still use teeth, but it's pretty ineffective at this point in the game. See how much defense the Mercenary has? 1,300, okay. And he also has life leech as well, and attack speed. Yeah, he's pretty tanky, honestly. He might survive just fine. Getting some of those items from our farms and from Bale is always going to be nice. I do have a Linamo sash, but I can't upgrade it. I'm not using a 2-slots sash. It's more important I use the Shale Runes, I think, for a rhyme, or keep it for a rhyme, potentially. Unless I find multiple Shales from Countess. But even then, we might have to cube up a Dual Rune. I mean, you never know. Yeah, so the first power form of Nightmare is the same as a normal, the Countess. The Countess of Nightmare can drop any rune between L and Io. The Io rune is one of the key runes for white, which is Dual Io. We need both Dual Rune and Io Rune.
To earn the rogue's trust.
The Necromancer is one of the only classes, if not the only class, where a Dual Rune is actually useful until you try to make a Fortitude much later in the game. So that's kind of interesting. The White's just too good. And let's go back to Nightmare, though. Good old Dual Io, yeah. We're gonna want to make a wand that is insanely powerful. That's gonna be the goal here. I could also put res on here, but I don't think there's anything wrong with having a bit of MF somewhere. I think the problem is this belt's literally doing nothing. Don't have that much MF, but that's okay.
Yes.
Most important thing is that we can push through relatively comfortably. So we found a waypoint right next to Charcy, which means that we can go in and out, in and out, in and out, reset her, and maybe we can get like a better belt slightly. Normally you want to use the cow portal, but honestly this is almost as good as the cow portal because going in and out of red portals in D2R is a pain in the ass. By Frank.
Greetings.
Do you have a Lenimo sash though? Oh, well, there you go. I mean, it's not what I was looking for, but I guess we just found poison res and MF. Or MF even. There you go. Our poison res is almost max now.
Yes.
I mean, we can already do some of these farms. It's better you do these farms when you're a bit of a higher level though. I just want a belt that has something on it.
Greetings.
Oh my goodness. Oh, that's a heavy belt. That's gonna be tougher to use. It's gonna require more strength. We're being very heavy on the vitality here, so we're able to actually take some hits on the Necromancer. Necromancer is, well, he is squishy.
What can I do?
That's why over-leveling on hardcore, making sure your res is even better. This is probably too greedy for hardcore, honestly. You probably should just make sure you're using Ancient's Pledge. Or at least Rhyme.
Good day.
Where is the belt, man? The belt don't got no belt. Interesting. Yeah, that's not what I was looking for, but that's cool.
Greetings.
Poison res isn't the most important, but that's kind of neat. Check your boy, Geed.
What can I do for you?
It's not next to the waypoint. Can't make a cow portal in Nightmare yet. Farming vendors in Nightmare is definitely more effective than farming them in normal for resistance, which is why we would do this. I mean, yeah, I mean, Frost Nova would be okay, but where's the res? Where's the life? I don't know, I checked my boy Geed, he's got nothing.
Good day.
I just hate using like a belt that has nothing on it, like this late in the game. It doesn't even have like FHR, it's got nothing. You don't have to though. I don't know, I might give up on this. I might just wait until Hell. The Hell transition, it's a lot easier to get a belt anyway. You're a higher level, you can get better stats.
Greetings.
I don't even think we can get up the whale yet. Oh, well, there you go. See? Okay. Alright, cool. We got cold res. Awesome. Alright, perfect. Cold res is good anyway, because now I might not get frozen forever. Sweet. Alright, awesome. Mercenary seems to be doing just fine. He has a lot of defense. He's got decent res.
I need money.
Go champion, let's go elite. Fanatics are champion types, get them all. I don't know how well the Golem's doing, but Mercenary's okay. All that really matters at this point anyway. Get a 2-socketed bone shit off the ground. If you really want to rhyme and you hate being frozen a ton and you want more MF on the shield, make Shield F and a 2-socketed bone shield. You can farm it off of normal Drognin, just like we farmed the bone wand. However, I don't think I'm going to make a rhyme unless, at least for purposes of demoing, it can be great for stacking MF for some of these farms. Unless you find multiple shales and or find, ooh, nice. Find a soul rune, that could be nice. There's a lot of runes you potentially want from normal Countess, and we'll explain that fairly shortly. Alright, the first path led to Blood Raven, and you can tell the burial grounds because it's right up next to the edge of the map. So you don't have to enter that. Remember that from normal. Don't be bamboozled. Okay. Bone Spear looks so nice. Yeah, we got 75 FCR, man. Yeah, it's pretty nice. There's a lot of rune words and runes that we can just use in general from Nightmare Countess. They're going to be very helpful one way or another.
I need mana.
Oh, what's this? 39 mana? That's a lot of mana. Okay. Nice. It's kind of like I have a spirit. I don't. And I'm not going to. Unless I switch it up. Might want a spirit just for demo purposes, though. It's harder to get more summon skills, so a spirit's actually not bad on a fledgling summoner. However, the summoner isn't going to get us where we want to go just yet. Alright, we killed Rocket Niju. He's on the path. We found the waypoint, which means now we can just go through the underground passage. And we are going to want to save Kane again to get another rare ring this time. So you're going to get a rare ring this time. Be even better than this ring, you never know. Or better than this ring, even. Some pretty sick rings. Mana and high res and FCR from Ormus. That was really nice. Alright. Try to run past things if we can, if they're not champions or elites. Or teleport past them. Remember, we do have the teleport staff. Don't have to use it a lot when there's no walls involved, but also have a skill shrine. I don't think this is the right way. No. Mana Shrine, 3rd tier shrine. What's up, Bunks? How you doing? Necromancer, rags to riches. Or a nightmare. It's important to note that you could respec at this point, and you can definitely make more use of Corpse Explosion, but the truth is, you really don't have to. It can become a lot more useful for Nightmare Cows, though, potentially. Let's see what we want to do. I think at some point I will respec to Corpse Explosion for sure, and we're going to want to demo one thing in particular. But Corpse Explosion is definitely one of those things that we don't necessarily need yet in this fucking game. I did give it as an option, though. We have slightly less Bone Spear damage to just use Corpse Explosion, which can be very effective as well. But right here, we're actually saving a respec for a while by not doing it and just going Bone for now. Since we're not power farming anything, it really doesn't matter as much as you might think. The Corpse Explosion is really good. It also gives you fire and physical damage on top of the magic damage, which means you'll be able to kill pretty much anything in the game, which is probably one of the biggest boons of the Bone Necro, is you really have no immunity issues. Get down to brass tacks, that's just how it is. That's not going to sell for anything. No skills. That will. That's a barb helmet. Hey, what? Alright. Easier than normal. Ow! Alright, I saved my mercenary at the potion and also using Golem there for a bit.
This tree shines with inner spirits.
Alright. Okay, Scroll of Benefice. Nice. So now we can go back to Tristram, but we need a waypoint. Go back. You can see we take a lot of damage from some of these monsters. No longer in Kansas. Don't need the Dark Wood waypoint though. Just go straight to the Black Marsh, find it so that you can start preparing the Nightmare Countess farm. Which arguably is the most important farm, period, when it just comes to getting what you need to start pushing Hell and really start farming Hell and everything else. We're really going to need those rune words, so those runes are going to be key. Farming Countess in Players 1 is optimal anyway. If you do have higher player count for leveling up, make sure before you enter Tower 5 to set it to Players 1. Small charm. Had some pretty good charms in the end here. Alright, so we leveled up. More vitality. And more Bone Spirit. Now at this point, you really can start leveling like Bone Prison or Bone Spirit if you want. The synergies will definitely make Bone Spirit extremely powerful. But at any rate, you can just max it first, doesn't really matter. And then go for the synergies.
I can't.
It's simpler. Gets the job done. Alright, let's go here. No plus skills on the claw. We just found a rare ring though, which is kind of sick. And we found the Black Marsh waypoint, so let's go back to town, give the scroll to Akara, and continue.
You have
You have cleansed the den of evil. As a matter of fact, I can put 1 point into Bone Spirit just so you guys can see what it is next level. And see how it compares as well. Wow, well if we didn't need FCR, that'd be really sick. However, if it had FCR in it, that would have been insane. But we can keep it for more fire res in case we get more FCR on a circlet or something later. Maybe we find Train Gloves, I don't know. Never really know. Don't need that stuff, but yeah, it'd be good. So yeah, you can see here, definitely level up Bone Spirit there. You'll notice that we didn't get as much, as much damage as we would have been just by leveling Bone Spirit, but it's very similar. So what we can do now is if we want, we can have Bone Spirit on tap, Bone Spirit, and Bone Spirit is a single target. It's not going to really be effective against bosses or anything though until you max it out. One thing I think I'm probably going to do is I'm probably going to focus some more on the offensive route. Let's just show you guys what to do on softcore, and we're probably just going to go Bone Spear and Bone Spirit all the way. Of course, you could also go Bone Wall as well. And Bone Wall will also help your Bone Armor. So I might actually just like alternate maybe Bone Wall or Bone Prison. Do like Bone Prison and Bone Wall because that will help both of these skills. We might do like Bone Prison and Bone Spirit. I don't know. We'll figure it out. I might like give a hybrid approach here. I think it's a good hybrid approach. We'll do that. Once we've maxed Bone Spirit, of course.
All that's left of proud Tristram.
By the way, if you're wondering where that blaze is coming from, that's actually the Inferno Strides. It doesn't do any damage though, so I don't worry about it. It just looks cool.
Impossible.
It's unsynergized blaze.
Impossible.
You get 4-socketed swords straight up for Spirit and Nightmare. Same thing with pole arms. Check them for Spirit and Insight.
If you value your life, leave here immediately.
Necromancer, saving Kane for the Necromancer is very serious business. Because most of the time he's not very serious.
Impossible.
Okay, here we go. I guess he has a soft spot for Kane. Keep picking up those Jews, you might need them later.
I can't.
I've done a lot of testing on them. As a matter of fact, I have feedback for Terror Zones! Exclamation TZ feedback if you want to read that. Good stuff. What were my first impressions? Awesome. Even before I tested it. Okay, the Mercenary is gonna get slammed in the face. Believe it or not, Griswold's very dangerous, and he's usually never worth killing. Tiny amounts of elemental damage, that's not gonna help us at all. If you want to see all my thoughts there, I do believe there's some improvements they can make to them, which we'll see what happens pretty soon here, maybe. Haven't done that yet, though. Mercenary is starting to become a little more expensive. You get some res every time he levels, though. Let's see what this rare ring is, though, from Akara. Oh, that's not very useful. That would be useful in a melee build, though. This would be really nice to get, like, on a Barbarian or something, but it's not what we need. That could be a Rhyme, but it would be Ethereal, and it has no plus skills. That could be a Shale F right there. Very, very sad stuff. Oh well. We're gonna keep that for Nightmare Cows. No junk GC, and alright, it is time now. We're gonna be here for a little while here. This farm is incredibly important. It's important we get it done and then push the rest of Nightmare. And then, of course, show you guys Nightmare, Mephisto, and Andariel farm at the very least. Maybe cows as well. Ah, man, 57 life belt, but it's not the right type of belt. That's alright, 17 cold res is something at this point. We don't need to farm for that yet. It's even more important for health. Alright, so we went over the wall, and lo and behold, the tower's on the outside of the Black Marsh somewhere, like it always is. And this farm is very, very important.
Reeks of death.
You can get some minor riches just by farming her day one if you wanted to. People need lots of soul runes, and lum runes, and am runes, and all kinds of things. If you wanted to, you could do that, but our main focus here is to move on after getting some runes that are going to allow us to make our rune herbs. It's also going to be leveling. Only level 31. You can actually level up to like level 37, maybe like 34, 35 in that territory pretty comfortably doing this. So we're going to kill elite packs and we're going to navigate the tower as we did in normal. The signs for how to navigate to the next level are still the same as they are in normal. However, in Nightmare, the area in general gets a little bit bigger, so it'll be a little easier to get lost. But as you can see, it's still straight. That is the direction of the entrance tile, and we want to go west or to the left. So in general, it's still the same thing as it was before. And we can even use teleport staves to get over the wall, like in this case. If you see, this might be the exit.
Impossible.
Teleport staff is very good to use. Get over walls and get out of tough situations. Due to the Necro's lack of mobility is actually really key. Let's continue. Alright, cool. 32. And we already have an AM and an if. How do you know? Now, if you wanted to, we could already make more, but I don't know if we're going to be so hasty with it. I have an Ort, and I think I can cube 3 Am runes into a soul, so I could if I wanted to. ASCP. 12 life, that's no good. Is anyone there? No one's there. Okay. I don't actually know
anymore. Well.
Thought someone might have been there.
Hello.
Alright, wow, look at that. See those beautiful sorceress orbs selling for 30,000 in Nightmare? He comes to my chat and says the same thing every time. I think my mods are more sick of it than I am. I don't really care. But that's cool. Okay, what's this one? Alright, so we got some stats and some skills. Still going Vitality. And we're still going Bone Sphere. Alright, so we got some more runes. Now you might notice what I said before is Orb Soul is a rune word we can put in a 2-socketed helm. We actually don't have a 2-socketed helm. Oh wait, we do, but it requires more strength. I might just get a normal one so I don't have to spend more into strength because defense doesn't really matter. Yeah, we've actually found quite a few Am runes, so we could go 3 Am runes into a soul already if we wanted to. We might do that because we also might want a soul for insight for the mercenary. But I'm not going to rush that. We'll see. First time you said it tonight. Hello? What's up, Nix? How you doing, bro? Alright, so that's just the first Countess farm. We're going to continue farming her. Luckily, we have a lot more faster run walk now, so it's going to make it a bit faster, and we have the teleport stuff. So it's not going to be quite as painful as normal. And we also have a lot more power just in general. It's amazing how effective a low-level bone armor is, especially if you put some extra points into Bone Wall or Bone Prison. Keeping you alive by absorbing physical damage. All those physical damage hits those monsters hit me with are just no good. They don't do jack. I'm sorry. Things are well, man. Are you ready for ladder 2? It's probably coming pretty soon, man.
I can't carry
Yeah, it's 75 SCR Bone Spears. Just 19 life. Okay. 8 mana. I don't know. I guess I'll just throw out the 17 life one. Then again, do we really need the 9 poison res one? Not really. Maybe we just put this one in there instead. Just put more life on. More life is gonna be nice. We'll get more later though. I like the mana off of that 40 mana GC though. Alright, there it is. A little closer to the waypoint. Should have gone the other way. Pick up all the flawless gems. You will need those. Potentially, for sure.
I can't.
We don't have insight yet, so even when we do get insight, though, if we don't have that much mana, insight's not going to do all that much. Kill the champions. Legolas sword, it's pretty useless. No, it's not over here. Yeah, nobody knows the date yet. Before September 28th? Okay. I want to play FIFA. Isn't every FIFA the same? You just play FIFA after you play the ladder reset. What really changes between each FIFA, chat? Tell me. I'm really ignorant on the matter. I've seen the memes though. It's coming along well, man. 30 items left. We have the rarest item in the game. Probably not 10 years in that case. Never know though. It might take 10 years to find griffins. It's a lot better to do Diablo 2, man, if that's what you're looking to do.
Impossible.
I mean, that's good. I mean, you can. Ah! Okay. That's useful potentially. Normally I would check these crowns and things for reds for our Merc Helm, but we have a pretty good Merc Helm. So I think we're okay. She only dropped 1 rune that time. That was a little unfortunate. She also drops up to 3 runes. And Nightmare as well. But that's how it goes.
Good day.
Wow, your sense of 10 years is fast, bro. Wow. Okay. Alright, so what we really want is soul runes. We want Io rune or runes. You want Dull rune. Those are for white. Additional Io runes can help us work towards Lum, which can help get us to Smoke. Help our Hell Res situation. So it's not totally garbage. A lot of Paladin shields. I bet we've already found a better Paladin shield than the best one I found in Paladin Rags to Riches. I bet you any money. I'm not gonna pick them up and find out, but Paladin shields are. You could definitely pick them up and sell them too if you pick up some pretty good ones. They're not bad to trade. Especially early on, you can trade some janky ones from Nightmare, but I don't know yet. Next, Terror Zones definitely open up the possibilities quite a bit. You've heard about Terror Zones, right? Find one to the left. Ow!
I can't.
Okay. Looks like the whole map is turning to the right, so we'll go behind us and hope we go to the left and find it. Bingo! Of course. Alright. So picking up juice. Lots of juice. You can cube up into full juice even. Amplify damage. Hopefully the mercenary or I didn't get hit, it was just the troll one. But another fool ring. Not even from the Countess. Wow. Alright, well, we're gonna pick up all the runes, keep picking up all the runes. Who's what's the mercenary wearing? I think the mercenary is wearing something slightly better. That's okay though. I love the screaming in the Countess tower. Ralph Fool isn't necessarily what we're really looking for though.
Greetings.
So it's not really what we're looking for. It's not accidentally respec. We don't need to use any respec. So far we haven't used a single one. And the great news is because Teeth is a synergy for all this crap, you don't need to. I think we already explained that though. Well, at this point we're just farming the Countess. Anybody in the chat has any questions at this point, let me know. Good time to ask some questions. This is going to be pretty repetitive. We want insight, we want lore, we want white. We possibly won't even start working towards smoke, but I don't know.
I can't.
We could also just get Lumrunes somewhere later on in Nightmare, so it's not a big deal to look for that one. At least not yet. I also don't maybe necessarily need smoke, but oh goodness. How much damage does archers do? That stuff hurts, guys. Chance to cast Blaze when struck. Petrified one, 20 FCR with nothing. It's like my current one, except it literally is just as useful as this one, so I may as well use this one and then sell the other one for gold, because the other one can sell for a lot more. Okay. Fiery Petrified one. Topazes.
I can't carry anymore.
Keep this up into flawless topazes. Yeah, at this point we can do a lot. By the time we end up to hell, we can do a lot of shit. Is it good to do so? Pretty much when you're ready to start doing the farms for riches, my man, and I'll show which farms can actually be fruitful for what types of farms can be fruitful with Summon Necromancer.
I am overburdened.
Not every farm is that great for a Summonmancer.
Impossible.
I'll be in part 2 though. If you're watching this is part 1. Shale, okay. Well, a shale can be used to make a rhyme. Honestly, I have so many Amrunes, I think I'm just gonna cube them up and make the lore now. I have another Amrune too now. These Amrunes, man. We could use this to get more faster hit recovery. It could be nice. Alright, so how do I cube up 3 soul runes into an Amigan, or 3 Amrunes into a soul? Shep Ruby, I think. No. What is the recipe for this? Could be chipped topaz. No. Pretty sure it's not that. That's Doles into Hells. Ah, there we go. Okay. Chipped amethyst. I always forget, but I always have them on hand.
What can I do for you?
That's why I didn't like using so many chip gems earlier, because I could use them for this too. Interesting. We can have some MF. We could have more MF. We can actually have cold res. Alright, I'll take the cold res. I guess our poison res isn't going to be very good anymore, but our cold res is going to be phenomenal. Take a lot of damage there. I think they will for going to 99, and they're really good for getting high TCs. Kind of depends on the terror zone as well, but yeah. Maxwell's making a terror zone tier list, so you can check that out when we do that. Alright, so we made a soul rune. That's good, because we need 2 soul runes. We want one for insight and one for lore. We're going to make the lore first, though, because we don't have the 4-socketed polearm. So that's kind of garbagey at this point. Oh, that's right. We need a 2-socketed helm. That's not... Alright, let's just go back to normal and for our normal Charcy real quick for that. Let's do it real quick. Yes, for sure, man, for sure. Oh, we're gonna lose our Nightmare. Oh, that's right, there's no map. What am I thinking of? That's single player. I'm going crazy. Alright, so we can use a normal cap style here. It doesn't really matter. I'll put Ort Soul in here. And then bam, we got 30 lightning res. We got 10 energy, we got mana per kill even, and we have another skill. So that skill there is going to help us grind our way to some insane amounts of damage. So we just got our first Nightmare rune word. Alright, let's try to get some more runes, see what else drops. Shales do cube into Dole, so for some reason she's really stingy on the Dole rune. That might help us out there. Just keep all the runes, you never know. Of course, you could just trade them if you want, but trading can be a headache. Alright, here's what we're going to do here. 1, 2. Okay, so now our res are kind of balanced. We got like 50 fire res, 50 light res, almost 70 cold res, and 40 poison res. Got some more balanced res now. $400 bonus for damage. Yeah, that's pretty nice. Kill the champions, but those take a while to kill. I think I'm okay. Level 33 now as well, so as we continue to level in the tower, we're just going to want to go to Nightmare Countess as fast as possible. If we get too high of a level, we're not going to worry about killing the rest of anything else, but we can still level in here. That's a nice place to level. Some more safety. Yeah, Flawed Topaz is how you go from IO runes to Love Rune. I know a lot off the top of my head, but sometimes I forget some of them. I do keep all the chip gems anyway, because they can be used for all kinds of things, but... And the Flawed gems as well, so we can keep up some.
Impossible.
Yeah, so you can see now in Players 1, we are doing a lot of damage. Resocketed Alpha Helm. Well, if we were a druid, that could be useful maybe. Nightmare, you can get 4-socketed forearms and swords, as I already mentioned. You can also get the 3-socketed helms and everything else. As you can see, Nightmare overall is easier than normal as long as you don't. Oh, another shell rune. Alright, well we almost have a dual rune, or we just have multiple shell runes. We can waste a shale on something like upgrading the Lenimo Sash. Yeah, but I don't know. Okay. I don't want to be frozen.
I can't.
So yeah, this farm is definitely one of the more grindy farms for sure, but there aren't many ultra grindy farms you actually have to do to be capable of farming hell, so this is definitely gonna be key. And it's not gonna be as painful as it seems. Ow, hell. What the heck is this? Normal Countess? Look at that. That was pretty useless rune-wise, but, you know, we'll pick up the runes. You never know what runes you'll need for getting more res or anything else. Or if you have to cube up Eld runes into a Turune to get to reroll an Insight. I mean, there's always things you can keep runes for.
Yes?
Minting energy. It's garbage. Okay. However, this power spike in terms of damage from the lore rune word and having that 2 bone spear on the shield is nothing compared to what I can get by getting white. So that's gonna make this character almost. Oh yeah, I haven't put her points in yet. Oh, I haven't been putting any points into here. Oops. Well, I mean, 500 bone spear is a lot better than 400. Yeah, if we have to in hell, we'll have a lot of options for respecs, and this is where things can get interesting for sure. Checking the outside of the map. What level are we? Level 34. Okay. Oh wow. Too bad you can't put a rune word in that. That'd be pretty sick for smoke on a mercenary. Otherwise, it's pretty useless. Nice defense, though.
I can't.
Come on, Countess. You're the big ones. So one interesting thing about Aya-Rune is that Aya-Rune can be elusive for sure. We don't even have any Hell runes yet either, and 3 Hells could make an Io as well. It's really key we get white before we move on, though. That's what we want here, and this is the easiest way to get it by far. 1 to assassin skills. Interesting. I mean, the Necromancer looks a little bit like an assassin, I guess.
The Order welcomes you.
Camp. Alright, let's continue. Not dropping a lot of useful runes. Actually, he hasn't even dropped a soul rune. Instead, she dropped tons of am runes, so I queued one up.
Impossible.
And that's why you keep those chip gems, ladies and gentlemen, because you never know if you're gonna have to use that for that purpose. Look at that. 2-socketed light plate. That could be decent.
Impossible.
Yeah, so we want white for sure. Nothing else is super important now we have lore necessarily. We don't even have a 4-socketed polearm yet. So we can move on from Countess once we get Dole IO really at this point if we want. We have 2 shells, which means we can make a Dole, I think with a chipped ruby maybe. Remember. But we do absolutely need the IO rune as well, and that is the highest range she can drop, so it's not necessarily very easy to get.
I can't.
We can put that one in there. Except emeralds aren't going to be useful for what we're looking for, though. No, no, no. That damage, I know. He's hitting hard. Kill the elites in good shape here. Alright. Can we go over the wall? I don't know. Overlord Kane, I guess so much of the manager say. Is that a flawless topaz? It is. Very nice. That can be used for magic find. And you level at 60. Usually that's when I like to start pushing hell. You're already all the way through hell, though.
I'll be your best friend in this forsaken place.
Eldritch or Pindle skin will be really nice, so will Nightmare Cows. Or even a Terror Zone if you're leveling in a group. It can be nice to do Nightmare Worldstone, otherwise probably going to take too long to really be worth it item-wise. You want like a combination of items and levels as fast as possible. If you're doing it solo like this on Bnet, it's the way it's going to have to be. Another Amru? What is going on? Lady! It's dropping like 1 rune or 2 runes, and they're garbage, and they're like... What's with the Am runes? I mean, I guess if we get another set of Am runes, which we almost have here... Yeah, I mean, 1 more and we can make another soul rune, so... Guess that solves that problem. I do have another chipped amethyst too, so with 1 more... I luckily kept just enough of those to do that in case we need to here. 14. Okay. Oh. Never know what you might need to use that gold for. That gold can help us gamble. That gold can do a lot of things. It's gonna help us craft later too. Well, I found a set diadem, don't worry about that. It's not the real thing though. Board, sweet. Come on, Countess. Where are the big runes at? Biggest rune you've dropped so far is Shale. I know you can do better than this. I need IO. If you give me IO, we're in really good shape. Results will vary though. Flawed diamond plus 2 pulls equals an unring. So I don't know if that's going to become useful, but you never know. Alright, you're now level 35. 529 level bone spear. GG. Do I troll with my bone spears now?
I can't.
Okay. Come on, buddy. Give it to me. How come your map resets? No, this is not single player. I do rags to riches on multiplayer so that people will know how to do it without player count, save maps and everything. So people can do it themselves on Battle.net without any help if they want. Cool rune. God damn it, Countess. Make fools into an am, I could make the ams into the soul, so at least we got our soul runes just by virtue of so many of those. See how much he wants to troll me on Ire rune. It's pretty easy for me to get Ire rune when I was just making black for smiting and kicking and whatnot. But you know, when the character actually needs it for a giant power spike, we'll see how generous this game is here. I don't have high hopes. When the game knows you need something, it's often problematic. There's another cool rune.
Impossible.
Really? Oh shit. Oh, I didn't realize we had some nasty archers over there. Oh no. We're not gonna need 1,000 plus HP. You can go in with some better bone armor though. Like I said, we're gonna kind of alternate and get decent bone armor. Have that as well. Mercenary got clocked. Wow. That's pretty good res actually. If you just want to push through, even as ethereal with repair, so.
Good day.
That might be nice for hell, I don't know. Keep that. Tri-res or dual res and gloves. If we don't get FCR gloves, as some miracle, are probably going to be what we want to use.
I can't.
Just to push through hell at least. The miracles! This one's dropping a low? Alright. Once we hit like level 37, I'm gonna stop killing the elite packs. If it gets that far.
I can't. I can't carry anymore.
Necromancer does sound like he's in pain.
Impossible.
It sounds genuine. Whereas the Paladin sounds like he's Homer Simpson. Ah! He was right! Irie was right. Dropped an IO. Wow. There we go. That wasn't too bad, honestly, for IO. Didn't look like she was gonna drop anything because she wasn't dropping anything before, but hey, that's pretty good. See? Yeah, that's nice. Alright, we need our Dole rune now, interestingly enough. We don't have Dole, and we have no way to get it. Alright.
Good day.
Finding IO before Dole. Maybe we can find another IO, and then we can get some IOs towards Lumrune.
Yes.
As well.
Hello.
You got a Hex!
Hello.
Is that so? Making me want to do this with the Necro? Dude, you should. The Necro is a strong, independent, old man. There you go. Nope. Alright, sweet. So we farmed arguably the hardest rune to get that we actually need. So we're gonna want to do dual IO. I'm gonna want to make white. Can't make a dual even with shale runes right now, but the fact that we have 2 shales means that if we get another shale or a dual, we'll likely be able to farm it. Oh my god. Oh my god. How did we survive that? Flawless Ruby. How did we survive that?
Impossible. I can't carry anymore.
Okay. More money, more!
Impossible. I can't.
Bone armor is amazing, and you can just keep recasting it as much as you want. When you have more faster cast rate, you can recast it faster. Really good stuff just in general. Look at willpower. Level 36. And bam.
Impossible.
561 damage. That's honestly rookie numbers. Once we get white, we'll have like 800, 900 damage. And honestly, we're gonna look almost as overpowered as a hammered in, but hammers do have a little bit better AoE. Should you start cubing your jubes to full jubes? Yeah, probably. Got that many. I could do it already if I wanted to. Or if. Not insanely helpful. Be interesting if we get trolled here on the Dull rune. It's not even one of the Countess's highest runes, so it's not incredibly rare. But, you know, her loot table in Nightmare is a little bit more challenging than the normal one, which has less runes in general. Okay. I think I can put one more point into Bone Spear before starting to alternate between the Spirit and Bone Prison if I want. Bone Spirit can be nice for single target. That's gonna help us prep for hell. Bone Prison is a synergy, of course, for Bone Wall, so that's gonna help her Bone Armor as well. Which is really how the Necromancer is safe and how he's tanky in general. It's not even as broken as Energy Shield, but it won't lower your mana, so that's one thing. Not even as broken as Cyclone Armor. Okay, once we get white, by the way, I'm probably going to move on from this farm for now, but this is definitely a farm you might want to revisit before hell. If you want to farm some more runes, that might make it a little bit easier to start pushing hell. Things that might get you smoked, for instance. Still don't have insight, things that can help you get insight. It is possible we might have to return here, you know, maybe we'll need another shale rune because we end up having to cube up all the shale runes just to make a dull rune.
Impossible.
I don't know. Plus 2 P and B. Yeah. Where the heck is the tower in here? Is it right next to the waypoint somewhere? Did I miss it? I don't think so.
Impossible.
This is a troll for sure. Might just be way in this corner here. Yep. Oh, it's cool. We can make 2 more soul runes if I wanted to out of Amrunes. If you're allowing yourself to trade and you have the ability to do so, because Amrunes actually sell for quite a bit early on. I'd rather just trade for a soul rune, I think. Getting pilfered by archers. I'll be casting that bone armor and shoot in between casts. That's always gonna be nice. Spark skin boots. This could be nice. I don't know. We'll see. I do have Inferno Strides, but Inferno Strides aren't the peak of what you can achieve here. Oh my goodness. What in the world? Wow. I mean, the res is kind of low, which is a bit of a problem, but... Dang, faster run lock, FHR, magic find, you can at least swap those out before you kill a boss, or you can use those when you don't need res. That's definitely nice. 7 life smash room, okay. Dude, those boots are pretty sick. If they had more fire or lightning res, those things would destroy my current boots. Even got faster hit recovery. Of course, we don't necessarily need better boots. With faster unlock and fire res, our boots are actually pretty decent. We could farm better ones from Geet or Charcy potentially, though. Doing the Nightmare Vendor farm, which is... You don't want your Golem or your Mercenary back on top of you. Just remember to use that Teleport Staff, swap, and then swap back. It's always the easiest way. That's garbage. What the heck is that? I want a white circle. I don't think I've found one yet. I want some for imbuing, but it's hard to imbue if you don't find one. Over the wall. Ooh, fanaticism. 4FF. Awesome. Okay. Getting a lot of Ort runes. I mean, those can be useful, I suppose. Not what we're looking for, though. Soul rune would at least allow me to make insight at this point, straight up. But we really want a dual rune. A shale would allow us to make it if we sacrifice every shale rune, which I don't think that's ideal, but let's see. It can definitely be a little bit of a struggle to farm for dual IO and white in general. So if this feels like it's taken a while for you, it definitely can sometimes. Don't get too discouraged. You can make a perfect sapphire. Those boots are sick. That's another one. Yeah, I could maybe start combining some stuff so we don't run out of room. Not a big deal though. I think we're fine for now. 200,000. How do we have more points into bone armor? Oh, it's because of lore, yeah.
Impossible.
Oh my goodness! Just found me on the recommended channels. What's up, man? Going from rags to riches on a Necromancer. No gear. Just showing you guys how to farm the GGs. But that will be mostly part 2, which will be tomorrow. There will be a little bit of that, though, as we progress through Nightmare here. As long as we can find this last rune here. More runes, you know. It tells me the Countess is going to drop like 2 Ire runes now, just to troll. She's like that. What's up, man? How you doing? You like Diablo 2? Why am I recommended? What do I do? Rare Unraveler Head can still potentially outgun this thing here, but it's 38 res, 2 bone spear. It would take a lot though. Desyncing around the pillars. Awesome! Hell yeah, man. You ready for ladder 2? Liking those terror zones? Well, you know. It's how the algorithm works at the end of the day. Gonna find me. He's gonna find me! I don't know how interested you are in starting Necromancer. That's what we're doing today. We do all manners of things in Diablo 2, though. We have a good time in here. Thanks for saving your grandma from the burning building. You're welcome.
I can't carry anymore.
Alright, we're farming for white right now from Nightmare Countess. We have Ire Rune, which is arguably the tougher one to get. Then again, Dual Rune can be useful as well.
I am overburdened.
See, that's good too. Hell yeah! Side cell. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Cold Xander's Day. Ah, Flawless Diamond. Sweet. Yeah, let's keep more of those in case. Oh, that has garbage on it, man. Rare Necro heads have a lot of potential, but a lot of time they just fall flat on their face.
I can already tell that I'll be your best friend in this facade.
Row. Okay, so we're now at level 37. Pretty high level for Nightmare Countess now, so I'm actually not going to focus on killing the elites as much. Even in the Black Marsh, we're just going to power farm Countess. We've leveled up from Nightmare Countess very fast, very well. We're good to go. Honestly, I'm not going to use that. No. battle orders. Damn, son. Pretty good. Look at our awesome shield here. 2 to Bone Spear, 38 to all res.
Yes?
2 perfect diamonds. Got some nice stuff. Your Merc doesn't live when chugging all of your potions. Is it underleveled? Do you need to rebuy it? Does it not have enough res? Does it not have a weapon that does any damage? So grinding Countess. Yep. Actually, I don't know why we just killed that elite pack. I said I was gonna stop. Here I am still killing them. Well, I could kill the ghost. The ghosts can actually, they actually have decent chance to drop runes.
Impossible.
Alright, I don't care about these monsters anymore. Let's just push Countess. So now we're gonna push Countess faster. We might kill some ghost packs, but I don't really care. Let's kill this one, sure. Yo, rune! Not yet. Yeah, I have IO. I'm missing Dole right now. Missing Dole. I'll need Dole. It'd also be nice if she dropped a soul rune as well, maybe. These ghosts making a lot of noise. Those super chests can drop these runes we're looking for too. Hitting them along the way to Nightmare Countess can be nice.
Impossible.
Guess we can always drop more of the same things than that. Oh, ow, 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 ow. I don't know what I'm hitting. Shale! Well, there she is. We could make a Dole out of that. We could. How about we farm Countess like 5 more times? We'll put a limit on it now, and then we'll move on. See if we can not queue up all the shale runes. Because getting a shale rune later sometimes can be really annoying. Let's try to avoid it if possible. I'll farm it 5 more times. We have enough shale runes now to cube a Dole rune. The cubing a Dole as shale rune just feels really bad, so let's try to avoid that. Countess has made it possible for me to make white now, though. Let's see if we can, Alright, yeah, let's just go straight to the Countess here.
Impossible. Impossible.
Possible.
Impossible.
9 hours, beast, this is nothing. Hoarding for 8 hours and 45 minutes. Why am I doing this? Don't need that. I'm almost 30. I guess I could get to 40 doing this, honestly, but I feel like it's so much going to be faster just to progress once you get past 35, 36, 37. I don't know, we can get that 3 P&B amulet. Bam. Nada! What's your merc gear? He is wearing some trash. Wearing Undead Crown, that's actually not bad. This is good defense and life and res, and this is just more lit res and attack speed. We found them along the way. Poison. If we have enough respecs, maybe, but I don't think so. Probably not going to be the main feature of this. I think it's going to be like in Sword Rags, which is where we talked about the fire more than actually use all the different fire approaches. Always good killing ghosts. They also drop charms. Look at that, 2 charms, 2 ghosts. That's why Arcane is OP. Ow! Yeah, I don't know. I mean, if you don't browse the sections very much, you know, it might be hard. I've been in here, bro. We mostly play hardcore online, too, so we have a really good time. We play hardcore, we play softcore as well on single player. We do lots of guides. My guides are on Maxwell. If you've never heard of Maxwell, definitely should check that out. Really high quality D2 guides on there. Exclamation Maxwell if you want to check it out. Or it's... Oh my goodness. Okay. So many Ort runes, man. Alright. In the meantime, she could also drop me some more Aya runes, which could maybe help me progress towards... What?! Why am I not... Ooh, wow. Light res too. Holy crap, chat. Look at that. 24 life GC. We could still use it as a 24 life GC at this stage. But... Wow. 8 maximum damage, 54 AR, 24 life GC. You guys don't know what that is? That's money. Sell that to someone that was making a melee character, and you're already rich. There you go. We've already found the riches, and you haven't even started farming, really.
Welcomes you.
Easy mode. Alright, guide's done. GG. Sell that for a Vex rune, and you're good to go. Actually, that's pretty sick, like, no joke. Wow. Yeah, it's good to have those later.
Impossible.
And the riches are following. And my level here is 37. Got a lot of good stuff in general, though. Alright, let's do 4 more Countess farms. If I don't find a shale or a dull or an IO, that's okay. We'll come back to this farm if we need to later. Probably not in part 1, though. Final hell prep farm right there for you, if possible. Okay, that's a pretty good money. Also found a 9 light res small charm there too.
Impossible.
That's why killing the ghost is effective. Hey, there it is! You don't gotta cube up any shales. Let's go. Randomly drop from a random monster. Yeah, that works too. I mean, like I said, you can kind of get it anywhere in there. There's a lot of places you can get it in there. Alright, Dole IO. Don't mess up the rune word. Don't put it in backwards. Don't put it in a blue base. Alright, there you go. And there it is. We got extra bone armor, which is actually really sick. With all those poison and bone skills, you also get a really high bone armor, so now we're going to sword twice as much damage with our bone armor as well. We've got 7 to bone spear, which is pretty nice. And we even have skeleton mastery as well, which you definitely use. Pretty good stuff. Pretty good stuff. That is sick. Rune word right there. I also get some vitality and mana as well out of it. And that is now a piece of garbage. Can't even sell it for anything, really. Alright, and then we're maxed bone spear, which means now I'm actually going to put one into bone prison. I'm going to start alternating. See how here bone wall, bone prison, teeth, and bone spirit are all synergies. So you can just keep going in that direction and you'll be fine. Good stuff. Easy mode. Alright. Awesome. We are now ready to go. We're still going to finish up the rest of this Countess farms just in case you maybe get some more Aya runes. If not, we're going to continue on. So we'll do 3 more after this. And then it's time to move on and to crush the rest of Nightmare as we now can. Also level 38, which is not bad. Pretty high level for getting out of Nightmare Countess, but I guess for a Necromancer it makes sense. You're gonna have to farm a lot of stuff from her, a lot of runes. That might take a while. And now we do 1,000 damage. See that jump in power? It went from like 600 to 1,000 damage. Shot the Countess. Looks like we can make another soul rune as an increase. So that's useful, I guess. No soul runes from the Countess, just lots and lots of am runes. Yeah, that works, I guess. Alright, so now we got plus skills here, we got plus skills here, we got plus skills here. We actually have level 30 Bone Spear. And what's crazy is you could have gotten a base that had 3 Bone Spear. Of course, then it wouldn't have the shield, so I actually think this combo is actually really good right now at this point in the game. We are looking extremely strong now. And the Necromancer is going to crush face. And ain't it crazy you can just farm it all yourself? It's pretty good space. Ow. So we also have the 20 FCR, so as you can see we're 75% faster cast rate now as well. All this damage. We are hurting. We hurt really bad. This is the part of the game that the Necromancer really enjoys the most. It all goes downhill from here. And of course it was downhill going up to here. But to be fair, doesn't mean we can't do a lot of good farming with what we're going to find, so that's good. Sick. I guess we can get to level 40 without too much issues. Alright, going to sleep. Thank you for the follow, man. Hope to see you again soon. You're a beast.
Impossible.
It's not actually. I'm kind of worried that if I do the PTR, they might take it down tomorrow and then do Rags for Riches Part 2. Shamrock, thanks so much for the follow. Welcome to the cult, Zane and Drew C. Shamrocker. Alright. Over the wall and through the woods to Countess's house we go. Staff knows the way. Oh man, for real? Alright, we'll do two more Countess farms and then it's time to move on. And then we'll be at the cusp of hell, which is where we're gonna want to end part 1. If you want to watch part 2 live, we'll do it tomorrow.
Good day.
Well, we have a lot more Nightmare to go through for part 1 to finish. Come on, give me another Ire Rune or something. Give me a Lum from your standard table, I'd be OP. I doubt that's something you're capable of, but hey, you know. Dude, our damage is so crazy now. And the advantage of Bone Spear over Hammers is you might notice the damage is way more direct, you know? I don't have to, like, position myself perfectly to hit them with the hammers. It's just a straight shot. Okay.
Impossible.
I just dropped you a Spirit Forge. Ooh, that's sick for a mercenary, yeah. Rats. That's a big one. Alrighty. Mercenary's gotten a lot of levels too, so in general he should just survive better as we continue to push through here. Power. This is disgusting. Yeah, well. If. What the hell are we supposed to do with those? Well. Cube some things, maybe. Alright. One more run. We're totally ready to just destroy Nightmare now. We have huge damage. Massive amounts of damage. We have res. We have
What can I do?
pretty solid res, I would say, at this point. I mean, could be better. And we have FCR. We got everything. Heck, we even have some MF. Might get lucky with something.
I can't.
Nightmare is the easiest difficulty in the game as long as you get those Nightmare rune words off of Countess before pushing it. It's going to be hell that's really going to test her ability and her conviction to stick with the Necromancer. Alas, I'll show you it's not too bad. This character has some real power potential.
Impossible.
No PTR! Not safe for work, I don't know. So much power! Your bone armor is really strong too. And we have a decent amount of health. I could level 39. No, I guess not quite. Over the wall. Okay. Hello, Xerox. How you doing? Should be hardcore. Not for a guide, bro.
I can already tell that I'll be your best friend in this forsaken.
Death blow. This is much for the follow and full damage. Wow. Got some nasty stuff over here.
I can already tell that I'll be your best friend in this forsaken.
Hey, what do you know? In the last run, she actually drops a soul ring, so I don't have to sacrifice all of my shields or all of my AMs. Nice! Alright, so we can make Insight as long as we find a 4-socketed polearm base. So that's good to know.
What you need?
Which can be very good. I'll put that on the mercenary as soon as we get it, since we have the undead crown 100%. And then let's continue. Alright, so now farm the crap out of Countess. We got her white, we got her lore. We might be capable of making Insight, which is good. That's pretty much all we really want in life out of that. We can even make Spirit, which is nice too if we get a 4-socketed sword. So we got pretty much everything we really want. Obviously we could also use a Lum Rune for smoke later on, but we're not going to worry about that right now. Let's continue to push. And let's go to the Outer Cloister. Follow the path. Should be Outer Cloister, right? We'll see. Might be Darkwoods. Okay, I was right. Tamo Highland, let's go. Alright, so now it's time to absolutely crush Nightmare.
Impossible.
Interesting thing about the curse stat is that the amplified damage will make you receive double physical damage. But unless you have no bone armor, you still won't receive physical damage. So if you get cursed, it's not the end of the world necessarily on this character. Another thing to mention, of course, is that only the elite can curse you, not the minions. The minions can get stats like extra strong for 250% damage, but they can't get that one.
This place has the stench of demons about it.
Alright, so we're gonna resume killing minions and elites as we continue to progress. Now level 39. Very high for this fight. You'll notice that we also maybe want to put some points in the Bone Spirit here, as our Bone Spirit actually has some damage. So we're gonna continue. So we're gonna alternate Bone Spirit and Bone Prison. Bone Prison will help both Bone Armor and will help Bone Spear. Bone Spirit will slowly get stronger, become more effective as a single target killer. You could just go straight into Bone Prison if you want at this point. Well, let's actually get Bone Prison instead of Bone Wall. Bone Wall isn't really that effective anymore. Bone Wall, of course, those points definitely are synergizing with all of these as well. Once again, this is why we don't have to do a respec. We haven't done a single respec this entire run. The advantage of this approach is that you can totally make it work. Wow, Dragon Chain Spear? Okay. It's not very useful, but that's interesting. You get another imbue quest in case you find multiple circlets and coronets along the way. Those are the best thing to imbue. They can have plus skills. They can have 20 FCR. They can really make this character insane.
I can't.
Notice that we do so much damage now, though, that... And it's really direct damage that we don't have to worry about too much. Let's get a key back. Bone Daddy. Yeah, this is a real Bone Mancer. You know, this is when... This is the strongest the Necromancer gets with shit gear. He's just gonna smash... Crash through the game like nothing now, for a while. Once we get to Hell, we'll have the capability to do some pretty serious damage. But it's gonna take maybe a bit more than the Paladin might need. I don't know, you tell me what you think. Why? There's no jail and there's no smith. Okay, the smith is there. It should be at the end of the area. I don't recommend getting hit by that fire enchant, especially from a monster with so much HP. You only have 48 fire res as well, so that could one-shot you.
I can't.
Fire enchant's dangerous if you're on top of it with no fire res. It starts to get more dangerous the farther you progress through the game. Hey, it's a white circlet. There you go. We can actually use our imbue quest. We're not going to bother with that yet. We'll bother with that when we get to a higher character level, so we can make better use of it when we're on the cusp of Hell. We're going to save both of our imbues. Normal and Nightmare. How much faster cast rate? 75. So we have 10 FCR in each piece there. We have white now. We had a normal 10 FCR one with no skills on it. Now we have 7 skills. And then, of course, we have stealth. Character level does matter for imbuing, yes. Does the item level of the circlet matter? No. It's mostly character level, unless you're picking up a diadem, and then the diadem is OP, but it's a little different though. Alright, so let's go get the hammer put away. Yeah, this is gonna go by like a breeze. You thought Nightmare took, or Hell took, sorry, Normal took a while. God damn. This isn't gonna take as long as Normal. You're overloaded with power now, so...
I can't.
We do have an extra skill in the Clay Golem because of lures, so he's a little tankier now.
I can't.
It's hot fire. Let's go straight ahead. Straight ahead, straight ahead. JL 1 and 2. GG. You can go pay Pit Spawn Feldog a visit if you want again. drops 2 items. Use a super unique. Could be nice for some things to sell if you still want to. Doing really good on gold though, so I don't know. Unless we die. Them or not. I didn't put it in the shard stash.
Impossible.
Oh, I stuck most of it in there. Yeah, this once again is just, you know, you might be able to keep pushing through the game just fine on your Summon Necro, but Summon Necro really can't compare when you're just pushing through the game to a Bone Necro. Which is why we do this for Rags to Riches, but it doesn't mean that the Summon Necro is not very effective for pumping out some good farms. And we got better boots, strangely enough. We got a lot of good boots. Boots have been no problem, at least after we got out of the beginning of normal. Alright, it's gonna be to the left in jail 3, just like it was in normal. Keep pushing. Some chests along the way. And it's very close to the left, so we know exactly where it is. You know how to read maps, and you got that map hack downloaded into your brain from these guides. You don't need map hack. You already know what to do. It's not perfect like map hack, but don't get banned for something stupid. Just learn the map generation. Okay, here we go. There are patterns! Look at that, another flawless topaz. What a beast. Gotta be careful. Conviction aura plus cold light enchant, that's gonna hurt pretty bad, even a nightmare. And hell, that's gonna hurt extremely bad. And can one-shot you. Alright, so no pattern in Catacombs 1.
Impossible.
Screw up the edges for something. Oh wow. Help! They're cursed, but because we have bone armor, you know, I'm not super concerned about physical damage. If we lose the bone armor, that's when it becomes concerning. A lot of cases this could be pretty dangerous, but bone armor actually is just... Okay, let's go. Catacombs 2, if we find the waypoint, or the Catacombs 3, we can get out.
I can't.
Bill, interesting. Oh, another soul ring, sweet. A bill could be an insight base by the end of Nightmare in case we don't find a 4-socket and one straight up. That gets 4 sockets maximum from Larzuk. You can also cube socket it too. Using Am, Rel, perfect. With this. Okay. Let's check out this pole axe here. Right, no 4 sockets. Remember to check all of your gray ones. Bills get 4 maximum though, so that's kind of nice. Exceptional insight would be a nice first insight. Mercenary will do some damage. If we can get something better than that though, that'd be pretty sick.
I can't carry anymore.
Alright, attack radius, sweet. Alright, new skills, new skills. Alright, so yeah, let's put it into Bone Prison. Keep raising it up, baby, keep raising it up. It's gonna help out our bone armor too. Getting tankier, we're getting more damage at the same time. Very fast.
I can't.
We're level 40.
Impossible. I am overburdened.
Didn't know that was possible. Now you do. Yeah. We're still in Catacombs 2. We are going to want the waypoint in Nightmare because the first farm that you can seriously get rich off of is actually Nightmare and Andariel. I feel like farms past this are definitely a lot more fruitful. However, want to stop the farm, maybe get some things to trade. Get some decent stuff in general. Nightmare and Andariel is a really solid stop off. And it looks like we ran out of charges on our teleport staff. Believe it or not, we have so much gold. Well, I've even been putting gold in the wrong stash. Rip. That's where all the gold's been going. That's been about 400,000. That's correct. Yep. So it has. I think we had 2.1 million there. We could repair the staff without gold, but we have so much gold right now. I think we're fine. We can go ore plus chip gem. But we can do that more later if we want. Especially when you start power farming, that's definitely a good method. Keep the white bill. It can be used as an insight base. And put that in there. Insight's really good. We won't really need mana potions once we get insight. It's a really good quality of life. Pretty much slam through anything. That's what we want to do.
Impossible.
Four-socketed pull axe. Well, there you go. I mean, we don't have to use the bill if we don't want, no? We can socket something else. Oh, we have an insight base. Matter of fact, we might just make insight right now. One thing to keep in mind is you could use an Act 1 mercenary and you can find a four-socketed bow and then put an insight into that as well. Overall, it might not be as effective of an approach as using an Act 2 mercenary, especially when you go summon. So, just keep that in mind though. You could do that, but you're probably just going to want to pull the arm, especially on the Necromancer. You can always do that though. It's going to allow us to use it. That Might Aura on the Act 2 mercenary is just too good. Especially once you get further into the game. Is it possible to do Ubers with a low budget Necromancer? It's very tough. Very, very tough. You could kind of, sort of. We're not going to show that on Necro Rags to Riches. But one thing I do want to emphasize is that Necromancer definitely can do Ubers somewhat on a budget. You can do it with a lot of characters. I would say Assassin is a lot more... Assassin and Paladin are going to be more reliable. It can be a bit of a challenge to get it done on the Necros, so we're not going to show it off in this guide. But it is something we can show. Okay, Ooh, unique ring! Alright, so let's talk about the kinds of items that Nightmare Andy can drop. She can drop Stone of Jordan, believe it or not, which is insanely valuable. She can drop Tal's Amulet. She can drop... You know, speaking of Stone of Jordan, could be a Stone of Jordan right here, that unique ring. She has the highest SOJ chance in the game. Period. So if you're looking for a Stone of Jordan, farming Nightmare Andy is a very key farm. You can also drop a lot of items like Rock Stopper, String of Ears, Peasant Crown, all kinds of items that can be really good. Just in general. Lots of good stuff can drop from her, lots of good mercenary items. I don't know, some of the drops in this run have been pretty nuts, but even if it's not an SOJ, it could be a modeled feel, or it could be a Nasia ring. Those are the other rings that can drop from Nightmare Andariel. We'll do a couple of Nightmare Andy farms. One thing I might have mentioned before, though, is that if you have Frost Nova charges, it's kind of neat, actually, with Lightning Res.
Good evening.
if you are able to get the player count up on Nightmare Andy, it will vastly
for you?
improve your yields. Her ability to drop more than a few items in Players 1 is definitely pretty limited. She is very inconsistent with the number of her drops. Right, at this point, we're pretty much just selling every Necro one. Let's see, find something else. Okay, let's see, guys. Let's see, what is it? 25 Nagel. Hey, that's pretty good. That's actually going to be very useful when it comes to like swapping things out. What we could do is we can actually use the magic find items that we have now. We already have. Use the magic items we have. Maybe chuck on the ring. No, you know what? Let's get the 35 MF amulet. There we go. So we can actually swap out some MF here if we want. And we can farm Nightmare Andy. If we had some more, later on in the game it will be easier to get enough flawless topaz to make a 3-socketed helm and an armor, which you can go back and farm Andy and do this. This is definitely a very juicy farm overall. Let's make the insight actually. I have 2 soul runes, so we can afford to make it in a base that isn't optimal first, and then we'll make it in a better base later. Tau Router Tau Soul. We don't really need that anymore. Alright, Router Tau Soul. Let's get 17 meditation easy. Even if we don't, we can make a better insight later. Wow, 17 meditation. Not only that, but it rolled more than 1 crit strike, and it got high enhanced damage. Wow, okay. Nice. Alright, so Lance of Yagi,
I'll put that to
it's
good
kind of
use.
been holding up his resistances, but
I'll put that to good use.
I think he'll do better with this. So now, we even have Insight. We can put this in the stash for now, but I think we'll be fine. Yeah, that's a really nice Insight. And it does some damage because it's in a poleaxe, so just a basic poleaxe Insight is actually just fine. So we actually have the mercenary starting to come along. He's got defense, he's got a little bit of res, he's got life leech, and he's got insight. And he still has max poison res against Andy, so that's kind of nice. There are ways to get him more res though. Let's go farm some more Nightmare Andy just to show you guys what she's capable of maybe. Swap out some MF and see if we get lucky. And after that, we're going to continue our push into Act 2, Nightmare. Don't worry about going to Act 2 to quest bug Andariel anymore. D2R made it automatic, so now she's just always bugged. You don't have to do anything. There used to be something called a quest bug, but now the quest bug is literally built into the loot table. This has a slightly better loot table. And that's one of the advantages of farming Andy over Mephisto, is that if you do get the player count up, her drops are actually really nice overall. Nightmare Cows is amazing, it really is. Like, if you want power to go to hell, it's always going to be a great farm. So Macro Bio Boy is 100% correct. Of course, he would be anyway. Here's this game. So you might be... We have so much single target damage now that Iron Maiden strat kind of seems pretty defunct, especially once you get the Nightmare. Notice how she only dropped 2 items. You see that? That's pretty typical. And that is the reason why... Wow, a 4-socketed Gothic plate. Wow, that could be nice for the Mercenary. We're gonna want to keep that actually. Some cold reds on a large charms. Sure. We didn't swap to her MF gears, that was a mistake, but she dropped such absolute garbage it wouldn't have mattered. Magic Find only influences whether an item rolls unique, set, rare, or magic. It does not influence the base, so we only found a clasped orb and a large charm, so that's... it wouldn't have mattered anyway. Alright, let's go farm her 3 more times here, see what she's got under her sleeves. Well, we did just find Nager Ring, and pretty good Nager Ring too, so that's pretty good. Also, this 4-socketed Gothic plate can be incredibly helpful for boosting the mercenary's res. As a matter of fact, if we see he's having dying problems, I can actually fix his res problems pretty easily already.
Yes?
And all that Nightmare Countess farming is not for nothing. Got lots of res runes you can just stack into that armor and basically give him 30 all res. Of course, since he has Undead Crown, we'd actually probably want to focus on not poison res. But he might also not always be using Undead Crown, so I don't know. You not see me online in a while? I was online yesterday, I was online the day before that. I changed my sleep schedule, so we've been starting earlier. Is that what you're referring to? Maybe. Here we go. What's up, MD Blaze? How you doing?
Impossible.
Teleport staff is your best friend. Getting to Catacombs 3, we're gonna try to find a right-facing tile relative to the waypoint location. That's how we get there every time. This is a reminder from normal in case you don't remember how that works. Alright, sweet. That was kind of weird. And now, Catacombs 4, just RNG. The teleport staff really makes this pretty good, along with a decent amount of faster run lock. And this is really a decent farm. Where do you get the teleport staff from? Normal Ormus, 4 level 24. Make sure you have enough gold to buy it, and you're good to go. A lot of people are asking about the teleport staff. So, before level 24 in normal Ormus, you can check for staves that have a red background because you won't be able to use them, and they might have teleport. You get the gold, and then you get that teleport staff. You can literally just farm it with nothing required whatsoever, no trading required, nothing. Doesn't have as many charges as Nodge's staff, so that's why a lot of people like Nodge's, for instance, because you don't have to repair it as often. Slows target from the Claymore one is really nice. Mercenary got obliterated. Let's put on some more Magic Find though. Go down to 40 FCR temporarily and finish her off. She dropped 2 items again. So you have 100 Magic Find now. Drop nothing. That's how she goes. It's all RNG. You never know though. You get a pretty sick item. I think we'll farm her one more time though. And then we're going to continue on through Act 2. That's the way she goes.
Yeah?
That's just the way it is. Yep. That's just the way it is, man. We don't need that. Lenimo. Right, sweet. Oh, wow. Level 41. And Catacombs 3. Put the points in. Bazam, bazam, bazam. Some more into Bone Spirit. Spirit, of course, is also leveling up Bone Spirit. We almost do 1,100 damage now. Bone Spirit. Very good stuff. That might be the exit right there. I don't know. Nope.
I can't.
Could be over there. Oh, we couldn't jump all the way over 2 walls. Rip. Good thing about, once again, bone spheres, it's magic damage just like hammers on a paladin. Which means immunities and resistances aren't necessarily going to be the most important things in general.
I can't. I am overburdened.
100 mana. Wow. Too bad we're probably not going to want that because there's just many more important stats. That's a Scuffed energy shield sword ring right there.
I am overburdened.
Get below if you can. And then swap out all your meth gear. Wow. Hey, what do you know? She dropped some real winners here. Maybe even the zombie head, I don't know. Let's see, unique amulet. Now you can't get anything too crazy from Knight Randy, but let's check it out. What? Another Eye of Etlic, really? And we also found Spirit Forge. Now that's a good one. We're actually going to want to slap that on the mercenary ASAP. That's going to make him a lot stronger than he currently is. And he also found Saigon's. You can definitely trade Saigon's pieces, so I do recommend you pick them up. We're not going to pick it up though because I am just demoing this in general. Hello. Let's go give her one more farm. That was pretty nice there. Spirit Forge is amazing. That's a nice mercenary armor for this point in the game. We can make the mercenary never die.
Yes.
Found another Eye of Etlic though. That's crazy to me. I'm not even using Eye of Etlic right now because I need the FCR, but like, wow. Look at this. How do you find 2 Eyes of Etlics in one run? It's not even that common of an amulet. Okay, let's put in Ort and Duel so it can get some resistances there. Let's see, how good is this fire is? Maybe we'll just put Ort in... Nah, let's just put Ort in Raoul, actually. Yeah, it needs more fire is. Okay. Cool.
I'll put that to good use.
Was in res anyway. Alright, Mercenary's got Insight, Spirit Forge, and Undead Crown. So at this point, it's okay if your Mercenary doesn't look like this. Heck, you might have not found Insight yet. Might have a couple of other things too. But this is pretty sick, honestly. He even has Strength on the Spirit Forge, which will, if you keep that, that can actually help you wear higher strength Insight bases like Ethereal Colossus Vulges faster as well. So that's actually something that you're going to keep on hand even if you get something better. And Life Leech, my goodness, this mercenary is balling down. He's got Defiance Aura too. He's going to want Holy Freeze probably, but... Wow, that's really good. Sick. Yeah, we just made his res really good now too. He's got almost max all res except for cold. So now we don't have to worry about him dying really. He should be okay, especially with the clay golem at this point. Wow, okay then. 2 unique items, 2 unique one drop. Alright, so just goes to show you that stacking MF before you kill the bosses is already good. And yes, you can drop Spirit Forge, that's a good one. You can drop a lot of good stuff in general. Mercenary's balling now. This mercenary is more geared than I am. Sometimes you get lucky on mercenary items. This runs one of the cases for sure. Okay. Alright. Did we check the head that dropped? I don't know if we did actually. Maybe we didn't. I thought we did check the Necro head. I don't know, it's gonna be really hard to beat what I currently have if it's a rare head, but you never know. I might have not checked it actually. I should have though. So excited to find the Spirit Forge, I might have just not checked the rare head. That's a very bad streamer. You never know. You can get some pretty crazy Necro heads. You can get like 2 Necromancer skill ones with Bone Spear. I don't know if you can get it from Nightmare Andy though. Alright, so let's go kill her one more time. Let's resume the push. It's always nice when I actually demo these farms that I actually get something cool from it. The mercenary just gangbusters now.
I can't.
He's still gonna die from Andariel though. That primeval bonus is too strong. Never expect the mercenary to survive bosses. That's a mistake. Time to unfollow. GG. No Necro head. Good job, mercenary. Good job. That's a good boy. That's a good boy. Alright, let's go. Alright, so cool stuff. And getting 100, that first 100 MF, by the way, is very impactful for finding elites. So if you can somehow cobble together 100 MF by this point, that's some elite stuff. Alright, so in general though, you can see she doesn't drop many items. She can drop up to 6, but that's because we're in Players 1. Definitely limitation. Ooh. That could be helpful later. Actually, no it can't because we have Eye of Etlik, I forgot. That would have been nice. We do have Eye of Etlik though, for the Summon Mancer in case we need more plus skills. That was 1 to summon skills. No P&B amulets yet. Well, we need that FCR, so we have to find that FCR somewhere else anyway. Merc sacrifice for drops, of course. That's how you play the game. Alright, let's go take Warv.
Good day.
Straight to the east. And so now, the rest of this, besides the Mephisto farm, which we'll also show, the rest of part 1, we're just going to be pushing through the game. And it's going to look a lot like normal. Except for, you know, no Iron Maiden against Duriel, no Iron Maiden against Andariel. Pretty strong now, so. Alright, so bottom entrance, sewers 2 is right there. Sweet. Go straight ahead. Remember to use your golem, put it in front of you if there's any dangerous monsters like archers or anything similar. And you'll be set to go. Okay. Now we're in sewers 3, it's to the left. Let's get that free skill.
Impossible. I can't.
Don't lie, chat. Who hasn't seen a Necro playthrough and thought it would be impossible for the Necro to get this strong at this point in the game? Some of you guys might have never seen him before. Fire enchant. Don't hug him. His hugs are deadly.
What a waste of undead flesh.
Got almost max cold res. Well, that's her highest res right now. That's interesting.
I've heard.
Not usually the case, but I mean, we do have 25 cold res on that FCR ring, so it's definitely a bit atypical, I suppose, in that way. Since we have insight, we honestly don't really need that many mana potions anymore. One thing to mention is that Bone Spear only requires 14 mana too, so it's not super mana hungry. So we don't really have to pick. We don't really have to shop too many potions anymore, just in general. All right, cool. We got more bone armor. Bone Spirit's getting stronger. It's still only half as strong as Bone Spear, so it's no good for single targets yet. And blam blam blam. Kill the lead packs and traverse the desert. Find the exits on the edge of the map. How good do you think a druid will be for Terror Zones? What kind of druid? Thinking about Fire Druid or Wind Druid? I definitely think it'll be better for Terror Zones than it is for those high HP areas, but Fire Druid would be really sick against Terror Zones like cows and things like that, so I don't know. I think that's a good idea. If there's any time to go Druid and your plan is to actually like farm up those high TCs fast and to get maybe level 99 fast, it's not a bad idea.
I can't carry anything.
Chain boots! Well, here's the deal. If you wanted 30 faster unlock and 10 to life, that's not bad, but we have a lot more res on those boots, even though we have 10 less faster unlock. So we're okay. Don't need to worry about that. 11 cold res. Sure, I guess we can keep the 9 cold res one in case we need it later, in case we need more res in hell. That's not a bad idea. 4-socket broadsword. And there you have it. Don't even need to use the socket quest for the broadsword. Alright, in that case, I think we're just gonna... Yeah, F it. You can keep that one. Yeah, we're good, we're good. Alright, so we can make spirit too if we wanted to now. That's why we were checking that to begin with.
Impossible.
We do need more strength if we wanted to use that. That's okay. Yeah, you see how powerful the Necro is though with Bone Spear though? It's crazy. That being said though, even though the Bone Spear Necro is really good at early farming on the Necro to go from rags to riches, Summon can definitely stand out. We have some bonus plus skills for the Summoner ready to go too, because we've actually found some extra items. So we can definitely show the Summoner with some decent power already. We might find some more though.
Impossible.
Alright, we don't need to do Halls of the Dead again. You only need one Heragic Cube. There's only one. That's how it goes. Elite two-handed sword base. I don't know. What kind of character you got, Skulky? You gotta figure out where you can farm well. Probably Wind. Yeah, Wind would be good. More shit you can kill easier without as much damage. You need to buff Wind's damage a bit, I think, though. That would go a long way. There's There's a straight damage buff on Tornado.
Impossible.
That'd really be pretty huge. You could do that. You could just play slower though. As I've explained as I've been playing the guide, Hero Zerglings, as long as you have a Golem and a Mercenary, neither one's gonna die that easily as long as they're both up. And you have a pretty decent tank line already, so we're kind of just passing things up very quickly because, you know, we're on softcore, so we don't care as much. But let's go Bone Prison, actually. Let's get more bone armor. This approach we're going here is actually kind of a combination of, like, tank and damage here.
I need a key.
I hate beetles too. I hate the beetles too. Are you talking about the band? Alright, TP up on Maggot Lair. We need to find a waypoint though in order to go in there. See no waypoints so far. You could find a waypoint in Far Oasis or Lost City. Beetle Burst is amazing. Yeah, beetles are overrated, right? Totally overrated. Oh, we did find a waypoint. I'm dumb. There was one over there. We could have gone to the Maggot Lair then. So notice here these Plague Bearers, very magic resistant, but we have so much damage that we're still killing them. It's in hell that we really encounter problems with them for sure. If you have higher player count though, it's gonna be really hard to kill these things. Yeah, you see how much damage we do to that thing? Nothing. The physical damage on the mercenary can get him dead though, for sure. Get him dead! Get him dead! Get her dead. Don't need to though, you can just pass it up if you want. It's so much magic damage resistance.
Impossible.
Okay, we're looking for Claw Viper Temple. I guess we'll do Claw Viper Temple first then. Maybe find the waypoint.
I can't.
Or just find the waypoint and do Maggot Lair.
I can't.
Oh, okay. We can find the waypoint and do Maggot Lair. You don't use Corpse Explosion, you don't need to. And it's actually more difficult to pull off this early in the game. Once you're like a much higher level and you're starting to farm hell, that's when it's going to become a lot more instrumental. No, you don't need Corpse Explosion. If you just go ham into the Bone Sphere damage, it's going to do so much damage. It can help a little bit though. It can definitely help kill things like the zombies for sure. Right, Maggot Lair, go to the right. Now, Maggot Lair, we can just teleport over a lot of stuff, so just teleport. Now that you have teleport, you don't need to suffer through it like Nightmare and just kill one monster at a time. And to teleport over walls.
Impossible.
Kill the elite packs. No. See how that one's pointing to the left? That for sure is not the exit. It's gonna be something else. This one's pointing to the right. Sweet. Let's go to the right again. I don't know. It's hard for a lot of people to find. Going outside of town is hard. Ask Grays, he doesn't want to go out there. What's up, Snugs? How you doing?
Impossible.
Rags for Riches was slain by Steve Dog. What? Oh. Yeah, normal.
I can't. Impossible.
Alright, Maggot Layer 2.
I can't.
Okay.
Impossible. I can't.
This might be a little too dangerous. If you don't like this idea, don't do it. But your bone armor is so strong now, and you have a decent amount of health that it's not that dangerous to teleport through here, even on hardcore at this point. A decent lightning res too, in case you have to kill some beetles.
I can't.
Alright. Let's go. Let's go. Gladius, that's pretty good stuff. And
There's no trouble on
Staff of Kings. Alright. So as you can see, we really can plow through the game incredibly fast at this point. Man, player 7 Hammered in is OP. Absolutely. Definitely is very OP. What's up, man? How you doing? Getting ready for Ladder Season 2? You hyped about Terror Zones? What are we hyped about? Alright, let's go find the exit here. Oh, easy mode. Alright, cool. Yeah, it's the same thing as normal. Claw Viper Temple might be a little bit bigger. It's the same thing as normal. I think
This
it's...
place is as dark
Actually, I
as
don't
a
know if this place gets bigger than normal. I don't think it does, actually. It is a tomb! I don't care if it's a temple.
impossible.
Some real semantics
I
here.
can't.
Alright, go to the left, left facing tile. What do you know? We're out. How long are we gonna stick with Bone Spear? Very long time. Honestly, the Summon Necromancer stuff is gonna be towards the end of the guide, end of part 2, at least that's the plan. So, yeah, for sure.
What a pity. I was beginning to enjoy the darkness.
Okay. Alright, Drognin. Nightmare Drognin is cool and all, but we don't really need to farm his ass or anything. On every other character, you might want to farm for like a lower resist wand, a life tap wand. In the case of this character, though, we are the Necromancer. And believe it or not, some of our best curses aren't very far down the tree, so it is what it is. Yep, normal Ormus. You can see that earlier on in this guide here. Let me post it on YouTube, of course.
I can't. Impossible.
Ow. All the way to the end. Teleport staff swap. Teleport staff swap. Let's go! Alright, we want some potions there. Let's get out of there. Alright, sweet.
This is fantastic.
Alright, let's hope we get lucky,
I
baby.
wish I had time to study this bizarre dimension.
How many directions, chat? HGR 80, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to Cold Sanders are saying, we ran out of teleport charges. 5, I mean, yeah, that can happen. That's what we call scuffed right there. You can double back a few times. Alright, we have the staff. GG. We can also get some... We can get a key as well. So even if you don't have an insight by now, you're going to want one before you enter hell for sure. And there's other ways to upgrade the mercenary as well, which we'll talk about before we get to hell, but... I might talk about it in the
I can already tell that I'll be your best friend in this forsaken.
Alright, sweet. We got first way, baby. First way. First way. Alright. We didn't even check the shapes. Oh, double down arrow. Sweet. And we checked the quest log like a pleb. That's just dumb. Let's go to the left, find a left or a west facing tile. Two decks. Well, it's not down here. It's probably directly to the west then. Now, in hell, you're not going to be able to kill these things very well because, well, they're immune, so you're not going to be able to kill them at all. Enjoy it while you can at Nightmare.
Impossible.
Oh, maybe it is down here, actually. I didn't think there was this area. Rowrin, very nice. GG. Okay, here we go.
Impossible.
Get down here! Oh, I don't know, maybe it's not down here. We're gonna teleport over all the monsters we don't need to kill though. I'm gonna teleport over the wall. You have a lot of gold for teleport charges, so don't worry about that. That's why you keep selling things constantly throughout the run with plus skills and armors and whatnot. So that you're loaded on gold by the time it's time to start farming with the teleport staff. Or just moving through the game with it. Alright, we got some decks. Let's go. Was the first one. Bandit was right. Mercenary is so tanky. He's actually tanking Andariel. Wow. A little bit. Better if he's tanking the golem, but that's okay. We could put on more MF if we wanted before we killed him, but I'm not gonna bother. Chain boots! Eisenhearts! That's not very useful. And more. Oh, he didn't drop a bunch of TP scrolls. That means he did pretty good, honestly. He is always a pain in the ass while leveling, it's true.
You.
Yeah, the random jars aren't as good as normal clickables. It's like 4 jars per normal clickable, Ted Bradley. I do click most of them, yes.
Good day.
As I pass them up because they can give you runes. They just have good loot tables in general. Oh my god. Wow. 7 faster run walk, 30 cold res. Sign me up. Let's go. I'll even keep that one there too. Oh no, we don't need more cold res. Not until hell no. Damn, son. That's a nice charm. That's their best charm so far. Look at that charm though.
This is.
Okay.
Greetings.
Greeting, Jared.
Ahoy, mate.
Alright. Out to Act 3 Nightmare. GG.
You.
What a baller. Okay, let's go. Wow. So I don't know how much we need this 39 mana one. I think before hell we're probably gonna get rid of that one. It's not gonna be as essential anymore. We'll wanna separate it and provide more res if possible. Alright, so once again, killing more minions, killing more elites, killed Andariel. You have a really strong front line now between the Golem and the Mercenaries, so it's all good. Golem helps keep the Mercenary alive. We'll check this grotto. One of the 3 is going to have what we're looking for.
I can't.
Alright, Spider Cavern. And we already killed the super unique in like 2 hits or something. He's always dangerous though. Got that curse going down. This is why you don't need Corpse Explosion. Wow, if that was 2 War Cries, that would have been insane for this point in the game on a Barb. So close, actually. And it could have been too, that's the best part. 75 SCR, man, 75 SCR. $75 SCR. Is it back to Corbin a good insight base? It's an exceptional base, yeah, it's pretty good. Better than my insight currently. If you already have an elite insight though, no, it's not going to be very good.
Impossible.
Alright, so we already have the eyes, so at this point we're not looking for any of the grottos, we're just looking for the flare jungle. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go to the edge. No skills on that rope. Edge of the spider forest. And then look down all the paths to make sure that we don't have to take Great Marsh. We might have to do. Alright, you can sell that. to the vendor. So close though. Even has 2 shout, 2 battle orders, 2 to combat skills. Barbarian, that's a joke. Alright. Yeah, in many ways, once you get your white wand, the Necromancer playthrough through Nightmare is even more smooth than Hammered is in a lot of ways. Just simply because your attack is so direct. You're able to pop him in the face a couple of times and then move on. There's nothing over here, so... Nothing on the outside of that grotto. We checked it just to be sure. I think this is gonna be the last Rags to Riches we make before ladder. We'll do other stuff. Continue the Zongrail and do some other stuff. Also, I'm sure there'll be more PTR testing as well.
Impossible. I can't.
Need a tier list. Oh man, I'm sure you do. What do you mean a Rags for Riches tier list? Just look at the speedrun times for each of the classes. You'll get a pretty good tier list there. It's pretty close, honestly. We'll check this direction, but it's starting to look pretty grim for finding Flare Jungle before the Great Marsh. That's the Great Marsh over there.
I am overburdened.
It's pretty close to the spider waypoint, so I guess we'll just get the spider waypoint. For that to be an offshoot, that's pretty close. I doubt that's it. I think we're gonna have to go through the Great Marsh, guys. I think so. You had to go through the Great Marsh on Nightmare as well.
Hello.
Faster run walk with no res. I'm already running faster with res. Yeah, dude, I got so much cold res though. My god. Let's see what my cold res is actually. 135. That'd be pretty decent for hell actually. Without any other intervention. Alright, Great Marsh, rip. Finally got the Jade figurine, damn.
Worthless statue.
Normally,
Perhaps I can trade this for something better.
you don't get that past the Spider Forest as long as you kill a few elites in there, especially like Zark the Burning. We'll turn that in here in a second. We'll have over 600 health, which will be kind of nice.
Impossible. I can't.
Well. Kabayashi! Thanks so much for the follow. Welcome to the Cold Xander Stay. Oh really? You found like a +3 summon Gleamy? Nupsy Wood.
I can already tell that I'll be your best friend in this forsaken camp.
Alright, look at that. We just found the offshoot from the Great Marsh to the Flare Jungle pretty easily. So even though we didn't get a bypass for the Flare Jungle, that didn't actually take too long.
I can already tell that I'll be your best friend in this forsaken camp.
Alright, let's go check the grottos. Let's get the other quest areas. Milton, man, we're rocking. Wow, 44 life for Team Res? Dude, if that had FCR, that'd be perfect. But it doesn't. Alright, this looks like the dud area. That would be the waypoint normally. This looks like the useless grotto.
I can't. I can't.
Uh-oh. All is diamond.
Impossible.
Alright.
Impossible.
Impossible. Back through the Great Marsh there. Okay, so that's actually technically a Great Marsh grotto. I did say that Great Marsh can sometimes lead to the Flare Jungle through the grottos. Not very common though. Did say that. Looks like we got an uncommon roll there. Alright, health and bone prison. Almost 300 bone armor. Making us pretty tanky. Alright, what is this? Is this the waypoint? I think so, yes, this is the waypoint. Up the golem if you can. Wow, that's actually a sick amulet. What the hell? If I find that, that's gonna make me want to go summon Necro even more, man. What the hell? Okay. And that must be the quest area. So since the quest area is right next to the waypoint, we can just do it. We also just found another white circlet for imbuing later. Oh my goodness.
This is a powerful weapon.
We get our free ring
tell me
too.
more about it.
Alright, oh yeah, that's right. We're just gonna go in here. Go to the left! What's gonna be my first ladder character? I don't know. The terror zones really shake things up, so I'm not 100% sure. We'll see. Oh, no FCR. Damn. Well, he gave us a crazy ring in normal, so I don't know. Really want that FCR to maintain that 75% faster cast rate, though, if we can. Especially once we get to the farming phase. Alright. Well, I don't know. We'll see. We can go down to 4d8 if we need to for res purposes and whatnot. Yeah, that 10 FCR one. That one's probably just a lot better. I did drop a skiller term. Oh, you know what? We should talk about that. So this is the first skiller we found. Strangely enough, you can find skillers as early as Nightmare Act 3, which is exactly where we're at. Great Marsh or Flare Jungle. So we found it almost at the earliest point in the game. One thing to note about this is you can actually pick up GCs in Lower Cross, and then you can reroll them using P-Gems, and it's actually the easiest way just to get plain skillers. Now, this is a defensive Aura Paladin GC. You can't even trade this. This is the worst skiller you can possibly get, besides maybe curses. So, that's actually kind of unfortunate. Yeah, it's a vendor GC. I mean, I vendored it instead, so now you know what to do with it. I'm glad you mentioned that, actually. Basically vendor. Alright, so be very careful. You can get undead Stygian dolls and Nightmare. Unlike a normal, they really hurt. So if you encounter dolls, dolls are going to start becoming a very dangerous monster. And if you're playing hardcore, that's definitely going to become very important to keep in mind here.
I'm overburdened. Impossible.
No! Not the mercenary. Kill him. Alright, so we're still killing elites and minions and whatnot. 50 MF is OP, it really is though. Yeah, wait, you found Mage Fist? What? I mean, you could use it on any character. Faster cast rate is golden. It's gonna be on the outside. In this case, could have been in the middle, but it wasn't in this case. We found a heart carver. That could be kind of good. It's nothing too crazy though. Can help the barbarian with increasing his find item level. But for us, it's a good 30,000 gold. Unless we wanted to trade it, but like I said, let's see why you'd really need to or want to. Alright, so we got the brain. Oh, no, wait, we didn't get the brain. Where's the brain? Did we not pick up the brain? Did we put the brain in here? Did we? No, we didn't click the brain, I don't think. Oh no, we didn't click the brain. Alright. That's annoying. Dude, you found a lot of cool things in this run for sure. Well, yeah, I mean, if you find some P-combs, that's how to make a paladin really strong. Alright, so
I can't.
what we want to do now is continue pressing forward. Now, Nightmare Lower Cross, I did mention that you could farm it for Grand Charms if you want to reroll skill GCs, but it's not really a good way to get rich early on. I'm going to pretty much blow past it, and then we're going to continue on and to those quest areas, such as the book and the cross.
I can't. Impossible.
Alright, baby, let's go! Supposedly they fixed fire, lightning, and chain explosions, so that won't kill you in one shot. That faster unlock, that'd be pretty good. It's not, though. Alright, keep putting points into vitality. Alternate between Bone Prison and Bone Spirit. Notice the Bone Spirit is starting to catch up to the Bone Spear. That is what happens as you start to max it. It's kind of nice for a boss farmer. Hell Lower Cross is where the big money is at. Okay, kill the elite pack there. Is that Angelix?
I can't carry anymore.
No, it's Captain's right. Jump over the wall! Alright, so basically what we're looking for in here is the Ruined Temple. I'm gonna go kill Battle Maid Serena. There's always gonna be an area that is facing you. What is your favorite act to play? My favorite act to play, probably Act 5, honestly. I like Act 5 quite a bit. I like the expansion act. Anyone that says Act 4 is lying. It's unfinished. Those of you guys that don't know, Act 4 is technically unfinished. They just ran out of time. They wanted to do more before the original game came out. Put that Plague Golem in front. Those things are hard to kill. They're magic resistant, and in hell they are magic immune. Good use of corpse explosion, right?
I can't carry anymore.
What's up, Monster Win? How you doing? Alrighty. You see that bugged trade chat? That's actually proof of we're on BattleNet there. There you go. As if you needed more proof. We could get the waypoint, but we ended up just getting the book. I'm just gonna go in the sewers and pop out the heart. And continue forward. Like I said, Nightmare is going by in a breeze. We're a strong Necromancer now, but afraid to say we're not ready to enter hell yet. What is that? So farming the Countess for your IO? Yeah, that can be rough. I mean, I think I got decent RNG on it. It took a little bit. The dual rune was a real pain. Heck, Countess never dropped the dual rune. It was a monster that dropped it, so we just got lucky off of something else. We might have had to use 3 shale runes. We didn't have to, but we were prepared to. I do find a 2-socketed gray Necro head, though. We can definitely still make a rhyme shield because we have those shale runes. Alright, what do we find from that? Hey, look at that. 10 FCR, life, a little less fire res, so this actually won't end up making it to endgame because I think we'll take the 15 life over 2 fire res. Wow, okay. And telekinesis charges even? What? Alright. Time to troll. We're gonna telekinesis the chaos seals. That's actually pretty nice. Any 10 FCR telekinesis ring can be used by a hammered and even in chaos, and even has some life and fire res. Wow, what a pretty awesome thing to find during this run, honestly. It's not something you expect to find. Let's go turn in the book. Ran out of teleport charges, gotta repair. Life of the Necromancer, moving through the game.
Good day.
Once the book has served
I
its
don't know, dude.
purpose, I shall delve into its secrets.
I think it has to do with
Hello.
how the server is organized. What's funny is I don't even think they fixed that in patch 2.5, so good luck fixing that kind of crap. I don't even know. Look at that telekinesis charge. Oh my god. Oh, that's brilliant. Interesting. Okay. Blows your mind that that actually happened? I don't know, man. There's a lot of things that blow my mind. I guess it's one of them.
Impossible.
Okay. Somewhere on the edge of this map or in the middle is what we want.
I can't.
Can we just go the wrong way, or is it in the middle?
Impossible. Impossible.
Appears to be in the middle. Alright, let's go. Come, let me out of here. That could be an insight base. You can check those if you want to trade. Let's go. If you can, I should say. If you're on single player, obviously.
I can't.
You already got a better insight at this point. So you want to make a handheld infinity. Oh, he didn't drop any items. He died over the water. It's alright, we got some res.
I am overburdened.
Talking about how I'm getting random messages from the trade chat, even though I'm not in the trade chat. See, I'm in the game chat.
Yes.
Alright, here we go. Alright, so we don't have any waypoints really anywhere in any of the Kuros, so... And for some reason we ended up finding Sewers 2 in like the dead center of the map, which is kind of annoying. He's got some magic resistance for sure. Alright, let's go to the upper Kuros ones, which are up here. And then go get to Travancore, get the Travancore waypoint. And let's get finishing Act 3 Nightmare. Of course, what we're also going to want to do is show you guys how to farm Nightmare Mephisto, because Nightmare Mephisto, unlike Nightmare Andy, can drop even more insanely good items. Such as Paws, Oculus, Ward Travelers, Train Gloves. He is really a great place to stop and farm. If you want to stop and farm anywhere in Nightmare, Nightmare Mephisto is going to be one of the best. Of course, personally, I think nothing beats Nightmare Cows, pretty much, period. But, come on. Let's see. Oh, it's a Thuriel, but has a really high level skill on it. Might sell decently still. Got Battle Cry. What's up, Zem? How you doing? Smash Nightmare Travancore. Now, it is worth mentioning, you could farm Nightmare Travancore, but I really wouldn't. It's not that good. There's one Travancore to farm. That's hell. Ow! Ample fanaticism and the bone armor ran out. Damn, the mercenary's a freaking beast. I can't even keep him alive with potions.
The temple's dark power is
wow, and he found the meat scraper too. No! Very good.
Good day.
Yeah, my bone armor got cranked too. Well, it's pretty good. Yeah, it's gonna hurt. Alright, let's get out of here. Now this farm really can make you extremely rich.
Impossible.
Gotta say, it's hard to beat Nightmare Mephisto in a lot of ways. And if you're not feeling comfortable with hell in general, maybe if you're playing hardcore, this is a great stop off for hardcore. This and Nightmare Cows, so you can really make sure that you are loaded with power by the time you start braving hell. Okay. Let's repair some shit here. It is not hardcore now. Yes, telekinesis charges. Let's freaking go. I got an FCR telekinesis ring. That poor 10-10 fire res ring. I used it all the way through normal. Served me well. It took a while to get something better than that. 24 life, 14 poison res. Damn, son. And you know what? Let's just get rid of the 39 mana one, honestly. Start stacking the res. I'm gonna need some more anyway. Actually, use this instead of the life one for now. We're gonna need that one for hell though. I will say though, our ability, keep improving your charms. If you find a charm, pick it up, life res, put it on. If it has any other stats. Wow. Damn. I'm gonna juke that shit. Careful for the dolls. There are dolls in here. We are Endurance 2, so it's just like it is in normal. Once again, you're going to want to find a tile facing the same direction as the Endurance 2 entrance here. He's got really good item building. Alright, sweet.
Impossible.
Kill the maulers. If you want to find the waypoint though, it's going to be somewhere to the west or to the left. And of course, Durance 3 is to the west or to the left of the Durance 2 waypoint. Could be all the way into the right and to the left though, so it just means that that tile is facing to the left. Doesn't mean much else. Ooh, hello. That teleport staff really comes in handy in a place like Durance. Let's see here. Are we able to teleport over the wall? Yes. I'm trying to find the waypoint. Okay, we found the waypoint. Nice. Now, the bone armor does help you deal with the dolls, so you'll notice that they're taking off my bone armor, but they're not really killing me, so that's one of the reasons why I'm putting all these points the bone prison to synergize the bone armor, and of course the bone spear. It's doing a lot of work. We almost have 1,300 bone spear damage, by the way, now. It's crazy how much damage you can get doing this. Yeah, Nightmare Durance and Hell Durance are still crazy huge. I don't know if Nightmare Durance is bigger than Hell Durance. I don't think so. I think it's just as big as Hell Durance. Hell Durance is the same size. Alright, let's go this way. This is where we want to go. We want to go find the tile facing in this direction. So let's go find it at the end. Move confidently, knowing that if you get stuck, you can get out with the teleport staff. That's what it's for, as long as you don't run out of teleports.
Impossible.
It can be very unfortunate, especially in hardcore. Get bodied and you got nothing to show for it. Alright, there we go. Yeah, this was a pretty crazy huge one. Kill Mephisto. Killing the council members before Mephisto is actually kind of nice. What about Nightmare, that's the case. I don't think he's gonna survive Mephisto anyway, but whatever. Alright, so before we kill Mephisto, we can actually stack some MF on ourselves. That's what we'll do, and we'll kill him a few times to show you guys how this farm can work on a Necromancer. And in general, just how good it is, and how reliable it is, and all that other fun stuff. Enough. This requires more strength. I don't need to get more strength, damn it. Right, so let's do this. Where's my MF ring? I don't really see us ever using this, to be honest. I think that's probably trash. Enough. Okay, so we're gonna stack some MF for him and kill him a few times, just like Nightmare Andariel. Major Yogg, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Cult Xander State. Remember, his loot table is very
I can already tell that I'll be your best friend in this facility.
After we get him low, so that we maintain our 75 SCR. We'll slow him down a bit too. Interestingly enough, the mercenary doesn't die from Nightmare Mephisto as much as Nightmare Andy, and that's just because the poison attacks are brutal. Still gonna die from Mephisto likely though. Ooh, hello, unique ring!
Mephisto, give my regards to the Abyss.
Sweet, alright, put on another, like, we got about 100 MF on that. I also found Barrett's Keep, which is interesting. It's got a lot of fire res, basically, but, you know, not much else. Don't really need it. I don't know, we already found a Needle Ring. Could be another Needle Ring, could be a modeled, could be an SOJ. I also believe Nightmare Mephisto is capable of dropping up to Raven Frost, whereas, Andy cannot. Andy loves dropping jewelry though, so it's actually kind of strange to see a unique ring from Mephisto. It's not as common as Andariel. Not even by a long shot. Alright guys, let's go farm some Nightmare Mephisto, which is definitely a solid way a Nightmare to go from rags to riches, so if you want to stick here for a while, you can. We're not going to stick around too long. What's interesting is you could farm him with the Summoner as well, just like with Andariel. You would use the Teleport Staff to tele directly on top of them and get all your skeletons on top of them. However, we're going to mostly focus on showing how you can do that in Hell and not on Nightmare on that build. Oh man, there's going to be so many systems in D4. Oh my god. Look at that! It's immediately west or left facing from the waypoint. See that? That was... wow. Drop a Lemon, Capital. Rip Mercenary. Oh, that sucks. Kept him alive against Mephisto last time, but to be honest, he does drain my juke, so I'm probably not going to mess around with that too much anyway. I could just distract him with the golem. I don't have Iron Maiden anymore, I sold all that crap, but... one thing to note is you could moat trick him if you wanted to, if you're scared of dying. Put him over by those stairs and then stand all the way back and hit him from the edge of the map. Ah, unique bill. Interesting. Wow. Well, if you didn't have insight, that's actually really nice. He has chance to cast Weaken. It's got Life Leech. That's really good. Unfortunately, though, our mercenary is already better equipped than that, but that's pretty good. Nice drop. See, by stacking MF, we're finding some things. 30 Nigel? What? Oh my god. Wow. Well, we want at least 48 MF to finish him off. Well, I don't know. Wow, we just found a 100% perfect Nature Ring. Talk about some MF stackage from our jewelry already. This character's already ready to go to get those riches. All he needs is some perfect topaz or topaz armors and helms. He's got his MF jewelry. Man, he's ready to go. Got some MF gloves, MF boots. He's balling. Doesn't have a rhyme shield yet, but hey, I mean, that's pretty easy to get. Look at that stuff. Look at that. Wow. Crazy. Alright, let's go farm Mephisto 3 more times. Then we'll push the rest of the game. I mean, you can find blue MF rings, but we just straight up found Nagels. 2 Nagel rings in this run. Not like we've been doing much boss farming.
I can't.
I mean, we've been doing a few of them to demo it, but that's about it. Those things are very valuable early on, so if you somehow get some blue rings and then you also get Nagels, you can trade them very well. The riches are already starting to come online. Three-socketed Gothic plate. Okay, well, we could use a 3-socketer.
Greetings.
Can make a treachery. We are looking for bases still, potentially.
Good to see you.
Diablo 2 is just like that, my man. It's a lot of RNG. Alright, if I swap out 2 Nagels though, here's the problem. We're gonna have like no FCR to finish them out with. We're gonna be hitting the 27 breakpoint. Oh well. Whatever. I was gonna use the strength. I don't know if I ever ended up using strength on the mercenary. This will help me with the could have put strength on him for this actually, but I think the mana's better. There we go. Got him really low. And then we have 132 MF. Wow, that's pretty good already. Could get some really GG items if we kept farming him, of course, but for the purposes of the guide, we gotta move on. You can stay here if you want. Yes, you. I mean you. I'm talking to you. Yes, you. Oh, look at all that crap. Alright, so...
Hail to you, champion.
Nope, no good. Nope, no good. I'll sell that back. Looks like we're about to run out of keys.
Hail to you, champion.
Alright, let's go. Not Nanny, this is a Mephisto Soulstone. Don't worry, we're not cheating. Maybe yet. Not yet! Alright, so we'll kill him 2 more times. Let's see what we get here. It's not a bad idea to sit here and maybe do a few farms, you know, you never know what you're gonna get. Nightmare Andy drops something useful, actually. Mephisto, you'll notice, is dropping more items on average. That's because even if there's one...
Impossible.
This is GG. Oh my goodness. Ah! Sanders wand. You could have used that in, like, normal. That would have been sick. Mana and 20 FCR.
I can't.
Okay. Teleport over. Mercenary got destroyed by dolls. Still getting some levels just by killing them and whatnot. We're actually level 46 now. Wow. I hadn't really been paying attention. Mercenary isn't always going to survive this particular farm.
Impossible.
There's a lot of really dangerous stuff in here. Mephisto, of course. Alright, there it is. It's a left-facing or west-facing tile relative to the waypoint. All the way behind it. Almost. Rem Sparkfist is actually guaranteed in order. It is very dangerous. Alright, go. They have pretty good res, so I don't really fear his elemental attacks that much. One thing to note is that pure bone pain is definitely one of the best ways to farm bosses, so if you're going to go Corpse Explosion at all for any reason, you're probably going to want to stick to things like cows. It's actually interesting. And there you go. Want to turn into a summon Necro, chat? That's what you want. No freaking way. Arm of King Leoric. Oh, that's insane RNG. If you wanted to go into Summoner in Hell, that's insane RNG. Wow. 5 to raise skeleton mana and 5 to skeleton mastery. Holy moly. That's insane RNG. You know, in my other Rags to Riches runs on the Sin and the Paladin, I did the demo farms for, like, you know, Nightmare Mephisto and Nightmare Andy and whatnot. And we didn't really get all that much from them. Not this time. Holy moly. Yeah, this is a Game Shark online apparently. Wow. All right, one more farm. That's crazy. Arm of King Leoric. Hey, that's actually a great item for showing how powerful the summoner can be with not too much gear. I don't mind finding that. I'll take it. It's not going to help me with my current build. You're going to rather have white for sure, but that is what you want. You know, you want to go summoner. That is some top dollar. As a matter of fact, you can even use it as an endgame item, even though I'd say most people probably just use Hodo or Beast by that point. But I gotta say, that's pretty endgame there. That's a solid GG item. Is it worth going to summon now? I still don't think so, no. Even with Arm of King Leoric. Also, I'm going to keep the playthrough standard, even with that find, even if it was worth it to go summon now. We will be going to summon at some point, though, to demo those farms. So don't worry about that. It's just going to be towards the end of the guide. I'm going to keep it standard. You're not usually going to find an Arm of King Leoric after 4 Mephisto kills. You might. As you can see, Nightmare Mephisto can drop some real killer items. That's not even something I mentioned, but honestly, that is something in there. It's in his loot table. This is a demo, this is a video. This is Rags to Riches. I want to keep it semi-standard, I think, for that. Yeah. Suck it. Boots. And notice though he's dropping a lot more items. Oh my god. Bro! Those boots are kind of sick actually, and they can be used by a level 18 as well. Damn. It's more fire as Inferno Strides, but it's a little bit less faster run walk. But it's more lightning res. We'll hold on to those. Those could be kind of nice. As you can see, farming Nightmare Mephisto can be very lucrative and very nice. We're definitely getting some of them riches on this Rags to Riches run. That GC.
Not enough mana.
On Hell will you go Skelly Necro? When we're ready to start showing how he's capable of farming. Man, everyone really wants to see the Skelly Necro. I mean, I understand. It's not the dominant strat yet though. We just gotta wait for that one, alright guys? I get it's exciting, you know, it's an exciting build. We'll love this. There's a lot of love for that build, what can I say? Alright, here we go. Wide circlets. We do have strength. We could use it on the Merc if we want him to help us with his damage. So it's not a bad thing to make that. He can actually help you kill Mephisto with a crushing blow. We didn't use it for that purpose here, but that's definitely one way you can use it. I can't believe that, bro. Arm of King Leoric off of Nightmare Mephisto. 4 runs! Usually takes a lot more runs than that. Yeah, Nightmare Mephisto drops a lot of really insane items, but that's crazy. That item's insane. One thing to know, that's gonna jumpstart your summoner like nothing else, man. I thought I was gonna have to like farm a summon wand, maybe get something that was decent on a white wand or something. No, looks like we could just use Arm of King Leoric. Wow. So to let you know, that item can be not super pricey in the beginning of ladder, but it's definitely up there. It's not the cheapest item in the world. All the summoners or anyone that does start Necro is definitely looking for something like that or a white one, which is what I already have. So we have 2 of them. I don't know. Alright, let's finish the game. You guys get the idea from the Nightmare Mephisto farm. I think the visual aid is very poignant in this Rags to Riches guide right there. You can really see what he's capable of with that drop. That's a sick drop, man. Very cool. Fishy Necro. What's funny is if we were going Fishy Necro, oh wow. Rare Serpent Skin Armor. Bro. Where's the Viper Magi? Almost. Bro, we really would be hacking if we found Viper Magi right there. I don't even think there's an argument with that one. Nightmare Trap Run's worth it? I did mention that. I don't really think so, but you can get like lumbering from them, so not a terrible idea. If you don't want to farm Hell Countess, or you don't want to farm Io runes to get lumbering by cubing them up from Nightmare Countess, that is a farm you can do. I do mention it here and there, but it's not one of the farms that I really prefer. I mean, Nightmare Cows usually is gonna like way outperform that. You don't care about getting slightly more single target damage. You can literally just go Bone Wall and Bone Prison all the way and get a super powerful boner out of the hell. You might do that actually. I might do one respec for a different type of bone approach here. So thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Cult Xander's Say. Man, we just got a huge boost to the Summon Necro build. We even have a Undead Crown too. What the heck? The game really wants us to go summon. Not only does the chat want us to go summon, the game does too. Hey, you know, that's good shit. We'll do it. Standard approach first, though. You're not usually gonna find summon items that good this early or this fast. This wall is easier to kill in Nightmare. Normal Israel has some crazy health. Yeah! Alright, and of course on the outside is where we're gonna find Plains of Despair, which is how we found this one. And then you're gonna look on the outside to get to the City of the Damned, and it's over here. Wow, that's very convenient. What do you know? Almost done with Act 4 already. Got some nice maps there. Alright, teleport backwards. Love your streams, man. Thank you, man. Hope you're having a great night or morning, and I hope you're enjoying this for sure. Wow, Armor of King Leoric. I still can't believe that. That is not a common item. That's on par with a Herald of Zachrum kind of rare because it's a tomb wand. It's a class-specific item. It's a wand. It's not a very common base. So to find that from Nightmare Mephisto is very, very insane RNG. It would be easier to find like train gloves. It'd be easier to find, honestly, it'd be easier to find War Travelers, I think, from Nightmare Mephisto than finding Arm of King Leoric. It's pretty insane. We're gonna have to use that. Might give a little bit of an unrealistic impression of how good the summoner can be, but the truth is, if you get a couple of items cobbled together, or just farm up a wand with Skeleton Mastery and raise Skeleton and whatnot, you can have a very similar effect. I want you to go poison. There's some people wanting poison. I think most people just want to see the Necromancer at some point. Is bone too boring for you? I got a bone to pick with you. I like bone, actually. I'm a big fan of bone. I feel like most people that I've seen, though, in the chat when I've been doing this are more of a fan of Summoner. Do you guys get the impression, chat, that there's more Summoner fans than there are Bone Necro fans? Probably. Even if the Bone Necro is super high damage, super high reliability early on.
Impossible.
Summoner's only fun with teleport. Well, we have a teleport staff. So if you guys don't know how to play a summoner early in the game, I'll show you. And it involves the teleport staff, or teleport amulet, or whatever you're able to get your hands on through gambling or whatever. Teleport is very key. Spear is starting to fall off a little bit. This is definitely where like Corpse Explosion maybe might start getting a lot stronger. It doesn't really matter. One will get you all the way through. You can see it's still not bad. Those are some elites, so you're gonna be a little tanky for sure. Alright, what do we got here?
I can't.
Yeah, 1 in 2,600 chance to drop from Nightmare Mephisto with 100 MF. Yeah. That's crazy. We found it in 4 runs. We made it look easy. When I saw the tomb one, I was because you know I memorized all the uniques, so I know what base they belong to. I saw the tomb one, I was like, no way, like that's our King Leoric. Ah shit, I knew what it was when it dropped, but that's crazy, man. You don't expect to get that at all. The Poison Nova is amazing in the late game. This early in the game, it can be used. That's all I really have to say about that. It can be used. Alright, chat, we found the forge, which is on one of the offshoot areas in the River of Flame. It can roll anywhere from Soul to Rune. Runes that would be really good at this point in the game are going to be Lem for Treachery, especially for the Mercenary. And we could also get Lum. Lum would be really huge. I would be 1/3 of a Lum, so that'd be okay. We definitely want to see if we can get a smoke going as well. So chat, guess the rune, any rune from Soul to let's see it. What is it gonna be? Our normal forge wasn't anything too special. Am is too low, it actually cannot drop an Am rune. So the highest rune in normal is lower than the lowest rune in Nightmare, which is Soul. Soul isn't bad if you're still looking for like lore or insight, but you should farm that from Countess. You can trade soul runes pretty easily though, so that's always nice. Lem! Oh baby. We found a Lem on the Paladin one too. Wow. Lem rune. Shale Fool Lem. We can already make that if we wanted to, actually. I don't feel like we need it yet. We'll definitely put on the Mercenary and see if we can prep him for hell using that. We'll see. Oh no.
I am overburdened.
That's sick, man. Actually, we can already put it on him if we want. I don't have a really good base. I want to see if we find a better base for it. We can already make the Treachery. Wow. The Treachery is actually really nice for the Mercenary. Finding an armor with a decent amount of defense is nice, though. I missed a small term? I did? Marl Defer.
Impossible.
Where? Also, Treachery is one of those items that's huge for killing Uber Mephisto for Ubers, so check that out. Where?
Impossible.
Where's the small term? What did I miss?
Impossible. Impossible.
Top left corner. What the hell? Where? Bro, am I like blind or something? Are you sure that was a small charm? Oh, I picked it up. Oh, you guys didn't see me pick it up. Wow, you guys are too slow. Chat's too slow. They can't keep up with the speed that I pick it up, man. Oh shit, I picked it up. I didn't even know I picked it up. I mean, I just do it automatically. That's a charm. Of course I'm gonna pick it up if I see it. What the hell? Alright, we're level 48. That's kind of nice. We're gonna keep pushing the game though. And Bone Prison. Look at that Bone Spirit getting pretty strong too. If you want to though, if we want to though, we literally can just keep leveling up Bone Prison here for the time being and then go into Bone Prison, or Bone Spirit, and then we'll have a strong Bone Armor. We haven't really had survivability issues, so I don't really mind alternating. It's up to you once again. You guys want to see something cool? Alright, watch this. We found a 10 FCR telekinesis ring. Dude, the riches are coming hard. Alright, that ring was, I mean, that charm was garbage anyway. You never know. All these charms are garbage. Every charm is garbage. Extra fast. Get out of here with that shit. Blam, blam, blam. Okay. Yeah, Treachery is going to become more important for Hell, I think. We give the Mercenary damage reduction, curse duration reduction. What do you think? Kill you need. You could just teleport to the star if you want, like that. Then you'll be good too. As you can see though, our damage is still really high. We're crushing Nightmare Chaos. Nightmare Chaos terms of its scaling, is not going to be as hard as normal as long as you have your gear that we could farm up earlier. And then we're going to go to Act 5 and we're going to finish the game. Once you finish the game, we'll go over the gear and then talk about what we're going to do next in Part 2. And we'll continue that tomorrow. Upload Part 1 though, in case people want to start watching that after we're finished tonight. Part 1 is most of the work, honestly. You can get that Bone Spear wand, you get the White wand. Take care to get your plus skills, your basic rune words. Whatever plus skills you can get. Get your faster cast rate, get your res. Gonna be pretty solid. Entering Hell is just about getting more res, honestly. It's mostly a res game for the Necromancer to get from Nightmare to Hell. Mostly. That includes the Mercenary, of course. Lem is pretty sick, though. I would have taken Lem,
I can already tell that I'll be your best friend in this forsaken place.
We can go down in FCR frame if we want more res for Hell as well, if we just want to use smoke, but it's up to us. Ed Bradley, symmetric follow-up from the Cold Xanders say. Is that from To Kill a Mockingbird? I don't remember. I know there's Boo Radley. Damn!
Impossible. I can already tell that I'll be your best friend in this forsaken place.
Lord Jopez, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Cold Xanders say. Alright, so they spawned kind of weird, but that's okay. As you can see though, Nightmare Chaos is kind of a breeze. Nightmare's a breeze in general.
I can't.
Made the name up.
Impossible.
Boo Radley's long lost cousin from To Kill a Mockingbird. There you go. Alright, you wanna see something cool, chat? Check this out. Watch this. Bam! Activated. Bone Prison activated. There you go. That's how you use Bone Prison. There's our Bone Prison tutorial. Using Bone Prison on Infector is always going to be good. You can also use it on Desace as well if he's extra fast. That's another reason to level more into Bone Prison. If you're not going to use Bone Spirit by this point anyway, you may as well just go more into that. I'm starting to think maybe that if I did it differently, maybe I'd do that as well. I don't know. It doesn't really matter though. Because if you go max Bone Spirit at some point, your single target will be a bit better. Kind of just advancing that forward a bit faster.
Hello.
That being said, max Bone Prison's really good for bone armor. And you have a strong Bone Prison. Wow. No, but it's not bad. You don't need it though. Okay. Oh. You can trade me for that in a bit here. We're not done with the video, so we'll be done with the video pretty soon, and then I can do that afterwards. It's probably going to be about 30 to 40 minutes still, though, unfortunately. Alright, let's go kill. You haven't even been watching my stream, you don't even know what we're doing. I'm playing D2R. Doing some guides and shit. Doing the grill. You'll notice the Mercenary doesn't die very easily from Nightmare Diablo because he's in the minimum range of the lightning hose, and in Nightmare there's a minimum range, so you can't hit him. Oh, I thought I was going to save the Mercenary by teleporting backwards. Alright, so Nightmare Diablo, it's kind of hard to get to Diablo. You can definitely farm him if you want, but I just recommend Mephisto. Pretty much the same loot table, a lot easier to get to. You can get more levels from this, of course, but you can get those later in Act 5 even easier. So it's mostly just an area to get past. If we want, though, we can stack a MF right before we kill Diablo. Let's go stack some MF. There you go. The theme of this run has been min-maxing the use of magic.
I have bested you.
Another Necro one! Wow. +2 to amplify damage, +1 to corpse explosion. Maelstrom. Maelstrom's actually kind of sick for old school Necro run where you couldn't get spirit or any of that stuff. Wow. Maelstrom's nice because it gives us 10 more FCR. But we're probably not going to actually want to use it. Oh. Wow, sick. Also, we got a life, really nice life, mana, and fire res 4-slot belt. So now we have 4 slots. And we might have lost some of that cold res, but that's a way better belt. Now our life is way higher. Look at that. All we gotta do is stack some MF, chat. Stack a little bit of MF here and there, get rich. That's all it takes. That's all it takes, my man. And Tiamats as well. That's kind of cool. Tiamats isn't very useful. It would be more useful if Vengeance was a thing, but
Hail to you, champion.
you can get some res on it. Not terrible. I don't know if we even want this, though, to be honest. Like, what am I gonna do with that? I guess I can hold on to it just to show that I found it. I'm not gonna use that, though. Let's be realistic. No way we're gonna use that piece of garbage. Oh yeah, if you find that in Act 2 normal, you're freaking ballin', dude. Alright, let's actually just put 3 points into Bone Prison. Now our Bone Armor is a lot stronger, and our Bone Spear is really strong as well. Okay. Now our Bone Spirit might not even get stronger than Bone Spear just simply because we have white, but should get pretty close. I don't actually know. Maybe not. Maybe it doesn't do that anymore. Well, at any rate, we're gonna go for tankiness first anyway. All right, here we go. We do have some extra points in the bone wall too, so it's like we got a lot of stuff. We got a pretty nice bone armor.
It takes more than a siege to stop me.
Let's make sure I didn't swap out all my items correctly. Okay, 75 FCR. Yeah, I can't believe we found a Maelstrom too. What the hell? I mean, that's not nearly as good as Armored King Leoric, but it's not even really tradable, but it's not even that good. It's okay for earlier right now. These quest kills, man. Killing them with 100 MF makes a big difference. 150 MF makes a big difference. Alright, so we're just gonna walk around all the way up the Bloody Foothills once again. Diablo Nightmare dies the same way he dies in normal. This point is pretty much the same shit. Now we're at the end of the game. Look how good bone armor is. I just run past stuff. Don't take any damage. Once you get bone armor like this and teleport, it's totally different. You can just like run past whatever you want. It's totally different from normal. And we killed Shank and we got a socket quest.
What a messy little dude.
So I don't even know what to use on. We might just want to hold on to the socket quest, honestly. See if we find anything really good in hell to use it on. I don't know. Or socketed SCV, who knows? thought it was funny that you spawned it there, bro. Because that's a weird spot. Alright, Nightmare Eldritch and Nightmare Pindle are amazing for farming before hell on Necromancer. Of course, we're not going to stop here and farm them though, we're just going to finish the game first, because may as well do that, and then we can power farm the levels afterwards. We can also get more res as well from Anya, so may as well just make herself really, really good, really, really tanky.
Hello.
Looks like no matter what, we can actually have at least more than 0 res in hell, so that's nice. Okay. And we got good HP now. That belt's pretty nice. Our cold res is still max, that's crazy. I guess that belt really wasn't doing anything anymore. I think we found a better one. Alright, sweet. Yeah, 50 to 100 MF goes a long way, chat. You can see just how much it's done for us this run, and it's just been stacking, and it's just a snowball, you know? And you really can get some solid items just for your first playthrough. I'm gonna refresh my bar. Golem's gonna distract.
I am overburdened.
Okay, we can get some more runes if you want by letting them out.
Impossible.
We're in the ramparts once again. That first rampart had 2 of them. The second one might have 1 of them. I don't actually know.
Impossible.
Yeah, you could do Nightmare without res. I mean, we didn't have crazy res throughout this whole run, honestly. It's just gonna mean that you're gonna take a lot of damage from things like cold and fire enchants sometimes. Certain monsters will do a lot of damage, like souls and gloams. It's gonna be harder. And hell, though, you can also do hell with no res, but the thing about hell with no res is that you can get one shot very easily with no res. And that's not a good idea in hardcore. Very bad idea. You want your max res on hardcore before you go to hell if possible. Smoke is honestly like mandatory. You don't go into hell with stealth on hardcore. Alright, I can get more runes if I want, I suppose. Ah, another shell. Okay. We'll need one of the shields for treachery, actually. Alright, cool. We killed the super uniques, killed the elites. Keep pushing, keep leveling. Alright, area plateau. Let's see, where do we have to go? Looks like we have to go this way. Okay. Be very careful of all the ranged enemies in Act 5. That's where all the danger really is, the ranged melee enemies like archers, the slingers. Mercenaries, honestly, he's balling. Yeah, he's got such good res, he's got life leech, he's got defense. I need treachery right now. My mercenary was wearing crappier stuff, I probably would have already made the treachery for him, screw the armor base. But he's pretty good. You can actually afford to postpone it if you want. Lem's a sick rune though. We've really gotten riches in this run already. Like, for real. We've gotten some serious trade value already. What's interesting is that it doesn't really matter too much. I mean, you're not always going to get the same RNG. You know, sometimes we get different good items. You know, we could have gotten maybe like, I don't know, Blood Fist and whatnot.
Good afternoon.
Just wearing this one item with MF the entire time has actually been very helpful. Wait, what? You just dropped a Death Web? That's 250? I never found a 250 Death Web. Wow, that's insane.
Impossible.
Bro, I'm jealous. That's crazy. I have a heart attack. Oh my god. That's hella dope, yeah. I just want any Death Web on my grill. I don't care about it too much. He's sick though. Alright.
I cast.
Crystalline passageway point to the right. See if we can go find frozen rivers. So we are gonna want to just do Anya as soon as possible. Plenty high level to get experience in Nightmare, so level 25 is that really only that hard cap there. You don't have to really worry about it anymore. We're almost level 52, so I'm not pretty good. Chris, you can sell that for gold. Keep taking care of your gold. Gold can be your best friend. I don't know where that ore is coming from. Did we get souls? I don't think so. I think we just got ghosts. Harder zombies, that's dangerous, but it's okay. And we also got mages. Okay, that's pretty easy actually.
I'm overburdened.
You're overburdened. Don't even give that crap, bro. Look how effective bone armor is, though. He charged into me and did like nothing. This is why leveling up the bone spear synergies like bone prison and bone wall, you can't go wrong. Because then you also get the bone armor. Super tanky with this approach, super powerful, super strong. There's a reason why we start bone. This approach is always going to work, always going to be highly effective. How much we got here? 365 bone armor. We can even tank some things in hell with this already. The crazy part is if we didn't go any points into bone spirit, it could be even higher. Pretty nuts. But I do want to try to get max bone spirit. Alright, it's unfreeze on it. The emerald. Dang it, I mean that's still my best amulet, man. It's an FCR amulet. Alright, there you go. Res, GG. Res is almost max in Nightmare. Be pretty piss poor for Hell, but at least all of our res would already be positive in Hell, so that's a good sign.
How may I be?
However, we're gonna want to improve them a bit more for Hell if possible. You could just YOLO the crap out of it though. It could be fun. Alright, we can get our runes, we can go. Other one. Can already make a better insight if I wanted to, but I think I'm gonna I think that bill base isn't really significantly better than this, so. And this was a pretty solid roll. Honestly, I think I'm just gonna try to get something better and I'm gonna throw that out. You can keep it for your friend if you want, but we're just gonna chuck it because we're doing a demo. Keep pushing in.
Can I help you?
Push. Alright, baby, here we go. Let's go to the Glacial Trail. As you can see, this is just you're just clocking at this point. You should be able to get to Hell pretty easily now, and once we're in Hell, that's pretty much going to be the end of part 1. We will farm stuff that we can farm to get more levels for Hell and possibly more items. And we'll let you know what kinds of other nightmare farms, of course, are in store. Show you guys some live. It's 1500 bone spear damage. Bone spear is also just, it's kind of like hammers in that way. It's also very consistent damage. Alright, let's go to the left. Let's get out of here. You don't need to do anything. Glacial Trail Nightmare. In Hell, if you really want to, you could do Drifter Cavern. That's about it. Okay. Tomorrow in part 2, or I do plan to do it tomorrow, we're going to show off all kinds of different farming methods with the Necromancer. It's really going to be keying in on farming to get to Hell, pushing through Hell, and knowing what kinds of methods you have at your disposal to continue to push those riches. This one's been really fun, honestly. This is a good one. No problems with this one whatsoever.
I am overburdened.
Go tank here. Yeah, in hardcore, I definitely would just focus prison. Screw Bone Spirit. You don't even need it. It might give you a tiny bit more single target damage when it's fully synergized, but it's gonna take a while anyway. Okay, if you are worried about dying to Nightmare Ancients or whatever, one thing you can do. Oh, Partisan. It gets 5 sockets though. 4-socketed Partisan. You can go at the waypoint, which is always going to be to the right, to the east first. Notice how a lot of characters, if you were pushing with Amp with like 770 life and Nightmare, Act 5, you'd be in mortal danger for sure, but because of the bone armor, as long as the bone armor is up and it's not, it hasn't been depleted by the monsters hitting me, it's gonna be pretty solid. Amp doesn't work until they get rid of my bone armor, basically. Isn't that cool? Yeah, I'm getting so much bone armor now. The monsters are tickling me. That's good. Oh yeah. That's pretty scummy. I'll never remember. That's a scummy tactic. Someone using 2 accounts to bid against each other to convince you to sell it for more. I've seen people do that. It's not allowed though. I have. Rags to Riches Assassin, yeah. It wasn't just Trapsin too. We showed the fledgling Kicksin build too. That was a little too fledgling for, you know, doing all the Ubers, but it was getting there already. And you can see it do declone pretty easily. Yeah. So you can do these declone with the very early game Assassin with no problems. Alright, here we go. Nightmare Ancients. Easy stuff. Just make sure you don't get cursed. Oh, we did get cursed. We got 2 curse. Alright, whatever. Okay, he's fire enchanted. Definitely don't sit on top of him when he dies. Whatever, we got cursed, it's fine. Doesn't really matter. slightly harder than with the hammer to do it on the Bone Necro. And easy mode. There we go. I don't know, dude. That's a good question, though. And you know what? Let's just go Bone Armor. F it. Let's get max Bone Armor before hell. Might even not even respec at all. Period. Let's go all the way. Once you hit Area Plateau Nightmare, the monsters start dropping full Jews. I don't know if I've seen any drop yet, though. It's okay. Alright, Worldstone 1. No patterns for Worldstone 1. Let's just get out of here. Also have 800 health, too, so yeah, we're pretty tanky now.
Impossible.
20 teleport charges. Be mindful of your teleport charges. There's no elite packs. I'm not gonna bother killing nothing. Come on, Golem, take some fire from my mercenary. Alright, so now the goal is to kill Bale and unlock Nightmare Cows and Hell Mode, which will allow us to farm there. Farm to get to the Hell Mode. Farm in the Hell Mode and everything else. At the end of part 1 here, we're going to unlock all the fun stuff. We just have to get there and show how it works. Oh, wow. Wow, cold. Whole lightning enchanted with conviction or a nightmare. Wow, that's scary. I did a lot of damage. You saw that one bolt hit me. I just went. Health got tanked there, man. One Worldstone 2. Let's go find the waypoint. Or the exit. Let's see. This should be the waypoint. Yeah, I was gonna say there's like nothing. There's nothing to the left, which is where it would be if it was the exit. All right, sweet. That means we have to go. Ooh, a 6 max large shroom. Bro, I've also found some pretty crazy
I can't.
Crazy melee charms here. What the heck? Easy tradesman. It's easy mode. Wait, we just found another one of those? Are you kidding me? How do we find 2 dragon chain spears? That's wasted energy for sure. Oh, whatever. Watch your bone armor, especially while you're amped. Lower res. Alright, cool. Found the throne room. Let's get out of here. Clutched you! Those things are dangerous. Just as dangerous as normal, if not more so now. So 800 HP. Is that a conviction soul? Oh, hell no. That's not even fair a nightmare. What? The light res ain't that high.
I can't.
What's up, Lord Lopez? How you doing?
Impossible. I can't.
Alright, let's go kill the Bill. Let's go to Bill. Go over the gear real quick. And talk about how we go. You guys enjoy this full-length part 1. Necromancer might take a little bit more to get going, but as you can see, once you do get him going, he is a danger. Absolutely. Alright. Now, one way we can get something better than this is before we go to hell, we can craft an amulet. So hopefully we get some more amethysts and we continue to pick up those materials as jewels for crafting later on. Why are you laughing, Irie? What did I say? About the conviction soul? That's not fair. You get to have conviction. Not even hell. It's a pretty rare combination in Nightmare, honestly. As you can see, we're getting some juice. Oh, that could be some Berserker's juice. Fanaticism. Hydras do bonus damage to the mercenary for some reason, so that's always fun. Don't necessarily need him though. What do you think of players who use a bow bar with a second account to be safe on hardcore? That's standard practice, I mean, nothing wrong with that. I mean, even if you're using a bow barb that's not your own, I mean, you still have to have a barb with you. When I was running, we typically always had a barb with us. I mean, that's just what you do. To ensure you don't die in Player's 8 on hardcore, even from a DC and other stuff like that. In a perfect world, you might not need one of those. I mean, I definitely feel like it makes it a little easy, but... as you can see, our damage is plenty high. We kill all the waves. Damn, bone armor is so strong, holy moly. These things do a lot of damage, it doesn't matter. Negate them just by going hard in the bone armor. The bone prison. The bone prison and the bone wall. Bone armor synergies that also level up bone spear. Unfortunately, bone armor itself is not a synergy for bone spear and bone spirit and whatnot, but yeah. Alright, time to clear Nightmare. And we have almost 1,600 bone here now, so it's not going to take too long.
My brothers will not have died in vain.
Look how tanky we are. She's just sitting there taking damage. Her armor's crazy. At this point in the game, it's not just a helper, it's crazy strong. Alright, what we'll do now.
Good afternoon.
We can get the mercenary. He's probably gonna die.
What is it?
Oops. Don't accidentally rebuy the mercenary when you still have gear on it. Okay, we can also get the MF stuff again if we want. And see if Nightmare Veil drops Shaco. Which you can drop. I wouldn't recommend farming him for Shaco, but it's the first boss that can drop it. And it takes way too long to actually get to Veil to be efficient in any reasonable sense. But, hey, I mean, you never know. And if we put on 150 MF and get the quest kill on them here... tanky enough anymore. I don't know, I'm actually kind of hyped about this MF potential. Oh, really? All that MF and he drops a unique military pick. Well, I would say that's more typical. I think our RNG's been pretty nuts with some of these boss drops in this run, so... I mean, Spirit Forge, and getting that one. Pretty nice stuff, honestly, so... Alright, let's see if Anya has a Necro head for us that's worth anything. Anyway, that is the end of Nightmare. That is now... We now can enter Hell, but we don't want to. We need more levels. And there's some farms we can do to definitely help continue to prepare us for Hell. That is junk. No skills that we're going to want. Anyway, this is pretty nice. True. Skull Splitter's pretty nasty, though. Ugh. You don't need any of that nonsense. Look at Skull Splitter, it's garbage. Alright, anyway. GG, everyone. GG YouTube, GG chat. And you can catch the timestamps and, of course, the chapters so you can see exactly what you want to watch. It's a whole guided playthrough, though, so you can definitely listen to it while you do it start to finish. All the way up to the beginning of Hell. We're going to want to farm some Nightmare Eldritch, Nightmare Pindle Skin, and Nightmare Cows. And also Nightmare Vendor farming, which we can actually do before that. Just to show you guys how to get some very key items for Hell. We still need a few more levels. I like to get to about level 60, so... If we get to about level 60, I think that's a good spot to get. You can level up more than that, especially if you're on hardcore. I recommend maybe getting to like level 70. In general, this is what we have so far, though, so check it out. Insight Poleaxe, Undead Crown we found from normal Diablo, Spirit Forge, Nightmare Andy, White, normal Drognin before we hit level 18, that's the key, Stealth, Lore, 2-socketed 2 Bone Spear Magic Helm. Gotta say, that thing is pretty sick. Guy made sure we got our 75 faster cast rate. Found that from somewhere random. That was some normal Ormus quest, so that's just how good those quests can be. That was from Nightmare Diablo. Pretty decent build. It's okay. And we have Res, faster run walk, MF Res, Life Res, Life Res. Pretty much what we want to keep in here. Maybe you can put some MF in here if you want as well, and some faster hit recovery. One thing to note is that Necromancer hits another breakpoint for faster hit recovery at 39. So we hit one at 26 merely by having our stealth and having a 12 FHR GC. But now we have stealth, a 12 FHR GC, and a 5 FHR small term. We're actually hitting another breakpoint. We'll hit another one at 56 if we do happen to get there. So hit recovery is nice, especially when we take too much damage from elemental damage or in case our bone armor fails. Skills, no curses at all. You don't really need any curses yet. They're not really going to help you as much as you think at this point in the game. One to Clay Golem, and the rest is literally all into Bone Wall, Bone Prison, Bone Spear, and then Bone Spirit. And of course we had a whole bunch into Teeth from early games, so we haven't even respect once. The fact that you can get all the way to Hell with 0 respects on a Necromancer is actually one of the advantages of the Necromancer. A lot of other builds, you know, they're going to use a bunch of respects, so there's a lot of different things you can do, and you won't have to respec your Necromancer very early on. You don't need to do any crucial element switches or anything like that. Heck, not even like the Paladin. You're not even switching from like Holy Fire Zeal to Hammers. It's just really simple. And he's really strong at this point. He's going to be a beast, but anyway. We'll see you guys next time with part 2. Hopefully you guys catch part 2. That's where a lot of the really serious farming is definitely going to come into play. And of course, the hell push is always going to be nice. And you can watch the farm before that in Nightmare. We'll do all that tomorrow at part 2 once again. If you like these videos, make sure you hit it up below. And of course, smash it. Remember, you can always catch me at twitch.tv/darkhumility for 6 to 7 days a week of Diablo 2 action. Hope you guys are hyped for Ladder 2 and Terror Zones. If you guys want to know how to go from start to finish, from naked to riches on a Necromancer, this is it. In some ways, you can argue we've already gotten there. The Armed Kingly Arc. Pretty crazy stuff in general. But anyways, yeah, the timestamps once again will be below and everything else, so you guys will be set. And I will see you guys for the next installment of Rags to Riches Necromancer. Let's get it. Smash it.